Hi, welcome to Novel to Read. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 51 to 70. It was a beautiful day today. The skies were clear and there wasn't even the slightest bit of wind. Yu Xiaosao pretended to be weak and had little Shido support her to the middle of the courtyard to get some sun. When one was acting in a play, one needed to go on for the entire set. The rays of the winter sun on her body felt as warm and comforting as a mother's loving hand gently stroking her face. Yu Xiaosao was so comfortable that she almost fell asleep. Even the sight of Madame Li peeking through the window didn't annoy her much. As the sun started to set in the west, Yu Hai and Xiaolian came back. Judging from the incandescent smile on Xiaolian's face, the spoils of the day were good. Yu Hai picked up his youngest daughter and transferred her from the somewhat chilly courtyard back to the room. After checking the temperature on the Kong bed, he went to add some more firewood to the fire pit beneath the bed. He smiled as he watched his two daughters, who resembled each other more and more with each passing day, as they whispered in each other's ears. He said, "You two sisters can continue to talk. Father is going to go up the mountain to chop some more firewood and come back. The older and experienced villagers have all said that this year will be a harsh winter. Being prepared with extra firewood will surely pay off. Father, I'll go with you." Little Shido had been feeling stuffy after being stuck at home for most of the day. He brought along his little attendant, the little roe deer named Tiny, and eagerly scampered behind his father. Xiaolian waited until her father had left the home before she looked all around the courtyard and carefully closed the door. Only then did she take off her shoes and went up on the Kong bed right next to Xiaosao. She fished out a 5-tael ingot from her chest pocket and quickly shoved it into her younger sister's hands and quietly said, "Quickly hide the money and don't let grandmother and eldest aunt see. We really caught a lot of game today. In addition to the game from yesterday, we sold them all for 5 taels. However, when Junsho restaurant was paying the bill, they didn't give the money to father and instead gave it to me. Don't you think that's odd? What was weird about that? In the past, Xiaosao always took the money when she was doing business with Junsho restaurant. Last time she even handled the prize of 50 taels. So why would it be any different with the smaller sum of 5 taels? Xiaosao put away the money in a very natural manner and replied casually, "Xiaolian, is it worth it to be so happy over these couple taels?" "What do you mean by a couple taels? Before today, the most money that had ever crossed my hands was about 10 copper coins. These are the silvery taels, a whole silver ingot worth 5 taels. Xiaolian realized that the volume of her voice had been on the louder side and hurriedly clasped her hands over her mouth as she looked through the window. Eldest aunt is so annoying. She's trying to eavesdrop on us again. I don't know if she overheard what I said earlier. If grandmother found out, her top would definitely blow." Xiaolian had seen Madame Li with a broom coming closer and closer to the west room as she swept the floor. Seeing that the window was open, Madame Li tried to backtrack and went towards the direction of the chicken coop. Yu Xiaosao spoke as if she didn't care. If she heard, then she heard. What can she do? We owe eldest granduncle at least a few taels of money. I'm also sick right now and will probably need to buy more medicine later. I need to carefully take care of my body so I won't end up with a chronic illness. How much can this little bit of money do?" She deliberately raised her voice for the last few sentences she spoke, as if she was talking to Madame Li who was in the middle of the courtyard. Madame Li waited until the window to the west room closed and only then did she get up and spit towards the west room and said, "Bah, she's a bad investment that thinks of herself as a treasure. A few taels is more than enough to marry a wife. But now, all of it is going to feed that medicine guzzling pot in the second branch. She's seriously a bottomless pit. When she was born she should have been thrown to the south slopes since raising her is just a calamity." The south slopes were at the south side of the West Mountains and were a mound full of random trash and rubble. Whenever a child in the nearby villages died prematurely or had a violent death and couldn't be interred in the family's ancestral tombs, he or she would always be buried there. Madame Li naturally didn't dare to loudly voice her complaints behind another person's back. Thus, the two sisters in the west room didn't hear her. Xiaolian was currently in the midst of excitedly telling her story of what happened when she met the young boss of Junsho restaurant. "Younger sister, you wouldn't believe just how funny that scene was. That young master from the Zhou family grabbed me as soon as he met me and called me, Xiaosao. He even said that he had a business venture that he wanted to find out if I was interested in. At that time, I was so shocked that I couldn't react. I was just thinking of pretending to be you when our father just sincerely told him the truth and sold me out. When the third young master found out I was your twin, his whole face exuded shock and amazement and he could only say, alike, two alike. You wouldn't believe just how hilarious his expression looked at the time. Yu Xiaosao waited until her sister chattered to her fill and then said, Shaolian, third young master Zhou said he had some business venture that he wanted to talk to me about. Did he say what type of business? Nope, he didn't say. I reckon that when he found out I wasn't you that he thought it would be a waste of time to tell me. Oh right, younger sister. Did they really learn how to make Junsho restaurant's special oyster sauce themed dishes from you? Father told me that the King of Hell accidentally took you there on accident and gave it to you as compensation. What did he mean by that? Tell me everything. Yu Xiaosao had long known that her made-up story would someday be transmitted to her close family members. Therefore, she made sure to polish her fabrication about meeting the King of Hell. She told Shaolian what happened as if she was recalling an old story. In addition, she repeatedly cautioned Shaolian to not let anyone outside of their family know to avoid having her become a freak in other people's eyes. Shaolian pursed her lips and raised her eyebrows. Do you remember when you first got injured and just woke up and couldn't remember much? Our good eldest aunt had told everyone in the village that part of your soul had been captured by a demon. Since part of your soul was gone, you couldn't remember the past. She even said that people with partial souls attracted demons the most. Most of the village girls got scared by her so they all stayed far away from me. Outside the door, Madame Lu trembled incessantly from rage. What a good Madame Li. She always spread malicious rumors about the second branch, but this time she spread such a horrible story. If this was truly transmitted to every household, how could my second daughter get married in the future? My poor daughter had even been dragged to the underworld. How scared and helpless she must have felt. Then she heard Yu Xiaosao in the room scornfully reply, eldest aunt's wagging tongue must have been previously slapped by the bottoms of an old pair of shoes. Is she not afraid of having it pulled out in hell? Shaolian, don't listen to her. The reason why I can't remember anything from the past is because I tried a sip of Granny Meng's soup out of curiosity. Younger sister, is the King of Hell scary? Doesn't he have 4 eyes and 2 mouths? Since Shaolian was only an 8-year-old child, it was natural she would be curious about new and novel things. Xiaosao pinched her cheek as Shaolin scooted closer and laughed. The King of Hell is just the god in charge of the nether world. He looks pretty much like us humans but is just a little more imposing. The Palace of Hell is a grand and magnificent building. However, it is dim inside and has a gloomy and frightening atmosphere. The truly scary thing is the 18 levels of hell. I only saw up to the 3rd level and didn't dare to look further down. However, there is no need to be afraid. Those areas are only for punishing evil people. Shaolian nodded furiously but muttered silently in her heart, eldest aunt and brother Haizai are always bullying mother and us. In the future, they are definitely getting punished in hell. Seeing that Shaolian believed her without a doubt, Yu Xiaosao's eyes shifted and she continued, in the Palace of Hell, I also saw the God of Fortune too. He was wearing a bright scarlet red robe and there was a lucky red hat on his head. His face always had a cheerful smile on it, and he was always playing Go with the King of Hell. When he heard I had been taken by mistake, he smiled, rubbed my head and said he was going to compensate me. Suddenly there were some weird thoughts that appeared in my head. Those ideas were probably stuffed into me by the God of Fortune. Shaolian suddenly squeaked. Ah, and then quietly said, younger sister, you had never been inside the kitchen before, and you had very seldom seen an oyster. Since you unexpectedly were able to make oyster sauce, don't you think that was something the God of Fortune taught you? Then, aren't you the God of Fortune's disciple now? Xiaosao merely smiled but didn't bother to reply. From Shaolian's perspective, it meant that her younger sister tacitly agreed with her conjecture. Then, wouldn't the God of Fortune give us some wealth? Little sister, when we're rich in the future, we can eat steamed white flour rolls and buy meat buns and dumplings every day. Shaolian somewhat exaggeratedly swallowed some saliva and revealed a cute expression on her face. Madame Lu pushed the door open sadly and hugged the two sisters in her arms. She sighed and said, "Mother doesn't want to get rich. My only wish is Cower stays healthy and the rest of you are able to grow up peacefully. That would make me the most happy." "Mother, did you hear everything?" Yu Xiaoxiao felt somewhat dispirited. She didn't intend to have her kind-hearted and loving mother to be worried. "Silly child. In the future, don't hide everything within your heart and let mother know instead. Although your mother doesn't have many abilities, I will sacrifice my life in order to protect you and your siblings." Madame Lu could clearly sense that her youngest daughter was afraid that she would worry, so she didn't tell her the things that happened in the past. Her eyes couldn't help but brim with tears. Her most delicate little daughter would always think of her even when she had fallen sick. As her mother, didn't that mean she wasn't qualified enough? That wouldn't do. She needed to become more strong and become a mother that her children could depend on. All right, the three main members of her family had all accepted her somewhat absurd, made-up story. The most important aspect was that she was still young in age, and her descriptions of the underworld and scenes were extremely detailed and precise. The picture she painted was such that it'd be impossible for others not to believe her. Naturally, Madame Lu also warned her children repeatedly out of fear that the two of them wouldn't know the severity of the consequences should the story leak. If it did, it would cause a whole lot of trouble for her two daughters. Time passed and before they knew it, another 2 days had passed. In those 2 days, Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been restricted from going outside, worried endlessly about the business venture that third young master Zhou mentioned. If she was able to do business with the Zhou family, who were imperial merchants, then her money woes would be mostly settled. Even though she couldn't guarantee 100% that she wouldn't lose money, she at least had about 80% confidence that she'd earn and not lose. The uncomfortable feeling within her heart persisted, as if she had a tiny kitten inside her, scratching incessantly. Luckily, third young master Zhou didn't let her wait for too long. On the third day, he arrived at her home. The splendidly dressed young master cut a stylish figure as he rode a tall horse. Behind him was a dignified attendant who had a noble air about him. Despite that, the around 50-year-old man obviously followed and deferred to the young master completely. The delegation entered the village swiftly and caused the frozen village of Dongshan to explode in curiosity. "Who are they? How would I know? They're not looking for me. Looking for you. From the way you appear, you wouldn't even be fit to take the night soil out for these people. The young master looks quite handsome. Ah, it's definitely good to be a rich person. Just look at the material of his clothes. The amount he spent on the cloth alone would be enough to feed us for an entire year. He definitely is from a high-ranking family in town. Look at what his attendant is wearing. It's even more dignified and elegant than what Moneybags Wang wears. I just don't know whether these people coming to Dongshan village is a good or bad thing." Which family was he looking for? Yu Hai's family. For the past few days, Yu Hai has been going to town every day to sell game. Did he offend some noble lord? Don't make false conjectures, you should know how easygoing Dahai is. How could he possibly cause trouble willy-nilly? Judging from the expression on the young master's face, it doesn't look like he's here to settle scores. Stop letting your imagination run wild. Once they leave, just go ask around to find out, right? Little Shido was crouching in front of the entrance and combing Tiny's fur with his little hands. When he heard the trotting sounds of horses, he lifted his head and looked towards the direction of the sound. He noticed that the youth leading the group looked somewhat familiar, so he couldn't help but squint his eyes to check more carefully. "Young master, that 5-room house with a courtyard in front is Uncle Yu's residence." From this servant's inquiry, there were only a few households within the entire village with such a big house, but third young master Zhou's personal manservant, Simo, paused hesitantly for a moment. What? Third young master Zhou had already recognized the little kid in front of the door from afar. It was Xiaoxiao's foolishly cute younger brother. This should be the place. Simo also saw the little boy dressed in a patched-up green quilted clothing and sighed, with Uncle Yu's abilities and the size of this house, the Yu family should have decent living conditions. However, the clothes on his children were even more shabby than the other children in the village. Look, isn't that Miss Xiaoxiao's younger brother? His worn-out clothes should have been thrown out long ago. Recently, they should have earned at least 60 to 70 taels from selling game to Junsho restaurant. It's almost the new year, but they're still unwilling to buy a new set of cotton-padded clothing for the children. Joe Zixu frowned slightly and said, Uncle Yu doesn't look like someone who would mistreat his children. Could it be that they have some undisclosed difficulties? Having personally experienced the struggle for power and constant scheming within his family, Joe Zixu would think deeply about every situation he encountered. Wasn't his own family like this? Had his grandparents not been around to control the family? With the display of his talent in business over the past 2 years, the second branch would have been devoured by his greedy relatives long ago. Uncle Yu probably also had his own difficulties that he couldn't express. I remember you. You're the third young master of the Zhou family, right? Little Shido stood up and raised his head with a beaming smile. Joe Zixu dismounted from his horse, ruffled the little guy's messy hair, and said with a warm face, Little Shido, who are you calling? Third young master Joe. Call me, third brother Joe. If you make a mistake again next time, then I'll punish you. What kind of punishment? Little Shido blinked and asked curiously. I'll punish you. Joe Zixu took a box of pastries from Simo's hands and smiled. You will be forbidden to eat the pastries that third brother Joe brings over. Little Shido eagerly stared at the exquisite food box within third young master Joe's hands and slowly read the name on the box, Lian Ji, Pastry Shop. Is it the Lian Ji, with the biggest storefront and the most expensive pastries in town? Doesn't this box of pastries cost a lot of money? Joe Zixu was somewhat amazed and said, Oh, Little Shido is so young, but you can already read. Little Shido shyly scratched his head and said, When playing at Wuzi's house, I learned a few words from Brother Wen. Little Shido is so smart. I heard that your second sister is sick. Joe Zixu asked. Yes, she's very sick. If eldest granduncle hadn't lent us money, my second sister might have. The little fellow lowered his head and appeared to be in low spirits. He and his older sister were both very obedient, but why does their grandmother dislike them? Shido, who are you talking to? Aren't you going to hurry up and gather some firewood while the weather is good? All you know is how to play. Every day, you're only concerned about eating and not doing any work. Moreover, we have to provide for a chronic invalid. I must owe you people something. Madame Zhang's jarring shrieks traveled over. Joe Zixu couldn't help but furrow his brows. He's such a young child, yet he's already being ordered to work. Just as he was deep in his thoughts, a mean-looking old lady with a fierce gaze came out of the door. With her hands on her waist, she made a stance of a shrew who loudly cursed in public. Seeing 3 imposing people in front of her, Madame Zhang forced down the curses that was about to come out of her mouth. In front of the courtyard was Joe Zixu, who was obviously born of noble status. Madame Zhang's originally threatening manner immediately withered down. With her shoulder drooped and head shrunken, she asked in a timid voice, You, who are you looking for? Simo had disdain for the wicked old woman's double standards and differential treatment, so he had a face of contempt as he asked, Is this Yu Hai's residence? Yu Hai. Had Yu Hai offended great lords? That damn bastard is always causing trouble for our family. This young master, Yu Hai, hasn't returned from hunting in the mountains. Whatever he did has nothing to do with us. Seeing the grim expression on Simo's face, Madame Zhang was so scared that she spoke incoherently, scolding and breaking off relationships. Simo was even more displeased and impatiently interrupted her. Yu Hai isn't home, but Yu Xiaosao should be home, right? Xiaosao. Is she also involved? I knew that wretch was sharp-tongued and would eventually stir up some trouble. Isn't this? That troublemaker is causing trouble for our family. Madame Zhang was completely bewildered as she murmured. Is she here or not? Simo's expression was even more ugly when he noticed that his young master had narrowed his eyes, which was a sign of his anger. Yes, in the west room. Madame Zhang trembled in fright when he suddenly raised his voice. They wouldn't be implicated by the nobleman's anger, will they? Joe Zixu threw the reins to Simo and walked into the courtyard with his steward. He looked around briefly before he turned to enter the small and cramped west room. Third young master Joe, you're finally here. It was rather dim inside the room and Joe Zixu's eyes hadn't adapted to the light inside, so he was surprised by Xiaosao's voice. Joe Zixu glanced around and saw the simple furnishings in the room. There was a large Kong bed, on which the quilts were old and shabby, but tidied up. An old rattan trunk was placed at the head of the bed. Beside the Kong bed, There was a wooden table that was about to fall apart. There wasn't anything else in the room besides these simple and old furniture. Even the lowest-ranked servants of the Zhou family had better living conditions than them. Zhou Zixu's brows were tightly creased and said unhappily, "What happened to the money that you earned? Where did all the money go? The quilt is already so stiff, so how are you still able to use it? Your family had earned quite a lot of money from selling game, so don't hesitate to spend it." "Shish, shish." Xiao Cao swiftly pulled on third young master Zhou's arm. If she wasn't so short, she would had already covered his mouth with her hand. "Third young master, I have bad health and easily fall ill, so my family has borrowed a lot of money for my medical treatment. These days, the money that my father earned from hunting wasn't even enough to repay the loan. How can we afford to buy new bedding?" Yu Xiaocao amplified her voice and spoke towards the direction of the door. Zhou Zixu followed her gaze and saw the harsh-looking old lady and a fat woman in the yard looking into the room from time to time. He signaled Simo with his eyes. Simo went out of the west room and stood imposingly in front of the door. With a grim expression on his face, he appeared like he was a door god as he stared at the two sneaky women, who were greedily watching them. The two women were both only fierce at home, so they recoiled in fear and went back to the main room when they saw Simo's stern gaze. Madame Li looked into the courtyard warily and whispered, "Mother, who are these people? They look like they came to demand a payment for a debt. Did second brother-in-law borrow money from a loan shark? They charge really high interest rates, so lending one tael means that we have to pay back 10 taels." Madame Zhang couldn't help but panic, and scolded, "Yu Hai refused to tell us how much that wicked girl, Xiao Cao's, medical fees cost. Third daughter-in-law said that there's ginseng in the prescription, so it must be expensive. She's such a waste of money. Even if we sold her, she wouldn't be worth the money of the ginseng. That scourge, if I knew earlier, I would have strangled her and thrown her down the mountain. Mother, what should we do now? They sent 3 people over, so second brother-in-law must have borrowed a lot of money. If second brother-in-law can't repay the debt, they wouldn't take the things in our house to pay of the debt, will they? No way, I have to securely hide all my valuables." Madame Li was somewhat unsettled and wanted to go back to her east room. Madame Zhang also felt extremely anxious, so she swiftly pulled Madame Li back and rebuked, "What valuable things do you have in your room? Eldest son wouldn't be keeping a secret stash of money behind my back, right?" Madame Li's face stiffened and hastily said, "Mother, we wouldn't do that. Dashan is the most devoted and dutiful son, so he wouldn't have such thoughts. Didn't I return to my maiden home recently? My mother gave me a piece of cloth and secretly hid some money in there for me. Mother, you're the most understanding and reasonable. You won't confiscate the money that my maiden family gave me, right?" In fact, this wasn't something that Madame Zhang hadn't done before. Every time her second daughter-in-law's maiden family came to visit, they would always leave goods or money for her. However, everything eventually ended up in Madame Zhang's pockets. Moreover, she didn't even forget to leave them a warning. If they didn't turn everything in, then she wouldn't pay the medical fees for the 2 chronic patients of the second branch. However, Madame Li's maiden family had a stronger background, so Madame Zhang didn't dare to give her the same treatment. Madame Zhang would pretend that she didn't see Madame Li constantly bringing things back from her maiden home since half of the things she brought back would be used by her grandson. All right, would they care about the few copper coins that you have? If you're so worried, then go. But be careful and don't offend the nobles." Madame Zhang was also waiting for Madame Li to leave so that she could move the money in the cabinet to a hidden place. She didn't want to send money down to the bottomless pit made by her second son. Seeing that it had finally quieted down in the courtyard, Zhou Zixu glanced at Yu Xiaocao and sat on the Kong bed. "All right, they're gone now, so stop pretending to be poor. I don't have a choice either. You don't know about our family's situation. The old lady forbids the children from keeping a secret purse, especially our second branch. She's always monitoring us as if we're thieves. If she found out that I have money, wouldn't she turn the second branch upside down?" Yu Xiaocao didn't shy away from talking about the situation in her family. Every family had their own difficulties. Zhou Zixu shook his head and whispered, "Well, if the money continues to stay in your hand, then it will eventually be exposed. You should just take it out and invest in a business with me. He had just made a casual remark, so he hadn't expected that Yu Xiaoxiao had been waiting for him to make this suggestion. I had heard from Shaolian. What kind of business is so difficult for third young Master Zhou that you have to pull me into it? Hey, something that's too difficult for me to handle. Is there anything that I, third young Master Zhou, can't do? Zhou Zixu glared at her and said, in gratitude for your help, I had wanted to take you along to make a fortune. However, let's just forget it since you said that. No, when Yu Xiaoxiao saw that he was going to leave, she hastily pulled him back. She was also joking earlier. If it was something that even the Zhou family, who were imperial merchants, couldn't handle, then what would a fisherman's daughter like her be able to do? All right, you, third young Master Zhou, has a magnanimous heart, so don't be bothered by a little girl like me. So, what kind of business is it? Tell me the details. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and repeatedly bowed with her hands clasped. Of course, Zhou Zixu wasn't really angry at her, so he smiled and tapped her forehead. You, stop putting up this weird act. I want to open an oyster sauce production factory and sell the products to the big restaurants in the neighboring cities. But, as you said, the oyster sauce doesn't have a long shelf life. Thus, I wanted to ask to see if you have any solutions to this problem. Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it and said, if you want to open an oyster sauce factory, then the shelf life of the oyster sauce will indeed be a problem. It's all right during the winter since the temperature is low in the north. Thus, there's no problem with keeping it for several months. However, it will be rather troublesome for the summer. In her previous life, what methods were used to extend the shelf life of food? Yu Xiaoxiao wrinkled her brows and was lost in her thoughts. Although Zhou Zixu was anxious, he refrained himself from disturbing her. Yu Xiaoxiao muttered to herself, the usual method used to extend the shelf life of foods was to store them in low temperature. However, there's no refrigerator here. Icebox. Is it a box to store ice? Steward Zhou, who was brought over by Zhou Zixu, couldn't help asking a question. Yes, a box to store ice. Yu Xiaoxiao just realized that she had verbally expressed her inner thoughts, but it was difficult to explain what a refrigerator was. Thus, she just agreed with Steward Zhou's words. Steward Zhou pondered for a moment and said, it's fine to transport goods in the iceboxes during winter. However, the expense will probably be very high in the summer. Besides, how big would the ice house have to be in order to store a year's worth of ice? There's also another way to extend the shelf life, which is to add a lot of sugar and salt. However, with this method, the taste of the oyster sauce will definitely be affected. Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head and denied her own suggestion. Zhou Zixu, who had come from a family of imperial merchants, naturally knew the importance of a product's quality. He couldn't resist asking, are there any other ways? There is also the method of preservation with propolis. However, honey is already so expensive, let alone propolis. It wouldn't cost any less than using ice for the transportation and preservation. Propolis. Zhou Zixu had heard of honey. His mother had heard from an unknown source that she could enhance her beauty and maintain her figure by drinking honey water. Thus, she had been drinking a cup of honey water daily since last year. But what was propolis? It would be great if we can also make ice in the summer. Yu Xiaoxiao had had the habit of talking to herself since her previous life. Wasn't ice formed naturally at low temperature? Was it something that could be made? This little girl's imagination was seriously too fanciful. In his heart, Steward Zhou disagreed with the idea of his young master cooperating with a poor little girl to open a factory. Third young master, have you heard of saltpeter? Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled an article called, Ingenious Ice-Making Methods in Ancient Times, that she had read in her previous life. It seemed that since the late Tang dynasty, when gunpowder was produced, people often mined a large amount of saltpeter. Since then, there was a precedent of ice making in the summer. After that, traders, who added sugar to the ice to attract customers, began to emerge. In the Song dynasty, merchants added fruits or juices in it. The businessmen of the Yuan dynasty had even added fruit jam and milk into the ice, which was very similar to the modern ice cream. She was curious about whether there were any examples of using saltpeter to make ice in this revised time period. Saltpeter. Yes, I know. It's sold in the pharmacy. Saltpeter make ice. Joe Zixu had also heard her mumbles, so he automatically made the connection when she mentioned saltpeter. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him with approval and nodded. When saltpeter dissolves in water, it absorbs a lot of heat and lowers the temperature of the water. It can even freeze the water. Really? How did you know? Joe Zixu was still somewhat skeptical. Yu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, and then spoke with a stern expression, "It's none of your business. If you don't believe me, then you can just go buy some saltpeter and try it." Steward Joe stroked his beard, pondered for a moment, and said, "I think I might have seen a documentation that recorded the usage of saltpeter to make ice when I was organizing the ancient books that Second Master had collected before his death." "Oh, so, it's true that saltpeter can make ice." Steward Joe, go on. Joe Zixu inquired with great interest. With a bitter smile, Steward Joe shook his head and said, "Second Master had a large collection of books, so I don't really remember which book I had seen this from. We should listen to Miss Yu regarding the specific details of how to make the ice." Joe Zixu's eyes lit up as he looked at Yu Xiaoxiao, as if he was a child begging for candy. "Xiaoxiao, don't keep us guessing. Quickly say it, say it. You need to dig a big pond inside the factory, and then put a large vat that is half filled with water in the center of the pond. After that, put the saltpeter into the pond and fill the pond with water. I've never done this before, so I'm also uncertain about the ratio for the water and saltpeter. You will know after experimenting a few more times." Yu Xiaoxiao provided them with general guidance, but Joe Zixu was responsible for carrying out the actual procedures. Joe Zixu nodded and thought about how he would do the experiment when he goes back. Steward Joe spoke up again, "Based on what you said, it seems like we need a large amount of saltpeter. However, the cost of saltpeter isn't low either. They had originally come up with the idea of using saltpeter to produce ice in order to reduce the production cost. However, the prime cost didn't seem much less than storing ice in an ice house." As expected, the steward in charge of the Zhou family's external affairs was sensible and had foresight. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded with a smile. Steward Zhou is correct. However, saltpeter can be reused. The method of evaporative crystallization can be used to recast the saltpeter that was dissolved in water. Steward Joe nodded his head slightly and was inwardly surprised. She's such a young little girl. How can she have such vast knowledge and good memory? She's even more knowledgeable than a head steward like him, who boasts about reading a wide range of books. Does the Yu family have a secret that I doesn't know? It wasn't weird for him to be skeptical. At the end of the former dynasty, there was a lot of chaos caused by the war and many aristocratic families had fallen into oblivion during the long process. Could it be that a fallen aristocrat family had settled within this small fishing village? Steward Joe, stop overthinking this matter. I have an agreement with Xiaoxiao to not make a detailed inquiry about anything except for business-related matters. What does it have to do with us how she knew that saltpeter can make ice? Don't make things complicated. I don't want to lose a good business partner. Joe Zixu withdrew the smile on his face and faintly said. He naturally revealed the dignified and imposing manner of a noble family's young master. As if a large bell rang loudly within heart, Steward Joe was inwardly stunned as he came to a realization. He put aside his sidetracked thoughts and bowed with great respect and solemnity. Young master, thank you for your reminder. This old servant is deeply ashamed. When Joe Zixu turned to face Yu Xiaoxiao, he reverted to a gentle and friendly attitude again. Now that the problem of the oyster sauce's preservation and transportation have been resolved, we can begin the construction of the oyster sauce factory in early spring. Where do you think we should open the oyster sauce factory? In terms of business, third young master Joe definitely has more foresight than an 8-year-old girl like me. So just make the decision yourself. Yu Xiaoxiao had also sensed Steward Joe's examining gaze earlier. Fortunately, the Great Lord, third young master Joe, was here to control the situation and prevented her from making a slip. She inwardly alerted herself to keep a low profile in the future and stop standing out so much. It was impossible for Joe Zixu to not notice her faint vigilance. However, he instinctively felt that this little girl in front of him was like an undiscovered mine, in which the hidden treasures could only be recovered by digging slowly and deeply. As for how this treasure was formed, there was no need to get to the bottom of this. He didn't want to be regretful later due to a moment of curiosity. In my opinion, it's a good idea to build the oyster sauce factory near the harbor. The traffic is very convenient whether it's by land or water. Furthermore, it's near the sea, so it will be more convenient to purchase raw materials. Zhou Zixu expressed his thoughts and asked for Yu Xiaoxiao's advice. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had learned her lesson, just smiled and nodded silently. Zhou Zixu's eyes darted around and knew how to make this little girl speak up. With a faint smile on his face, he looked at Xiaoxiao and asked, "Do you want to invest in the oyster sauce factory? Become a shareholder." Wasn't this a modern term? Why would this term come out of third young Master Zhou's mouth? Could it be that this third young Master Zhou was also a transmigrator? Yu Xiaoxiao widened her eyes and looked at him in disbelief. Zhou Zixu misunderstood her meaning and smiled. "What? You don't know what become a shareholder means?" When Zhongwen Emperor was still the imperial crown prince, he had established an ocean shipping corporation and pulled many high-ranking officials and noblemen to make an investment. Thus, the term, become a shareholder, began to spread within the business industry. It just means to make an investment and join in the business. Oh, Yu Xiaoxiao was frightened by the false alarm and almost broke out in a cold sweat. However, she immediately became interested when she heard that she could invest in the oyster sauce factory. "But I don't have a lot of money on hand. I only have less than 100 taels. Yu Xiaoxiao took out her secret stash of money from the corner and scratched her head in embarrassment. Zhou Zixu looked at the money that was scattered on the Kong bed. She had earned all this money from him, so of course, he knew how much money she had. He had originally intended to gift the young girl with a share of the factory, but an urge to tease her had emerged within him at this time. He coughed and said, "We got the recipe for the oyster sauce from you, so I had planned to give you a share after building the factory. But, since you feel sorry about taking it for free, this money, I'll just accept it." The expression on Yu Xiaoxiao's face immediately stiffened. She helplessly watched as her money was plundered by that evil, black-hearted businessman. Her heart was bleeding. No way, she, Yu Xiaoxiao, could accept anything but being forced to suffer a loss in silence. Third young Master Zhou, she gnashed her teeth and said, "Isn't it too dull for such a large factory to only produce oyster sauce?" Zhou Zixu's eyes lit up. "My little ancestor. I was just waiting for you to say that. What? Does Xiaoxiao have other suggestions?" Zhou Zixu looked at her with great interest. "I have secret recipes for 2 more sauces. I wonder if third young Master Zhou will be interested in them." Anyone who was sensible could have felt Yu Xiaoxiao emphasizing her tone when she said, "Third young Master Zhou." Ah, it seemed like the little kitten was baring its claws. Zhou Zixu happily moved closer and said, "I'm interested. Of course I'm interested. Quickly tell me about it." Humph. Yu Xiaoxiao proudly turned her head away and said, "If you want my 2 secret recipes, then exchange them with shares." In fact, for the establishment of the factory, the recipe for oyster sauce and the 2 sauces that the little girl had mentioned were all obtained from Yu Xiaoxiao. The Zhou family had only provided money and labor. Zhou Zixu naturally wouldn't give up on an endless flow of treasures for the sake of a small profit. He gallantly exclaimed, "If the 2 recipes are of the same value as the oyster sauce, then I'll give up half of the shares for the factory." Half. Yu Xiaoxiao had originally planned to only take 20% of the dividend, so this had far exceeded her expectations. However, she had received half of the shares when she had only invested a little over 90 taels. Wasn't this a little, like she was demanding an excessive price? She didn't demand the price herself, but there would be more opportunities for cooperation between them in the future, so she should adopt a long-term plan for major returns. "I don't need half of the shares. I'll just take 40% of the shares. First of all, let's make an agreement that I only need to provide the recipes and won't be responsible for anything else." With 40% of the oyster sauce factory's shares, she could earn money at home without having to do anything in the future. Was there anything better than this? Steward Zhou inwardly nodded and approved of his young master's good judgment. The little girl of the Yu family wasn't greedy despite coming from a poor background. "Okay, deal." Zhou Zixu was extremely pleased. "I'll draw up the contract when I get back. Do you know how to write your own name? For this business deal, will it be a cooperation with you only or with the Yu family? You have also seen our family's situation. If the entire Yu family gets involved, then our second branch won't be able to even receive a single penny. So, I hope that nobody knows about this collaboration except you and me." Yu Xiaoxiao had planned to depend on this cooperation to earn some private savings. She had to grasp the money within her own hands in order to prevent it from being taken away by the wicked old lady of the main branch. "All right, the factory will be a collaboration between you and me," Zhou Zixu concluded. The fresh and delicious condiment series became famous throughout the great Ming dynasty several years later. However, no one would have expected that the brand was created after a brief discussion between a 13-year-old youth and a young 8-year-old girl. But, what are the other sauces? Can you tell me? It was human nature for everyone to possess curiosity, let alone a 13-year-old youth. The first one is black bean paste, while the other is called broad bean paste. The black bean paste can be used to make delicious dishes like spare ribs with black bean sauce, fried mud carp with salted black beans, braised chicken, duck, pork, and more. The broad bean paste is good for stir-frying eggplants, Chinese long beans, mushrooms, etc. As Zhou Zixu continued to listen to Yu Xiaoxiao's description, he felt that he made the right choice by coming over. This trip not only resolved his problems, but he also received an extra surprise. At this moment, Zhou Zixu, Steward Zhou, and Yu Xiaoxiao were having a detailed discussion regarding the name and business operation of the condiments production factory. Unbeknownst to them, time had quietly slipped away. Rumble, rumble, a strange sound rang out. Little Shido, who had become drowsy as he listened to their discussion, suddenly sat up and exclaimed, "Ah! My second sister hasn't eaten breakfast yet. She's so hungry that even her stomach is growling." Zhou Zixu looked at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was covering her tummy with an embarrassed expression. He tried to refrain himself from laughing as he said, "I brought some pastries over, so fill your stomach first. I'll visit again to discuss the details of the arrangements after I draw up the contract." "No need. A few days later, I'll ask my father to take me to town to buy some things before the new year. We can talk about the details at that time. Third young master, you can also see my family's situation, so I'm not going to ask you to stay for a meal." Yu Xiaoxiao was afraid that her grandmother would become suspicious if Zhou Zixu came to visit again. "Okay, then I shall take my leave now." Third young master Zhou smiled from ear to ear as he came out of the west room. Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to personally lead him out of the courtyard. However, right at this moment, Yu Hai returned from outside and saw the lavishly dressed third young master Zhou. He was momentarily stunned at first, and then he smiled warmly and asked, "Third young master Zhou, why are you here?" Seeing the people from the main room and east room popping their heads out to probe, Zhou Zixu made up a lie. "Did Uncle Yu just came back from town? The weather's really good today, so I'm taking my attendants to the West Mountains to hunt. I came for a visit since I was passing by Dongshan village. It's not a good day for hunting. If third young master is interested, you can come back in the fall. There will be a lot of game at that time. Moreover, they're fat." Yu Hai wasn't a dull person either. He had noticed that the three people didn't bring any hunting tools. Thus, he knew that Zhou Zixu had made up an excuse because it was inconvenient for him to speak. Zhou Zixu spoke up again, "Uncle Yu haven't been sending a lot of game to us recently. The manager of our Junsho restaurant has complained to me several times already." Yu Hai apologetically said, "It's difficult to hunt since the snow hasn't completely melted in the mountains. So I can only set traps outside the forest. It was still alright a few days ago and I was able to catch quite a lot of game every day. However, I'm not sure what happened in these 2 days. The quantity of game caught in the traps has been greatly reduced. I'm really sorry for any inconvenience this has caused the restaurant. It's not Uncle Yu's fault. Junsho restaurant is the only restaurant in town with wild game now. This is all thanks to Uncle Yu for taking care of us." Since Yu Hai was Yu Xiaoxiao's father, Zhou Zixu's attitude was quite amiable. If it was another hunter, he wouldn't even be able to meet third young master Zhou. Yu Xiaoxiao also felt anxious as she listened. Other people didn't know what was wrong, but she did. Without her mystic stone water, it would be weird if the animals came out during such freezing weather. If they couldn't catch any game, then they wouldn't be able to earn any money. Third young Master Joe had already taken all the money she had. Would her few dozens of tails really make a difference for such a big factory? That guy must have done it intentionally. Absolutely. It seemed like she really had to find a chance to sneak out and sprinkle some mystic stone water around the traps. Oh, this little roe deer is quite fat. Its meat must be very tender. The rich people in town really likes eating young lambs and suckling pigs. Why don't you sell it to me? Joe Zixu's attention was drawn by the little roe deer frolicking in the yard. As if it understood Joe Zixu's words, the little roe deer, who had been running around the courtyard, suddenly stopped in its tracks and anxiously hid behind Yu Xiaoxiao for protection. From time to time, it stretched out its head and peeked at third young Master Joe with its big, dark eyes. When it saw third young Master Joe looking at it, it would tremble and hastily retract its head. Interesting. This little roe deer seems very intelligent, so it's also pretty good as a pet. If I take it to the capital, those noble ladies will definitely like it. I can sell it for a good price. Joe Zixu was quite surprised by the little roe deer's closeness and dependence on Xiaoxiao. Her younger brother treasured the little roe deer from the bottom of his heart. Furthermore, they had already become emotionally attached. Thus, Yu Xiaoxiao naturally wouldn't sell it for a few pieces of silver. She bent down and caressed the little roe deer's head, and then smiled. Its name is Tiny. Someone has entrusted our family to take care of it, so our family can't make the decision about selling it. Joe Zixu didn't take it seriously either and casually said, if you guys want to sell it for a good price, I can help you contact a buyer when I go to the capital later. All right, you haven't completely recovered yet, so hurry back into the room. Joe Zixu was going to the capital to attend a business meeting with his nominally eldest uncle, who was actually his biological father. The current head of the Zhou family had two legitimate sons. In terms of talent in business, his second son was somewhat better. Even before he had come of age, the second son was already quite successful in the business industry. In a way, without the second son, the Zhou family wouldn't have gotten the position of an imperial merchant. Unfortunately, his second son was killed by bandits during a business trip at a young age. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would become the next head of the household. His second son had died early, so he didn't even get the chance to get married, let alone leave a descendant. People of ancient times placed great importance on the afterlife. The patriarch of the Zhou family was afraid that, after he passed away, there wouldn't be anyone to pay respects to his second son. So he decided to let his eldest son shoulder the responsibility of two branches and had him marry a declining businessman's daughter to carry on the family line of the second branch. In other words, although third young Master Joe was the biological child of the eldest son, he was considered a child of the second branch. Thus, Joe Zixu could only call him eldest uncle. Every time the eldest son of the Zhou family saw third young Master Joe, his mood would be very complicated. One of his sons wasn't interested in doing business, while the other one was ambitious but lacked talent. On the other hand, Joe Zixu, who inherited the second branch, already had such talent for business at such a young age. The restaurant that he managed was flourishing with business. Moreover, he was also planning to establish a condiment production factory. It seemed like the position of the next head of the household would end up with the second branch. He seriously resented this situation. Joe Zixu didn't know that his eldest uncle had such mixed feelings regarding his own talent in business. He followed the first branch to attend the business meeting in the capital and received an unexpected result. The owners of the restaurants in the capital had long coveted the oyster sauce recipe in third young Master Joe's hands. However, since the Zhou family were imperial merchants, no one dared to forcibly seize the recipe. During this gathering, there were many people who were planning to stealthily inquire about the recipe. Within the Zhou family, third young Master Joe was the only one who knew the recipe for the oyster sauce. As a result, third young Master Joe ended up being the main focus of this meeting. The eldest master of the Zhou family felt anxious inwardly. His nephew was still so young. Would he be able to manage these crafty old foxes? However, no one would have expected that Joe Zixu was just waiting for this group of old foxes to bring up the topic. When another uncle, one intentionally or unintentionally, mentioned the oyster sauce, Joe Zixu used this opportunity to raise his voice. Uncle Fang, the recipe for the oyster sauce belongs to my friend and this nephew has promised that I won't disclose the recipe. But, after the new year, I'm planning on establishing a condiments factory with the oyster sauce as the main product. Other than oyster sauce, there's also 2 new condiments. If uncles are interested, please give a lot of support to my condiments factory. When the group of business tycoons heard the news, they were stunned at first. However, someone immediately asked, "Nephew, do you mean that you're going to produce oyster sauce and sell them?" Yes. Joe Zixu disregarded his eldest uncle, who was anxiously trying to stop him, and nodded his head in affirmation. Joe Zixu's eldest uncle felt extremely angry within his heart. He had prepared to open a big restaurant in the capital with oyster sauce as the main theme. He believed that with the oyster sauce, which was their exclusive recipe, his restaurant would surely occupy a stable place in the capital. He had only learned of his nephew's plans for an oyster sauce factory today. If he had found out earlier, he would definitely do everything possible to stop him. But the news had already been spread out, so there was nothing he could do now. That's great. You definitely take after your father. In those days, the second son of the Joe family was daring and insightful. I didn't expect for his son to also have such courage at a young age. My dear nephew, when your factory opens, this uncle will definitely support you. Boss Fang of Juxian Restaurant patted Joe Zixu's shoulder and smiled until his eyes narrowed. I heard that there are 2 more condiment recipes. Is it also from the same person? After receiving a confirmation, Boss Fang proudly said, there absolutely will not be any problems then. As for our cooperation for these 3 condiments, let's talk in detail later. The other merchants who owned restaurants naturally wouldn't let Boss Fang dominate in this business. Hence, they all swiftly expressed their desire to cooperate with Joe Zixu. Even before it was out in the market, the fresh and delicious brand of condiments had already become a hot trend within the capital. The eldest master of the Joe family watched as the second branch's Joe Zixu become the center of attention for this gathering. He was both proud and vexed. His heart was filled with complicated and mixed emotions. Yu Xiaosao, who had become one of the shareholders of the leading condiment production factory in the future, spent the following days pondering about how to get to her parents to let her out of the house to get some fresh air. That was the only way she could get the chance to add some mystic stone water around the traps that her father had set. At times, it was quite troublesome to have overly anxious parents. However, she failed to achieve her goal in the end. It wasn't due to her parents' opposition, but the arrival of another snowstorm. This snowfall wasn't inferior to that of the first snow. The entire mountain village was covered in a thick layer of whiteness. At the Yu family's old residence, half of the roof had been crushed by the snow. Under old Yu's insistence and supervision, the 3 brothers of the Yu family worked hard against the snowstorm for 3 to 5 days and finally repaired the old house. Old Yu had fled to Dongshan village as a refugee with his father when he was still a young child. The Yu family's old residence was a 2-room cottage made of mud and straw that was built with the enthusiastic help of the villagers of Dongshan village. It was full of old Yu's yearning for his deceased father, as well as his childhood memories. The 4 siblings of the Yu family were all born and raised in this old house. Therefore, even though the Yu family had moved into the newly built new 5-room house, they hadn't abandoned their old residence. Old Yu would frequently visit the old house. They also made repairs once or twice every year. Otherwise, it would have already become a wasteland. It had snowed too much, so it was impossible to go hunt in the mountains. Yu Xiaosao's plan to earn some money before the new year by catching some game was delayed. Furthermore, the price for goods had also reached a new height before the new year. Every day, Madame Zhang would sigh deeply while she calculated the family's food rations. Fortunately, the whole family was just staying at home during the winter, so they didn't need to do any physically demanding work. The Yu family had 2 meals per day, which were reduced to only eating dry pancakes in the morning and a bowl of disgusting bean paste soup in the evening. Moreover, the coarse grain pancakes eaten for breakfast wasn't an all-you-can-eat meal. The men each had 2 palm-sized pancakes, while the women were only given 1 piece each. But the children were given even less. Madame Zhang had even stopped giving Yu Katie a secret portion of eggs. They were a family of over 10 people, who couldn't make any income for the entire winter. During the cold winter, Even the family's chickens didn't lay much eggs. They were just idly sitting and eating at home, while slowly using up their money. How much money would they have to waste to fill in this bottomless pit? Madame Zhang glared furiously at Yu Hai and his daughter. If they hadn't gotten into a debt for that wicked girl's medical fees, with the money that Yu Hai had earned from selling game, their family would have had enough money for a lavish new year. Their situation wouldn't be like right now, in which they had to count their food rations before preparing each meal. Second son, it's going to be the new year as a couple days. It just stopped snowing today, so take advantage of this time and go to town to buy some things we'll need for the new year. First of all, we don't have much millet flour. Buy more millet flour back, so we can stock them up at home. Also, no matter what, we'll need to make some dumplings for the new year. So buy some wheat flour and 2 caddies of meat. Madame Zhang made a bunch of requests but didn't take out any money. Yu Hai was about to agree when his youngest daughter pulled on his sleeve. He looked over and noticed that his daughter was signaling at him with her eyes. Yu Hai immediately understood his daughter's meaning. After all, he was already accustomed to being obedient to Madame Zhang for over 20 years. Thus, he fell into a state of hesitation. However, when he saw his daughter's pitiful gaze and thought about the resolution he had made to himself recently, he finally said, "Mother, I'll go to eldest uncle's house to borrow the sleigh, but the money for the New Year goods." As soon as money was mentioned, Madame Zhang immediately pulled a face that was even longer than a donkey face. "A few days ago, didn't you go to town to sell game every day? You must have earned a lot of money. Why are you still asking me for money when you have money yourself?" Second son, there's no precedent of anyone having private savings within our family. This is a rule that no one is allowed to break. Grandmother, the snow that had accumulated in the mountain forest hadn't even melted yet, so there wasn't a lot of game to be caught. We caught very little game during those couple of days. So, aren't you very clear about how much money we can earn? It's almost the new year, so of course we have to pay off our debt first. After repaying the money that eldest granduncle lent us for my medical treatment, we didn't even have enough money for the medication. Fortunately, Dr. Sun took pity on us and allowed my father to buy the medicine on credit. Father, after the new year, you have to go up the mountain more frequently in order to pay back the dozen or more taels that we owe Tongren Medicine Hall. Our family still needs Dr. Sun to help treat our illnesses in the future. Xiao Xiao knew very well that her father had already made great improvements since he was able to openly ask Madame Zhang for money. So, she interjected and stated everything that needed to be said. A dozen or more taels. Madame Zhang gasped in astonishment and looked at Xiao Xiao with a piercing gaze, as if her eyes were daggers. If she could, she seriously wanted to cut that jinx into pieces. Tisk. To use a dozen or more taels for a minor illness, it seems like our family really do have someone born with a noble young lady's life. It's a pity that she has reincarnated into the wrong family. She has the body of a noble lady without the fate to enjoy it. Oh my, those 20-something taels is nearly enough for a whole family to use for an entire year while living frugally. Tisk tisk. Madame Li clicked her tongue in disapproval as she ceaselessly fanned the fire. Yu Hai recalled his family's indifference when his daughter was on the verge of death. They didn't spend any of the family's money for his daughter's illness, yet they still had to endure mocking remarks from them. His expression immediately turned grim and he muttered in a muffled voice, "Eldest sister-in-law, don't need to worry about what kind of life my daughter has. We didn't use a single penny of yours for my daughter's illness." Oh, he's getting angry at me now. You didn't spend any of my money for your daughter's illness, but I, Li Guiwa, also didn't use any of your money for food or drinks. What rights do you have to yell at me? Do you think that I'll be easy to bully? Madame Li wasn't someone who would suffer any losses, so she clasped her waist and hollered back. Yu Hai was originally bad at arguing with people, so he didn't know what to do when he saw her acting like a shrew. But Yu Shaolian couldn't tolerate her. "Eldest aunt, you're allowed to criticize others with a mocking tone, but other people can't even say a word about you. What kind of logic is this? Is there anything wrong with what my father said? A lot of money was spent for my sister's medical treatment. So, what's wrong with a father earning money for his daughter's medical fees? Even 200 taels isn't as important as my younger sister's life, let alone 20 taels. Madame Zhong's glared at Xiaolian with her beady eyes. She threw the broom in her hands at Xiaolian's direction and shouted, "Why is a child butting in when the adults are talking? Second son, is that how you teach your children?" Yu Shakuo cried out in shock and exclaimed, "Grandmother, what are you doing? It's not enough that you've caused me to become seriously ill, but you're also going to hit my sister. Grandmother, you should think more carefully about your actions. If anything happens to my older sister, you won't even get the chance to grieve over the money." When money was mentioned, even though Madame Zhong had a belly full of anger, she didn't dare direct her rage towards the children again. If something happened to the children during the New Year festival, based on how much Yu Hai doted on his children, he would definitely take his children to see a doctor. Even if they had to owe more debts, he would still get medical treatment for his children. As a result of that, she wouldn't be able to get any money out of Yu Hai for the next spring and summer seasons. Old Yu, who was silently standing on the side, finally spoke up. "Everyone, stop. Aren't you guys afraid of becoming a laughingstock for others during the New Year? Wife, it's not like you don't have any money, so stop thinking about taking the little money that second son has. Hurry up and take out the money. It's more important to buy the New Year goods. Would the meager amount of money in my hands even be enough for them to use?" It was more painful for Madame Zhong to have money taken out of her hands than it would be to cut off her flesh. Old Yu impatiently said, "You're always talking about money, money, money. To you, even a single copper coin is bigger than a millstone. Can't we just earn all the money back when the coastal waters thaws in the spring? After the New Year, eldest son and I will go out to the sea, while second son goes into the mountains. Won't we be able to make up for our winter expenses?" Madame Zhong couldn't escape this situation, so she reluctantly opened the cabinet's lock while grumbling. She took out a string of copper coins and several silver bits, which were about the size of a fingernail. She reminded Yu Hai, as if she was afraid that he would spend the money recklessly, "Everything is really expensive nowadays, so don't buy too much food. We have sweet potato flour at home. Although eating too much of it may cause heartburn, it's still very filling. As for wheat flour and meat, just buy enough for one meal of dumplings." Yu Xiaosao looked at the money in her hands. Her mouth twitched as she inwardly thought, even if they wanted to, this wouldn't be enough money to buy a lot of things. Did she really need to repeatedly warn them? Yu Hai took the money and left the house silently. It was a rare sunny day. Although the snow on the ground went up to the calves, there were still many people going to town to buy New Year goods. After days of heavy snow, most people hadn't had the chance to purchase the goods needed for the New Year. Thus, they wanted to take advantage of this good day to buy the things that they need. Yu Hai's eldest uncle had originally planned to go to town today. However, seeing that his eldest nephew wanted to borrow the sleigh and that the good weather would probably last for more than a day, he decided to go to town on the next day. Yu Hai didn't dare to buy too many unnecessary things and directly went to the grains shop to purchase 50 caddies of millet flour and 5 caddies of wheat flour. After that, he went to the butcher's and got 2 caddies of meat. The money that Madame Zhong gave him wasn't enough, so he used some of his own money to cover the cost. While walking on the street, he encountered the manager of Junsho restaurant. The manager knew that the little girl of the Yu family was someone who his young master highly valued, so he naturally acted very warmly towards Yu Hai. Seeing that simple New Year goods that Yu Hai had purchased, he bought some snacks and candies from the pastry shop. He insisted that Yu Hai accept them, saying that third young master Joe had ordered him to buy them for Miss Yu and her younger brother. Yu Hai bought some meat buns and went to the carpentry shop to visit his son. He also left some copper coins for his son. However, Yu Hai wouldn't have expected that his son would be reluctant to use the money that he had received from the family and saved them up instead, which led to a disaster that almost cost Yu Hang's life. The new year was slowly approaching. On the morning of New Year's Eve, Madame Lu was busily working in the kitchen with her 2 daughters. The 2 caddies of meat that Yu Hai bought were mostly fat. Madame Lu cut out some of the fat to make lard, and then left the dregs of fat for the evening when they needed to mix it with cabbage to make stuffing for the dumplings. Winter vegetables were usually either radishes or cabbages. Yu Xiaosao had already predicted that there wouldn't be enough food at home for the new year, so she grew some bean sprouts at the edge of the Kong bed. She had also made some handmade vermicelli with the sweet potato flour. With the sweet potato vermicelli, their dishes for the new year didn't seem as dull. Stewed cabbage and radish with vermicelli, stir-fried sour cabbage, braised radish, stir-fried black fungus and cabbage, crispy radish salad, and dry-fried bean sprouts. They also cut a few slices of pork to cook with the bean sprouts and vermicelli, making another home-cooked dish. For the soup, they made cabbage and bean sprout soup. When the dishes were served, even the picky Madame Zhang was visibly surprised. She never knew that so many dishes could be made with radish, cabbage, and a few bean sprouts. As for the taste, it was pretty obvious based on everyone's reactions. No one had time to talk as they were all just diligently eating, which was the biggest affirmation for the dishes. Old Yu seldom had the chance to drink alcohol, so he poured a cup for his 3 sons and said with satisfaction, "Second daughter-in-law's culinary skills have improved again. Daughter-in-law can't take credit for the dishes. Xiao Xiao was the one who came up with these dishes." Madame Lu looked at her daughter proudly and gave her some vermicelli. Her daughter was so clever to be able to make such delicious vermicelli with the sweet potato flour. Her daughter should eat more as a reward. They had made a decent amount of each dish. Madame Zhang was enjoying the delicious dishes, so she didn't make any jarring remarks regarding Madame Lu giving her children more food. She had originally thought that they would spend the new year frugally, but she hadn't expected that such simple ingredients could also make a lavish New Year meal. Madame Li stuffed a mouthful of food into her mouth as she said, "Xiao Xiao came up with them. She's the one only in the family with the leisure to think of these things." Yu Xiao Xiao glared at Madame Li. "This fat woman never has anything good to say. She's making it seem like she's a gluttonous person who only thinks about eating. Stop talking so much if you don't have anything good to say. You won't shut up even when you're eating." Yu Dashan had noticed his second brother's displeasure and hastily reprimanded his wife. Madame Zhao, who seldom ate together with the Yu family, had several small plates placed in front of her. The food inside were exactly the same as everyone else. Madame Zhang knew that her youngest daughter-in-law was very particular about eating and didn't like eating from the same plates as everyone. Thus, a separate set of the dishes was specially prepared for Madame Zhao and her son. Little Dudu sucked a strand of vermicelli into his mouth with much effort, and then chewed it with a smile on his face. He beamed a smile at Xiao Xiao and said, "Second sister's cooking is the best. Dudu likes this really long thing. It's very tasty. This is vermicelli. Since our Dudu likes it, second sister will make some more for you to take back to town." Yu Xiao Xiao never had any resistance towards cute children. Although it was quite laborious to make vermicelli, it was also good to have an improvement to their meals with a new type of dish. Yes, this year's yield of sweet potato is very high. We have enough sweet potato flour until the harvest in the fall. If we make some more vermicelli, we'll have another type of dish to eat during the winter. The stewed bean sprouts and vermicelli tastes very good. Madame Li sucked on the grease on her chopsticks, and then she used her chopsticks to rummage through the dishes. When she found a piece of fatty meat, she immediately stuffed it into her mouth. Haitzi, who sat beside her, had even stood up. He wiped his snot on his blackened sleeve, and then poked around in the dishes with his chopsticks. It seemed like he would never stop until he found a piece of meat. Seeing the dirty appearance of the mother and son pair, no matter how delicious that homemade dish was, Yu Xiao Xiao still didn't want to eat it anymore. With her head lowered, she concentrated on eating the dry-fried bean sprouts in front of her. She was seriously about to vomit if she looked at them any longer. Dry-fried bean sprouts was made with bean sprouts that had just grown about 1 or 2 centimeters. After heating the lard in a hot pot, dried chili pepper was put into the pot and stir-fried. After that, bean sprouts, seasonings, and garlic sprouts were added into the pot and stir-fried. With the refreshing taste of the bean sprouts and the addition of lard as a base ingredient, it was natural that the taste wouldn't be bad. Unexpectedly, Madame Zhang was the first one to comment on Madame Li and her son's unsightly eating manner. "How are other people supposed to eat when you guys keep picking and choosing in the dishes? If you're going to keep doing this, then go back to your room to eat. Stop being so loathsome here." As she spoke, she also glanced at her youngest daughter-in-law's direction. It turned out that Madame Zhang, who had been paying attention to her youngest daughter-in-law and grandson, noticed that from time to time Madame Zhao would look at her eldest daughter-in-law in disgust. Madame Zhao, who was originally enjoying the meal, had suddenly set down her chopsticks. Thus, she finally spoke up to stop Madame Li and her son's unsightly behavior. Seeing that the meat in the dishes were mostly gone, Madame Li finally stopped searching with her chopsticks. However, she still wolfed down the rest of the dishes, as if there was someone fighting over them with her. The New Year Eve lunch ended shortly after this small episode. For this meal, Madame Zhang didn't limit how much everyone could eat. Thus, even if the staple food was still coarse-grain pancakes, the entire family still ate with a rare sense of satisfaction. The main reason was that it was a more sumptuous meal than in the previous years. After the meal, Madame Zhang's heart ached at the sight of the swiftly depleted food and muttered endlessly. With a grim expression, she finally stopped her complaints when old Yu scolded her for being so fussy even during the New Year. Dumplings were usually eaten in the evening during the New Year celebration. The Yu family didn't buy a lot of meat in the first place, so even when the stuffing was mixed with a lot of cabbage, it still wasn't enough to fill everyone's stomach. There were only two types of fillings in the Yu family's dumplings, which were pork with cabbage and lard mixed with cabbage. On the evening of New Year's Eve, the men were given 20 dumplings each, while the womenfolk got 10 each. The children received half of what the women got. With only 5 small dumplings, even the 3-year-old little Dudu wasn't full, let alone Yu Xiaoxiao and the others. Yu Haixi wasn't satisfied after he finished his portion, so he swiftly stole one of little Shitu's dumplings when he wasn't paying attention and stuffed it into his own mouth. He disregarded little Shitu's angry cries and approached Yu Xiaoxiao and Yu Xiaolian. Yu Xiaoxiao swiftly pulled her siblings to their father's table and stayed beside him. In the presence of old Yu and their father, Yu Haixi naturally didn't dare to act rashly. He could only brazenly go ask his own mother for more dumplings. Madame Li was a greedy woman, who wasn't even willing to share her dumplings with her own child. Thus, she begged her mother-in-law shamelessly, "Mother, Haixi is a growing youth, who can eat as much as an adult. So 5 dumplings isn't even enough as an appetizer. Mother, this daughter-in-law doesn't dare request that he gets the same amount as the men. Just give him 5 more so that he'll have the same amount as us." Madame Zhang looked up toward Madame Lu and nonchalantly said, "If you can guarantee that no one will complain that I'm being biased, then I don't mind giving him 5 extra dumplings since it's the New Year." Madame Lu had never liked arguing with others, so she said in a quiet voice, "Haixi is a growing youth, so who dares to say anything about him getting 5 more dumplings? However, he shouldn't steal his younger sibling's dumplings. What does a child know? Younger sister-in-law shouldn't argue with a child. Mother, I'll go give Haixi the dumplings." Madame Li not only didn't discipline her child, but she was also annoyed at Madame Lu for being difficult. It was true that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Madame Lu quietly entered the kitchen and divided her 10 dumplings among her children. She put 4 dumplings into her youngest son's bowl, and then split the remaining 6 dumplings between her 2 daughters. Yu Xiaoxiao held her own bowl tightly and said, "Mother, I'm a light eater. 5 dumplings are enough for me. If you give us all your dumplings, you'll starve tonight. Even if you give me the dumplings, I won't be able to finish them." Xiaolian chimed in, "Mother, you seldom eat dumplings throughout the year. Moreover, you've been busy the entire afternoon. If you can't even eat a bite of the dumplings you made yourself, do you think that we, your children, will be able to eat? Mother, take the dumpling back. I don't want it." Little Shito quickly returned the dumplings that were in his bowl. "You guys eat. Mother ate too much for lunch, so I'm not hungry right now." Madame Lu picked up the dumplings and put them in her children's bowls. While the 4 of them were pushing back and forth, Yu Hai had come out with his bowl of dumplings. When he saw this scene, he felt both sad and touched. In the end, he made the decision to fairly distribute all the dumplings that the second branch had received. The children received 8 dumplings each, while he and his wife each got 10. 10 dumplings aren't enough for such a grown man like you. I'm used to eating light meals in the evening, so I'll feel uncomfortable if I eat too much dumplings. Here, I'll give you a few more. I'll just drink more of the dumpling soup later." Madame Lu's heart ached for her husband and was reluctant to eat the dumplings that she had received. "There's no way you will be full with just 10 dumplings. Quickly eat, or else it's going to be cold." Yu Hai went into the kitchen with a bowl and asked Madame Zhang to ladle a bowl full of dumpling soup for him. He swiftly drank the bowl of soup and filled his stomach first before he ate the dumplings. In this way, after eating the dumplings, he would be considered somewhat full. On the first day of the new year, since all the villagers knew about Madame Zhong's stingy disposition, not many children came over for New Year greetings. Apart from eldest granduncle, Hunter Zhao, and several close family friends, the second branch of the Yu family also felt too ashamed to bring their children to give New Year greetings to others. Yu Xiaosao and her siblings didn't receive any red envelopes, one from their own grandparents, but her eldest granduncle gave them 2 copper coins as lucky money. When they arrived at the Zhao family's residence, Madame Zheng specially filled the embroidered pouches that she made with around 1 mace worth of silver bits and gave a pouch to each child. Yu Shaolian looked at the embroidery on the pouch and loved it very much. Seeing the admiration on her face, Madame Zheng agreed to teach her how to do embroidery. On the way home, Madame Lu whispered to her husband, based on the aura that Madame Zheng emits, she obviously didn't come from an ordinary family. Just look at the embroidered pouches. Even the ordinary families in town won't be so particular as to give the children lucky money in embroidered pouches, let alone people in the village. It's not only Madame Zheng, but also Uncle Zhao and older brother Bufan. Their martial arts skills don't seem like skills of an ordinary hunter's family. There must be some hidden reason as to why Uncle Zhao's whole family is living in seclusion within the mountains. But this isn't something that we should inquire about. We should just interact as usual. There's no need to act in a deliberate manner. Yu Hai had long been aware that the Zhao family, whether it was their eating habits, living conditions or behaviors, would unconsciously reveal the manners of a noble family. The men of the Zhao family all exuded the orderly and dignified aura of a soldier. During the later period of the former dynasty, the imperial court was prodigal and immoral, and thus many righteous officials decided to live in seclusion. The Zhao family might have been one of those families. As the days passed by, the winter made it apparent that this year was doomed to be disastrous. In January, the snow almost never stopped. Many families had insufficient food reserves and were only able to eat 1 meal a day. So they were already quite lucky if they were able to survive starvation. However, there were quite a few people who had died of starvation and froze to death because of the successive heavy snow. Moreover, there were even incidents in which none of the family had survived. Even in the city, there were incidents of people dying of starvation. Fortunately, in Dongshan village, except for several weak and elderly people who had failed to survive the cold winter, there wasn't a phenomenon in which a large number of people died of starvation or froze to death. However, the situation in the village wasn't optimistic either. At this time, Madame Zhong deeply regretted being so stingy before the new year and didn't allow her second son to buy more foods to stock up. They had already used up all the millet flour at home. The only thing that they had at home that could satisfy their hunger was the sweet potatoes in the cellar and the sweet potato slices, which could only be grinded into sweet potato flour. Every day, they either ate sweet potato gruel or sweet potato cornbread. Even if they occasionally tried something different, it was just directly using the dried sweet potato to make porridge. The digestive system of the elderly wasn't very good, so they would get heartburn after eating sweet potato on a daily basis. However, if they didn't eat it, they would be facing the danger of starvation. Thus, Yu Xiaosao had no choice but to mix the mystic stone water into herbal medicine and fed it to her family in order to nourish their intestines and stomach. The continuous snowstorm had caused the roads to be blocked. The town's food reserves were also facing a crisis due to a problem with the dispatch. Furthermore, the price for grains remained high without any signs of decline. White rice and wheat flour had become as expensive as meat. With great difficulty, they managed to endure it until the beginning of spring. Once spring began, it finally stopped snowing. The sun that had been gone for around 2 months had finally showed itself. The snow covering the mountains melted slowly. However, the occasional short burst of wind from the sea was still piercing cold. On top of the mudflat and the reef surrounding the shore, a fisherman appeared in the middle of the cold wind, shivering in the cold, but he persisted on gathering seafood at the sea. Summer night, winter white, is an authentic line of verse from what people who gather seafood say. Due to the influence of the receding tide and the change in temperature, the best time to gather seafood was during the summer nights and winter mornings. During the winter, the temperature was the most suitable for gathering oysters. The oysters were very fat in this season, and they would be able to harvest a lot. They just needed to gather oysters once, and they would be able to eat oysters for many days. To the villagers of Dongshan village, who had just experienced a food shortage because of winter, this was a favor from the sea. The abundance of oysters from the sea was no different than sending charcoal in snowy weather. People who came to gather seafood at the sea each brought their own wicker basket or a small bamboo basket. The basket would either be hung over the neck or straddled over the arm. They held a small shovel in their hand as they searched for their prey on the reef. There were even villagers who, despite the frigid cold seawater, would enter the shallow water with their fishing net and try to catch fish. It was a bustling sight to behold. "Xiao Sao, your boots look very warm. Are they waterproof?" Zhou Shanhu, who had invited the Yu sisters to gather seafood at the mudflat, enviously looked at Xiao Sao's deerskin boots. Although she didn't recognize what material the boots were made of, she knew that it wasn't something a regular family would be able to afford. Yu Xiao Sao saw that everyone was wearing tattered and old cotton shoes. Some people were even afraid that their only pair of shoes would become wet from the sea, so they wore only straw sandals with their bare feet. The chilly air from the cold spring season combined with the ice-cold seawater froze their little feet. Their feet would become red and some would even have frostbite. She was a little embarrassed by this as she shrank her feet back. In a small voice, she said, "Years ago, my father killed a deer and sold it to a restaurant in town. My body wasn't good at that time. My father took less money for the deerskin and asked the restaurant owner to use some of the deerskin to make boots. So, when I came out to gather seafood today, my father insisted that I wear them." Zhou Linglong secretly tugged at her little sister's clothes. She smiled at Xiao Sao and said, "Years ago, your serious illness almost frightened Auntie Lu to death. You should wear warmer clothing, otherwise your family members would worry. Shanhu, don't stare at other people's feet. Once father comes home, we can ask him to buy you a pair of boots too." Zhou Linglong and her little sister were the daughters of Madame Lu's best friend, Auntie Fang. Auntie Fang's husband, Zhou Danian, started off as a peddler and their family raised dozens of chickens. So, their family's financial situation was considered to be quite outstanding within Dongshan village. Zhou Shanhu was only 1 year older than Xiao Sao, but she was a very sensible child. "Older sister, I was only looking at her shoes. Boots are very expensive. Moreover, the cotton shoes at home are already quite warm and a pair of boots can buy so much food. They are catching fish over there. Let's go and have a look." Yu Xiao Sao didn't want to talk anymore regarding the boots, so she changed the topic of their conversation. When she walked closer, she realized it was actually her third uncle, Yu Zhong, and the expert fisherman of Dongshan village, Uncle Xuanju, who were catching fish. They were enduring the bone-chilling cold water as they pulled the fishing net to catch fish. Someone else was responsible for pulling a part of the fishing net on the shore while Yu Zhong and Xuanju took turns holding the other end of the fishing net as they slowly walked into the water. After the water line reached their chest, they would walk in a semicircular arc as they went back to shore. The rest of the people would take over the net as they worked together to pull it to the shore. There wasn't much harvest to be had in this one fishing net. Besides a few fish that were worth approximately a tael each, there were only a few palm-sized fish that were stuck on the lines of the net. Once the two men got to shore, their wives gave them boiling hot ginger soup. They also wrapped themselves in thick layers of cotton-padded clothing and drank a few mouthfuls of ginger soup before they entered the sea to pull the net again. "I know a place where the reef is hidden. Let's go there and look. But when we go there, we have to be careful. This was the first spring tide since the beginning of spring. There were too many people who came to gather seafood today. Some people came all the way from town with their tools to try their luck. There were more people on the reef gathering seafood than available seafood. The children had searched for seafood for half a day, but they didn't harvest much." Yu Xiaolian knew the place that her sister was talking about. Last year, when they were gathering seafood there, they had even saved a person. The children chatted and laughed as they walked towards the steep cliffs. Sure enough, there was a lot of seafood. An oyster's shell is very sharp. Sometimes, with just slight contact with the skin would be scratched by it. You must be careful when you gather oysters. Xiao Sao, you and Shito don't have much strength, so why don't you two gather other seafood products? Zhou Linglong was a young lady now. She knew how to take care of the younger children. They lowered their heads and pried open oyster shells. In a short while, their baskets and tiny buckets were all full. Zhou Shanhu happily said, "We harvested a lot today. If we can harvest this much every day, then we won't have to worry about making ends meet or starving during springtime. My father said that the reef would only be revealed when the tide recedes a lot. Every month, there will only be low tides twice. So how can we come every day? Besides, aren't you afraid of vomiting after eating seafood every day?" Yu Shaolian was also very happy. She pondered what kind of delicious dishes her little sister would make with these oysters. After experiencing a shortage of food and vegetables in the winter, Yu Xiaoxiao used different ways to prepare meals, saving food yet still making it delicious. Everyone in the family praised her cooking. She can turn ordinary radishes and white cabbage into different dishes. So, she definitely would be able to make something delicious using the oysters. Shaolian was full of expectations towards Xiaoxiao's cooking. Yu Xiaoxiao thought of how her business with third young master Zhou would improve after the beginning of spring, so she turned to sister Linglong and said, "I heard that the Zhou family from the town intends to build a workshop on the dock. They would be accepting large amounts of oysters. In the future, when you are free, you can go gather and pry open oysters and sell it to them. You will be able to earn some money to buy needles and thread." When Zhou Linglong heard that, her eyes immediately brightened. She asked, "Is this news reliable?" Usually, people who accept seafood aren't very willing to accept oysters. They would continuously lower the price of the oysters. Due to this, the villagers don't really like to gather oysters. I hope that the price that the Zhou family's workshop will not set a very low price for the oysters. Xiaoxiao and Shitu's basket was also full from gathering other kinds of seafood. Xiaoxiao was very satisfied with today's harvest. Besides small seafood like goose barnacles, mussels, and water snails, she has also gathered a dozen sea urchins. She was ready to make a stew from the sea urchin. It would be delicious and nourishing. To her surprise, she actually managed to gather a sea cucumber today. 4 seafood treasures was a type of exotic delicacy that required abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, and fish maw. Sea cucumbers were definitely a good find. The 3 siblings walked with the Zhou sisters on the soft sandy shore. They laughed and chatted as they went in the direction of Dongshan village. They hadn't even entered the village when they saw Auntie Xuanju hurriedly rushing toward the seashore. When she saw Xiaoxiao and her siblings, she accelerated her speed more, rushing towards them. She said, "Shaolian, Xiaoxiao, something happened to your father. You have to quickly return home." "My father? What happened to him?" Yu Xiaoxiao's grip on her basket tightened. Her heart was thrown in chaos. The family was struggling through winter. In the past few days, the snow in the forest mountain had finally began to melt. Madame Zhang urged Yu Hai to hunt in the mountains. Early this morning, Yu Hai invited Hunter Zhao to hunt. Everyone said that the beginning of spring wasn't a good time to hunt. This is because when wild animals enter the breeding season, they were especially violent. Could it be, your father was bitten by a bear? His entire body is covered in blood. One of his legs was almost bitten till it was gone. You should quickly go home and have a look. Thinking of the condition Yu Hai was in, Xuanju's wife couldn't help but shiver. As soon as Shito heard that, he immediately cried out and burst into tears. He threw his basket down and ran back home. Yu Xiaoxiao and her sister tried to suppress their panic-stricken hearts as they left their basket full of seafood and rushed back home side by side. The Zhou sisters picked up the Yu siblings' baskets with their free hand. They carried the baskets as they hurriedly walked in the direction of the Yu family's house. Xuanju's wife followed along with the Yu siblings. She couldn't help but comfort the children. "Don't worry. Your third uncle and Uncle Xuanju already borrowed the donkey cart from the neighboring village. They went to the town to get a doctor. Maybe your father's injury isn't as serious as it looks." Yu Xiaoxiao suppressed the fear and sorrow in her heart. Her steps were getting bigger and bigger as she ran. In the past 6 months, Yu Hai's doting intolerance were still vivid in her mind. Although their days were bitter, her parents' love and affection gave her the courage to continue to live in this strange world. Although Yu Hai had a lot of filial piety and wasn't very good with conversations, he unconsciously became Xiaoxiao's backbone. He was also the pillar of the second branch. She really couldn't imagine how the second branch would fare in the Yu family once her father was gone. Father, you mustn't let anything happen to you. Wait for me to save you. Yu Xiaoxiao was firmly holding her only life-saving straw in her hand, the multicolored stone. Since it was capable of using its remaining magical power to bring her soul from a different world to this world and allowing her to reincarnate, then it must have a method to save her father. Master, don't worry. If your father still has one breath left, this divine stone can pull him back from the gates of hell. The little divine stone appears to detect her indecisive state of mind, so it put away its usual air of arrogance and haughtiness. It was full of self-confidence as it promised her that it'll save her father. Due to the great snow, the mountain was sealed. During the entire winter, the little divine stone didn't get a chance to soak in the spring water from the mountains. However, it sensed that the snow also contained spiritual energy. The spiritual energy within the snow was not any less than the energy in the spring water. Every day, the divine stone would make Xiaoxiao collect the snow from the bamboo leaves and melt it for it to bathe. After nurturing its spirit for half a year, it stored enough spiritual energy to save a dying person. With the little divine stone's promise, Xiaoxiao's restless heart finally calmed down. Xiaoxiao prayed to the deities for a blessing. She prayed that her father would hang on until she returned home. The road home seemed very slow and long. As a result from fiercely running, Xiaoxiao's chest felt as if it's about to burst. She opened her mouth and tried to take in big breaths of air. However, in other people's eyes, it seemed as if she was unable to breathe. Yu Shaolian sobbed, "Little sister, go slower. Something already happened to father. I don't want anything to happen to you. I will go home first to take a look, you can slowly walk." "No, no need. It's because I usually don't exercise, so I'm like this." "Don't worry. I know my body best, Yu Xiaoxiao gasped for breath. Her two legs felt like they weighed as much as lead, yet she didn't have any intention of stopping to rest. With great difficulty, she finally arrived in front of her own family's door. She used up the remainder of her strength to push open the heavy door. Their courtyard was crowded with villagers who came over to help. When they saw Yu Xiaoxiao and her siblings, they acted on their own initiative and made room for them to enter. "Father!" Yu Xiaoxiao rushed through the door of the west room. She pushed aside eldest aunt's plump body and threw herself at the side of the Kong bed. There wasn't a trace of blood on Yu Hai's pale face. His body was covered with cotton patches which were stained with blood. The cotton patches were hardening into little pieces after being stained with blood. Only a few strips of bandages remained on his right trouser leg, which exposed his badly mangled right leg. No, that can hardly be called a leg anymore. The skin on his right leg was nearly all peeled off, revealing the bloody muscle tissues and thick, white bone inside. The most severely injured part of his leg was the thigh. A piece of flesh had been torn off. Blood was ceaselessly pouring out of the artery on his thigh. If Zhao Bufan hadn't tore off a piece of cloth and tied it around his thigh, it was likely that Yu Hai would have lost his life due to excessive blood loss before he reached home. Xiaoxiao. Madame Lu was crying so hard that she was barely able to breathe. If she hadn't eaten an entire winter's worth of medicine, Madame Lu would have already fainted. She grabbed her younger daughter tightly as if she was grabbing onto her last life-saving straw. "Right, Xiaoxiao. Didn't you study medicine under Dr. Yu? Quickly save your father." Yu Xiaoxiao had never seen such a tragic and bloody scene in neither of her lifetimes. Thus, she was stunned for a moment and didn't know where to start. "Master, you must stop the bleeding first. If all his blood flowed out, even an immortal wouldn't be able to save him." When the little divine stone saw the frightened expression on its master's face, it quickly reminded her to stop the bleeding. What should I do?" Yu Xiaoxiao remembered from the surgeries in her previous life that large wounds were usually sutured to stop the bleeding. However, her father's leg was riddled with injuries. What should she do? "Put my body near the wound on his thigh to make it easier for me to use my spiritual powers." The little divine stone could only guide its owner through the process step by step. Yu Xiaoxiao took out all the medicine for external injuries from the medicine box. She used a high concentration of the mystic stone water and mixed it together with the medicine. When the mixture turned into a paste, she carefully applied it on her father's wounds. As she applied the medicine, she tried to get the multicolored stone on her wrist as close to the wounds as possible. A faint golden light emerged from the multicolored stone and slowly enveloped Yu-Hai's entire leg. Although the naked eye couldn't see any change, the ruptured veins and torn flesh were unwittingly nourished by the divine stone's spiritual power. In other words, even though his leg looked as appalling as before, his leg would heal twice as fast in the future. Yu-Hai's legs were shrouded in the golden light for half an hour, exhausting the last of the little divine stone's spiritual power. Yet it didn't forget to haggle with Yu Xiaoxiao. The next time you go to town, remember to bring me to Tongren Medicine Hall. All the spiritual power I had accumulated is gone again. I'm very tired, I need to sleep. Before it even finished talking, the last rays of golden light returned to the multicolored stone. There were no more movements from the little divine stone. Although Yu Xiaoxiao was also worried about the little divine stone, she was even more worried about her father's injury. On the Kong bed, Yu-Hai's face was still pale. His breathing was faint, and his legs were covered in wound paste. But it didn't look as frightening as before. Oh my, he has such a serious injury. Even if you manage to save his life, his right leg will probably still be crippled. Tisk tisk. Madame Li, who came to enjoy the bustling scene, fanned the flames as she shook her head and clicked her tongue. Old Yu, who had a bellyful of anger, finally found someone to vent on. He already became like this, yet you still making sarcastic remarks. Get lost. No matter how thick-skinned Madame Li was, she couldn't stand being berated by her father-in-law in public. She couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, I wasn't the one who told him to go up the mountain, so why are you yelling at me? If you want someone to blame, blame him for not being careful. Ouch. Madame Li didn't even finish speaking yet when little Shido knocked against her. Little Shitu's eyes were brimming with sadness and hatred as he firmly stared at Madame Li. His father was injured for this family. Yet eldest aunt still said those words. Father's injury wasn't worth it at all. Little Shido looked like a young wounded beast. Met with little Shitu's eyes, Madame Li, who was usually crafty and bossy, felt somewhat guilty as she retreated. Under the villagers' dissatisfied gaze, she left the west room with her tail between her legs. It seemed as if the things happening around Yu Xiaoxiao didn't concern her at all. Her entire focus was on her father's well-being. She took out a bottle of high-concentration mystic stone water from the medicine box. With Madame Lu's help, they slowly opened Yu-Hai's mouth and carefully fed it to him. Fortunately, not a drop of the mystic stone water was wasted. Yu-Hai had unconsciously swallowed the water. If he was unable to even swallow water, Xiaoxiao would have felt that everything was hopeless. With her understanding of the mystic stone water's properties, she had faith that her father would survive the injury. Auntie Xuanju looked at the medicine bottle in Xiaoxiao's hand and said nothing. Her husband had a serious illness during the winter. If Xiaoxiao didn't take out that life-saving medicine, he would have probably died. This medicine was the fruit of Dr. Yu's painstaking effort of his lifetime. It should be able to protect Dahai's life, right? Yu Xiaoxiao also gave her mother, who was refusing to leave even when she was staggering, a few mouthfuls of mystic stone water. Her mother's old illness had just gotten a little better. She couldn't allow her to fall ill again at this critical juncture. Second sister, will father die? I'm so scared. Little Shido, who wasn't even 6 years old yet, had already become aware of how fearful death was. Tears were filling up his eyes as he snuggled against the only calm member of the family, Yu Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Madame Zhang was hiding inside her room, not interacting with anyone. Old Yu walked back and forth in front of the west room. He could only sigh as he didn't have any idea as to what to do. Yu Dashan stayed in the west room, but he wasn't any help at all. Yu Katie's crying was like raindrops on a pear blossom. She didn't look dependable at all. Younger uncle and his family had left at the beginning of spring. They borrowed a donkey cart and returned to town already. In this large family, besides Yu Xiaoxiao, who was calmly applying medicine to her father's wounds, no one else had any idea what they should do. Time seemed to pass by particularly slowly in anxious times. Whether it was the Yu family or their fellow villagers, they were all awaiting the arrival of the town doctor. At last, a donkey cart dashed through the village entrance. When the driver of the donkey cart heard that the injury of the patient was very urgent, he didn't bother about his donkey well-being and rushed his donkey all the way here like it was a horse. After rushing for an hour, he was finally able to bring the town doctor here. The doctor who came was the divine physician from Tongren Medicine Hall, Dr. Sun. The moment he stepped off the donkey cart, he immediately took his medicine box and hurriedly walked through the courtyard door, asking, "Where is the wounded person? Quickly bring me to him." The fellow villagers led Dr. Sun to the west room. Originally, the lighting in the west room wasn't very bright. Now, with so many people crowding at the entrance, the room looked even darker than usual. Everyone besides the next of kin will have to leave the room to avoid disturbing the patient. Dr. Sun was very dissatisfied with how noisy it was inside the room. He was frowning as he drove the people out. When Dr. Yu saw Yu Hai's injury, he inhaled a cold breath of air. After practicing medicine for many years, it was rare to see such a serious injury. He hurriedly sat next to the Kong bed and put his right hand on Yu Hai's pulse. After taking his pulse for a while, Dr. Yu let out a deep sigh. He turned to face Madame Lu and her daughters who had their eyes fixed on him. Dr. Yu said with a serious expression, "His pulse is very weak. His arteries are hollow like onion shoots and the main cause of his condition is the loss of blood and the injury to his yin. Doctor, can the children's father be saved?" Madame Lu's current state of mind was in a mess as she anxiously inquired about her husband's condition. Dr. Sun carefully re-examined Yu Hai's injury. He wrinkled his eyebrows even more after the examination and replied, "The external medicine applied on his wounds to stop his bleeding is quite effective. If the medicine wasn't applied on time, he wouldn't have been able to wait till I arrive." However, when Madame Lu saw the heavy expression on Dr. Yu's face, she felt her heart sink and nearly fell into the abyss. "Dr. Sun, you are a famous doctor from town. Please, you must save my children's father. I beg you. It's not that I don't want to save him. The problem is whether I can save him or not. The wound on his leg is too big. In addition, all the flesh and tendons are torn apart and are peeling off. Even if I want to save him, I don't even know where to start with all the wounds he has." Many years ago, Dr. Sun had seen a patient with similar injuries. He did his best to save the patient. But in the end, the patient couldn't survive the high fever he got after his wounds got infected, and died. When Madame Lu heard what Dr. Sun had said, she couldn't breathe and fainted next to the Kong bed. The three children were crying as they helped their mother lie down on the Kong bed. Yu Xiaosao tried her best to suppress the sadness and anxiety rising inside her heart. She asked in a calm yet stubborn voice, "Dr. Sun, is there no hope in treating him?" Dr. Sun looked at Yu Hai's bloody, mangled right leg and sighed, "Right now, we have to amputate his injured leg for him to have the opportunity to even live. However, even when coupled with my medicine, he only has a 30% chance of surviving. Is it possible for him to survive without amputating his injured leg?" To Yu Hai, who was omnipotent when going up the mountain and down the sea, losing one of his legs was no different than a bird with broken wings. He would suffer his entire life if he lost one of his legs. Dr. Sun shook his head and said, "The surface of the wound is too big. With long-term exposure to the air, the chance of the wound getting infected will significantly increase. If he gets a high fever because of the infection, even the Deluo immortals might not be able to save him. These are the only two options you have, you'll have to choose one for him." Yu Xiaosao didn't have a lot of mystic stone liquid remaining in the bottle in her hands, but she still had a full jar of mystic stone water. She was confident that she could keep the wound clean and uninfected. However, she still didn't feel reassured, so she asked, "If his wounds don't get infected, does that mean he won't have to amputate his injured leg?" "Yes, but if he amputates his injured leg, he still has a 30% of survival. However, if he doesn't, then we can only wait for a miracle. I will prescribe him some medicine first. It's better to take a little medicine than do nothing at all." For over 20 years, Dr. Sun had never felt as powerless as he did today. If Hua Tuo, too, was alive today, he might be able to save Yu Hai's injured leg. But he was also hoping for a miracle as the one Yu Xiaosao experienced. Xiaosao had completely recovered from the illness she carried since she was a fetus. Dr. Sun gave old Yu the prescription. He reminded them once again, "Whether he is keeping this leg or not, you have to make a decision early. When Dr. Sun had just finished speaking, Madame Zhang immediately rushed into the main house. She pulled on old Yu's arm and shouted, "Old man, you can't amputate Dahai's injured leg. Let's first not talk about how low the 30% chance of survival is, even if he is lucky enough to survive. What's the point of living if he doesn't have one of his legs?" Old Yu immediately became unhappy after hearing that. He yelled at his wife, "What do you mean there is no point in living? As the ancient saying goes, it's better to have a bad life than a good death. It's obviously more important to save his life. You only care about your money." "What do you mean I only care about my money? I was just thinking about letting Yu Hai make the decision himself once he wakes up. I'm just worried that our kind intention will lead to hatred." Madame Zhang was so frightened that she quickly explained. This was the first time in decades that Madame Zhang had seen old Yu this angry. However, Madame Zhang was the only one who knew her real thoughts. In the past, a large part of the family income came from selling the game that Yu Hai hunted. Now that he was seriously injured and couldn't keep one of his legs, how would he go up the mountain or to the sea? He could only lie in bed like a useless person and live as a parasite. Moreover, there was a lot of children in his family. His wife was also weak. If his injured leg really got amputated, didn't that mean that Yu Hai's family would be depending on her to feed and raise them? Where would she get that much spare money to raise those good-for-nothings? The villagers in the yard were all either friends with Yu Hai and his wife, or neighbors who lived close by. When the second son of the Yu family was carried home due to a serious injury, Madame Zhang hid and claimed to be poor at the mention of paying for the medical treatment. However, no one was surprised by her actions since it was already a common occurrence for the villagers. Xuanzhu's wife couldn't help but feel somewhat sad within her heart. She had heard the elders at home talking about Madame Zhang. Madame Zhang was old Yu's second wife after his wife's death, and she was also the cousin of Yu Hai's deceased mother. At that time, when the newly widowed Madame Zhang was driven out by her cruel in-laws, it was Yu Hai's bedridden mother who had graciously taken her in. Later, when Yu Hai's mother died of illness, old Yu saw that Madame Zhang was rather sincere as she took care of Yu Hai and his older sister, so he married her as his second wife. The eldest son, Yu Dashan, was Madame Zhang's son from her previous marriage and only 2 months older than Yu Hai. The third son, Yu Bo, and the youngest daughter, Yu Katie, were Madame Zhang and old Yu's biological children. When Yu Hai's mother was still alive, Madame Zhang had acted hypocritically and treated Yu Hai and his older sister even better than her own son. Thus, when Yu Hai's mother was lying on her deathbed, she had entrusted her children to Madame Zhang. However, shortly after Yu Hai's mother passed away, Madame Zhang exposed her true colors. Under the pretext that the family was in bad circumstances, Yu Hai and his older sister were only given porridge, which was so diluted that a person's image could be reflected in it, and a small piece of bean paste pancake every day. In front of old Yu, she would pretend that everyone was eating the same food. However, she had actually kept the good things for her own children to secretly eat at night. When Yu Hai was young, he had climbed trees to get eggs, gathered wild fruits, and searched for seafood in the sea because of hunger. When he got older, he learned how to catch pheasants, wild hare, and small game in the mountains by himself. Being pure and filial, he had never selfishly enjoyed the pheasant and wild hare that he caught by himself. He always took them home and had his father prepare it for the entire family to eat. However, Madame Zhang would pick out the drumsticks and hare legs for her own children to eat. Thus, Yu Hai and his older sister could only eat the parts without much meat. When old Yu chided her, she would respond plausibly by saying, "Our third son and youngest daughter are still young, so second son should yield to his younger siblings." When Yu Hai was in his teens, he began to go fishing in the sea with old Yu. Within 2 years, he had become one of the best fishermen in the village. Every time he went to the sea, he caught much more fish than the other people. Moreover, he often caught rare and precious fish species. Hence, the wealthy families and famous restaurants in town all liked to buy the fish that he had caught. Yu Hai also frequently hunted in the mountain with Hunter Zhao. They would bring back some game every time, but most of the time, Madame Zhang was unwilling to let the family eat them. So, most of them were sold in town in exchange for money, which was securely kept in her own purse. Gradually, the Yu family moved out of their shabby ancestral home and built a 5-room tiled residence at the east side of the village, near the sea. In the past 2 years, they had also replaced their broken fishing boat with a new boat. With Yu Hai's abilities, the Yu family had leapt from a well-known poor family to a relatively well-off family in the village. Madame Zhang had complete control over the family's finances. It was impossible to even get a single penny out of her hands. Even the money used to purchase groceries for the family was meticulously calculated over and over again. Every day, they ate coarse grain pancakes, bean porridge, and pickled vegetables. At times, they would just cook the vegetables from their garden in boiled water, without even adding any oil. Except during the new year, there wouldn't be any trace of meat at home. Even the people that rarely worked in the poorest families in the village ate better food and wore warmer clothes than their family. There wasn't anyone in the village who didn't know that the old lady of the Yu family was like a mouse entering an oil can, an entrance without an exit. The eldest daughter-in-laws, Madame Li, maiden family lived close by and had decent family circumstances. Furthermore, Madame Zhang had taken almost all of the family's resources to prepare the betrothal gifts in order to get this marriage for her eldest son. From time to time, Madame Li would take her son back to her maiden home to eat a sumptuous meal. She always returned with various bags, which were all snuck into her room. However, Madame Zhang would just turn a blind eye to her behavior. As a result, both mother and son ate so much that their body turned into the shape of a ball. They were completely different from Yu Hai's wife and children, who all looked emaciated and haggard. Yu Hai had chosen Madame Lu as his wife by himself and asked his father to hire a matchmaker to arrange the marriage. At that time, the fat and ugly daughter of a general store owner had taken a fancy to Yu Hai, who was tall, handsome, and capable. They had already invited someone to tell Madame Zhang that they didn't need betrothal gifts. Moreover, they had also prepared a dowry of 30 taels. For ordinary families in the fishing village like the Yu family, their annual expense would only be about 3 to 5 taels. Although they got a decent income from fishing every day, they had to pay for the third son's, Yu Bo, schooling fees. Moreover, they had to prepare the money needed for his future examinations. They also had to prepare for their youngest daughter dowry. At that time, 30 taels was quite a large sum of money to the Yu family, so of course Madame Zhang was interested. Just when she made up her mind to agree with this marriage proposal, Yu Hai and Madame Lu's marriage had been settled. Madame Lu came from an average family and her older brothers had just recently gotten married, so they only gathered several taels as her dowry after making much effort. It was naturally far worse than the 30 taels that the general store owner had suggested. The 30 taels that she was about to receive had suddenly disappeared, so of course Madame Zhang would view Madame Lu as an eyesore. After Madame Lu married into the family, she became responsible with nearly all the chores at home. She had to cook, do the laundry, and gather fishwood and firewood. She also had to feed the chickens and pigs. Moreover, she was also responsible for taking care of the family's 2 plot of land. Even when she was pregnant, Madame Zhang didn't allow her to rest. She scolded her throughout the day, while nitpicking at everything she did. Before Madame Lu had completed her confinement period, one after the birth of her youngest son, little Shido, she had already been ordered to wash clothes in the ice-covered river. As a result, she had fallen ill and suffered the lingering effects of the chronic disease. During the winter and rainy days, she would cough incessantly. Sometimes, she coughed so much that she would have trouble breathing and her face would turn blue due to the suffocation. Furthermore, she had nearly died on several occasions. Every year, Madame Lu had to see a doctor and take medication for her illness, which was a major expense. Moreover, Yu Xiaosao was born with a weak constitution and would constantly fall ill. Each time Madame Zhang had to pay for their medical fees, it was as if someone dug up her ancestral grave. The old lady would scold them every day while saying that she was raising 2 medicine-guzzling fiends who were bottomless pits. In the past, seeing Yu Hai's ability to earn money, Madame Zhang would make complaints, but she still took out money to pay for the medical fees. Due to Madame Zhang's persistent urging today, Yu Hai had followed his close friend, Zhao Bufan, to hunt in the West Mountains. However, they had inadvertently disturbed a bear that was hibernating within a cave. In order to save Hunter Zhao, Yu Hai's leg was bitten severely by the bear, and his back was also scratched into a bloody mess. He seemed as if he was barely breathing now. However, he was considered rather lucky. Even though his blood vessels had nearly ruptured, he was able to endure until the doctor arrived from town. They had originally thought that the best physician in town would provide them with some good news. However, after examining Yu Hai's injuries, Dr. Sun of Tongren Medicine Hall only shook his head and said, "Do what can be done and leave all else to fate." After that, he reluctantly wrote a prescription for them, while saying that the medication probably won't be effective and that they were only seeking peace of mind. A dosage of medicine cost approximately 1 tael and it might not be able to save the life of the Yu family's second son. There was no way that Madame Zhang would let the money that she painstakingly saved up be wasted. With a family filled with sick and weak people, if Yu Hai couldn't wake up, they would all become burdens for the Yu family in the future. If Yu Hai survived with an amputated leg, he would also just be a burden to the family since he had lost a leg. Xuanzhu's wife had already seen through the current situation. If Madame Zhang could make the decisions, then she would definitely kick Yu Hai's entire family out of the house without hesitation. However, old Yu still had the final say within the family. Furthermore, Madame Zhang was afraid that the other villagers would gossip, so she didn't dare to brazenly mention this suggestion. How would Yu Hai's family survive under Madame Zhang's control in the future? Xuanzhu's wife couldn't help but worry for them. There was a heavy scent of blood drifting in the air. Yu Hai, who was lying on the bed, looked deathly pale and was barely breathing. Every time he went hunting in the mountains, he would be able to earn at least 400 or 500 copper coins. But now he was only covered with a worn-out cotton quilt that was faded and patched up. It was dark and cramped inside the west room, which was mostly occupied by a Kong bed. At the head of the bed, there was an old rattan case, while a table held up by numerous planks was placed on the side of the bed. And that was all. Yu Hai and his wife, who were the main laborers in the family, had to live in this crowded room with several children. Yu Hai was still alive, yet the second branch was already being treated in such a way. Hurry up and pay Dr. Sun for the medicine. Old Yu, who was dragged into the main room by Madame Zhang, suddenly shouted. The villagers in the courtyard looked at each other speechlessly. Had Madame Zhang seriously shed all pretense of cordiality and refused to pay for Yu Hai's medications? It's 5 taels. Even the doctor had said that it was probably useless to eat the medicine. Doesn't Xiaosao have Dr. Yu's medicine box? We can just use some of the medicine inside to have peace of mind. 5 taels is enough for a month's supply of brush and ink for our third son. Madame Zhang's growl sounded like a female beast guarding her child. Old Yu's voice sounded once again. Do you think I don't know how much money you have saved up? If there is even a glimmer of hope, we should do our best to make our last efforts. Otherwise, will your conscience be at ease? Aren't you afraid that Xiaosao and her siblings will resent you? Madame Zhang was unwilling to comply. It's not that I don't want to save him, but the doctor already said that taking the medicine won't help. So, why are we still wasting our money? It's better to just save the money and help second son raise his children. As the old couple argued in the main room, the neighbors in the yard looked sympathetically at the west room and shook their heads incessantly. Uncle Yu, a man with a strong build, who emitted a strong sense of vigor and appeared valiant, entered the gate of the Yu family's courtyard. He was the person that Yu Hai had saved today, Zhao Bufan. When Madame Zhang heard his voice, she immediately rushed out of her room. Although she appeared thin and petite, she was actually quite strong. She grabbed the front of Zhao Bufan's clothes and hollered at the top of her voice, "You damned hunter Zhao. If it weren't for you today, would our family's Yu Hai be lying on the bed and on the verge of death? I don't care. Our second son got injured because of you, so your Zhao family should be responsible for the medical fees. Also, if anything happens to Yu Hai, then your Zhao family will also be responsible for taking care of the widow and orphans of the second branch." At the end of the day, Madame Zhang had never cared about Yu Hai's life and death. The only thing that she was ever concerned about was money, money, and money. Don't worry, Auntie. Brother Yu Hai have saved me from this misfortune. If it hadn't been for him, I would have died long ago. I, Zhao Bufan, am an honest and dauntless man, who will never act ungrateful and treacherous. I have already killed the bear that injured brother Yu Hai and sold it in town. With a greedy expression on her face, Madame Zhang interrupted Zhao Bufan before he had finished speaking. Hunter Zhao, please come into the room to talk. Disregarding the bear's fur and gallbladder, the bear's paws and meat alone could be sold for quite a large sum in town. In a way, her family's second son had exchanged his life to get this bear, so no matter what, she wasn't going to let the Zhao family reap all the benefits. As Madame Zhang urgently hurriedly Zhao Bufan into the room, she was also inwardly calculating how much money she could get. Zhao Bufan gently shook her hands off, strode towards old Yu, and then unfolded the heavy bag within his hands in front of him. Madame Zhang was immediately dazzled by the shiny silver. She was so stunned that her droopy triangular eyes were about to pop out. A bag full of silver ingots, which were worth 10 taels each, would add up to at least 200 or 300 taels. Madame Zhang was an extremely stingy person, who was unwilling to spend too much money on clothes and food. There was a free laborer like Yu Hai to earn money throughout the day, and Madame Zhang had been meticulously saving money for over a decade. However, after deducting the daily expenses and Yu Bo's schooling fees, she had only saved up a little more than 100 taels over all those years. Yet, a single bear was sold for 200 or 300 taels. Is this the share that our second son deserved? Oh my, I didn't expect a bear to be so valuable. Madame Zhang grinned so widely that her old face had turned into a chrysanthemum. Her eyes had narrowed into a slit, while she exposed a mouth full of crooked, yellow teeth. Zhao Bufan dodged Madame Zhang's hands that were reaching for the bag of money. He handed the bag of money to old Yu and solemnly said, Uncle Yu, this 200 or 300 taels is all the money that I got from selling the bear, which is also the money that brother Yu Hai deserves. If it weren't for him, the person lying on the Kong bed would be me. Old Yu didn't take the money, sighed deeply, and said, You two are as close as real brothers. I believe that if Dahai was the one in danger today, you would also do the same and rescue him. You guys have always split the earnings from hunting equally, so it shall be the same today. Old man, our Dahai is still lying on the bed and waiting for the money to save his life. Our second son has risked his life to get this money. Moreover, if Hunter Zhao takes the money, then all the villagers will gossip so much about him. Seeing that her husband had gave out half of the money with a few words, Madame Zhang got worked up immediately. 50-50. That would be 150 taels. Most people probably wouldn't have that much money even if they saved up money for over a decade. Zhao Bufan, as if he didn't see that Madame Zhang was hopping mad beside him, shoved the bag into old Yu's arms and said, Uncle Yu, I only have one request. Brother Dahai had risked his life in exchange for this money, which was something that Andy had also mentioned earlier. Thus, I hope that at least half of the money will be used for Brother Dahai and his family. This shouldn't be a difficult request. Yes, of course, the money will be used to treat my second son's injuries. If anything happens to him, then the money will be saved for his children's marriages. Old Yu was Yu Hai's biological father, so there was still familial affection between them. Madame Zhang grabbed the money from her husband's hands and held it in her arms happily. She replied in agreement, Hunter Zhao, you don't have to worry. Yu Hai is our old Yu's biological son, so how can we treat him badly? See, we have already invited the best doctor in town. A single dose of medication prescribed by him costs more than 1 tael. I'll go pay for the medicine first. You guys continue talking. With 300 taels in hand, Madame Zhang no longer hesitated to pay 5 taels for the medical examination and medication. She swiftly settled the bill, and then asked Yu Zhang to send the doctor back to town on his donkey cart. Everyone should go home. Dahai needs to rest quietly to recuperate. When he wakes up, I'll let everyone know. It was inconvenient with so many people in the yard. She must prevent the 300 taels from falling into the eyes of the greedy. Once money reached Madame Zhang's hands, it was like throwing a meat bun at a dog, it would never return. In the west room, Madame Lu had already woken up and silently weeping as she stood beside her husband. Shaolian and little Shito, who were accompanying their mother, had also cried until their eyes were red and swollen. Thus, Xiaoxiao would check on Yu Hai's condition from time to time, while she decocted the medicine on a small mud furnace outside the room. The sun had set in the west. The Yu family had missed both the morning and evening meals. Except for the second branch, who had no appetite, everyone else was already starving. With Yu Hai's 300 taels, Madame Zhang naturally didn't have the face to order the second branch around for the time being. So, she shouted at the east room, "Li Guiwa, you lazy woman. Do you know what time it is right now? Quickly go cook dinner. Do you want to starve us to death?" Madame Li and her son had secretly eaten some snacks inside their room. When she heard the noise, she reluctantly came out of the room and slowly lit the fire to cook. Yu Katie glanced at the west room with her reddened eyes, and then quietly entered the kitchen to help cook dinner. This was a sleepless night for the entire second branch in the west room. They all stayed beside Yu Hai for fear that the pillar of their family would suddenly collapse. At the break of dawn, Yu Hai, whose breathing had originally stabilized, suddenly had a high fever. His pale and bloodless complexion had turned as red as a soldering iron, while his breathing became short and rapid. Madame Lu's, who hadn't slept the entire night, face was without a trace of blood. There were also dark, heavy bags under her eyes. Her originally thin and weak body appeared even more fragile. Madame Lu couldn't stop her tears from falling down as she looked at her husband's flushed face. The words that Dr. Sun had said yesterday still lingered beside her ears. If he gets an infection or fever, then it will be difficult to save his life. It's so hot. Father has a fever. I'll go ask grandfather to call for a doctor. Shaolian wiped the tears on her cheeks and knocked on the door of the main room. Shortly afterwards, Yu Dashan was woken up and told to go fetch the doctor from town. Yu Xiaosao, who didn't dare to close her eyes throughout the night, felt lightheaded as she brewed the second dose of medication for her father. She added 2 more drops of the mystic stone water inside, while she anxiously called for the little divine stone within her heart. Glutinous dumpling, are you here? How many times have I told you? Stop calling me, this divine stone, glutinous dumpling. It's such an insult to my status as a celestial stone. Little divine stone responded lazily. Didn't you say that my father will be fine after you're being treated by you? Why did he suddenly have a fever again? Yu Xiaosao asked uneasily. It's normal to have a fever. He consumed too much of the mystic stone water. I have already told you that if a healthy person takes in a high concentration of the mystic stone water, then they will at most be more energetic and vigorous. But for someone like your father, who have suffered a serious injury, it will be difficult to endure the high concentration of energy within the mystic stone water at the moment. Hence, he has a fever now. The little divine stone answered nonchalantly, but it was inwardly thinking about whether it would get any benefits from it saved its master's father. This time, if the shackles locking its powers could loosen up a little, then it might be able to. Then will anything happen to my father now? With Yu Xiaosao's knowledge, she still understood the meaning of, too much is as bad as too little. There would be side effects from taking too much medication, so would there also be negative consequences from consuming too much mystic stone water? Little divine stone's train of thoughts were interrupted, so it impatiently replied, what can happen? At most, he will just sleep for a few more days. This divine stone, can guarantee with my character that he will be fine, so what are you still worried about? Stop being so anxious about groundless matters. I need to rest for a certain period of time, so don't bother me. With the little divine stone's guarantee, Yu Xiaosao's unsettled heart had finally calmed down. She stared at the medicine that was decocting, at a loss. There's also mystic stone water within this pot of medicine. Should I still feed this medicine to father? Since the little celestial stone had already promised that there was no side effects and he would just sleep for several more days, then, there wasn't any harm in sleeping for a few more days, right? Don't people say that sleeping more would help the recovery of wounds? By the time Dr. Sun arrived again, Yu Hai's fever was already gone. However, there were still no signs of him waking up. Dr. Sun carefully examined his condition and checked his wound again, but he was still not optimistic. If the patient doesn't wake up within 2 days, I'm afraid that the chances of him waking up in the future will be very slim. Even if he wakes up, I don't think we can keep his leg. However, it's a good sign that his fever has gone down. He will still need to continue to take the medicine. If anything comes up, you can find me in town. Several days has already passed after that, but there still wasn't any signs of Yu Hai waking up. Most of the family no longer held any hopes, except for Yu Xiaosao. She was the only one who knew that the condition of her injured father, who had been declared dead by the doctor, wouldn't worsen anymore. Furthermore, he had also been fed mystic stone water every day, so he could still survive even if he didn't eat or drink anything. Yu Xiaoxiao firmly believed that as long as he drank a few more bowls of mystic stone water, her father's injury would gradually be healed sooner or later. It had been 3 days since the little celestial stone used up all its powers to treat her father's injury, but it had only recovered its spiritual form. Look, that little golden ball of light was happily frolicking in the spring water and patted its chest in assurance, "Don't worry. If you hadn't fed him so much of the mystic stone water, he would have woken up long ago." When the little divine stone heard from Xiaoxiao that the doctor told them that her father's leg needed to be severed, it replied in disdain, "Don't listen to that quack. This divine stone will be merciful and use a little more of my spiritual power. In a month, your father will definitely be able to walk with that leg of his. But, he did hurt the tendons and bones in his legs, so he might walk with a limp in the future. Even if he walked with a limp, it was fine as long as he was all right." Over the past few days, Yu Xiaoxiao had come to a clear understanding that her father was the main pillar of their second branch. If he collapsed, then the entire second branch would also fall apart. Madame Zhang, who had been silent for a couple days, also didn't have any hopes for Yu Hai's recovery. She began to shout again, "What time is it? No one is feeding the pigs, nor is there anyone gathering firewood. Are we still going to get on with life? If you're not going to work, then get the hell out. Our family doesn't accept any slackers." Madame Lu, who always remained in a state of anxiety these days, would hastily get up from the Kong bed whenever she heard Madame Zhang's screams. The continuous days of worry and hard work had caused Madame Lu's complexion to be even more pallid than Yu Hai, who was lying on the bed. Seeing this, Yu Xiaoxiao hastily said, "Shaolian and I can take care of the household chores. Mother, you should lie down and rest some more. Don't worry, it's already the best news that father's condition hasn't worsened. Father wouldn't bear to part with such a virtuous wife and such intelligent children like us. My father is an upright and fearless man, so he will definitely be able to get through this obstacle. Mother, you should have confidence in father. Little girl, who praised themselves like you?" Madame Lu's anxious heart had somewhat settled as she pretended to glare at the little lass. Although there were endless work and scolding in this family, her husband was genuinely good to her. As long as her husband could safely survive this misfortune, she wouldn't complain even if she encountered any hardships. Madame Lu bowed her head and silently looked at Yu Hai. After so many years, it was her first time looking at him so carefully. For the 5 days that he had been unconscious, he looked really serene, as if he had fallen asleep. It was as if he would suddenly open his eyes at the next moment, smile at her foolishly, and then call out her maiden name, Muyun. Hopefully, as Xiaoxiao had said, he could survive this hurdle. In the eyes of outsiders, ever since Yu Hai got injured, there seemed to be a lot of ups and downs with his situation. Over the past few days, he had been suffering from a low fever. At times, his fever would be so high that the heat would scald the hand. Except for the people of the second branch, the rest of the Yu family all felt that he wouldn't be able to survive this hurdle. However, on the 6th day, Yu Hai finally woke up from his coma. Within the Yu family, old Yu and the second branch were probably the only ones who were genuinely happy for him. Yu Katie, who had a soft temperament and never interfered with other people's affairs, might had also been sincerely happy for him. "Grandfather, my father hasn't eaten anything in 5 days. I'll go make a bowl of noodles for him." Although her father had survived on the mystic stone water these past few days, eating food was naturally more beneficial for the recovery of his wound. Old Yu nodded and said, "All right, cook 2 fried eggs for your father, too. It's good that he's awake. Our ancestors have blessed and protected him. I'll have Dashan to go to town tomorrow morning and ask Dr. Sun to come check if Dahai is out of danger now." Madame Zhang glared at him and wanted to say something, but she held back her words with the thought, "For the sake of the 300 taels, I'll tolerate it." "Okay, thank you, grandfather," Yu Xiaoxiao loudly replied with a smile on her face. The crude grain pancake and bean paste soup that they ate for breakfast seriously wasn't something that humans should eat. Since her grandfather had agreed, she mixed the wheat flour with 2 handfuls of bean flour and made a little more noodles so that her family could also eat something special. "Mother, I want to eat a fried egg too. The fat son of the first branch, who was so obese that his eyes were nearly squished together, shouted as he threw the pancake in hands. Madam Li was so angry that she slapped him. Eat, eat, eat. Aren't you afraid of dying from overeating? Yu Xiaoxiao held the pancake that she received in her arms and swiftly finished the disgusting bean paste soup with her nose pinched. After that, she pulled Xiaolian into the kitchen. Little Shido copied her and quickly finished his bowl of bean paste soup, which had a burnt taste, and then exclaimed, "I'll go help heat the pot." After Yu Xiaoxiao looked through the kitchen, she realized that there was hardly any food except for a few dried-up radishes, half a bag of bean flour, and a large bag of sweet potato flour. She briefly thought about it, and then asked Xiaolian, "Do we still have any dried vegetables at home?" Xiaolian pondered briefly and asked, "We have some sun-dried sweet potato leaves and radish leaves, will they do?" "Let's use the sweet potato leaves then." Yu Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders, as if she didn't expect much from the ingredients. "Xiaolian, let's make the noodles with a mixture of wheat flour and bean flour. Second sister makes the tastiest foods. But our family is usually reluctant about using wheat flour. If we use too much, grandmother will scold us again." Little Shido was extremely confident in his second sister's culinary skills. He had also accepted Xiaoxiao's story about taking a tour in hell, and promised to keep it a secret for her. While his second sister was loitering in the underworld, she had unexpectedly won the favor of the god of fortune and was taught the skills of cooking and money-making. Was this considered a blessing in disguise? Yu Xiaoxiao was very skilled in making bean noodles. In her previous life, she and her siblings had experienced a long period of hardship after her parents passed away in a car accident. Thus, she had already developed the ability to make delicious meals with simple ingredients. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled as she pinched little Shitu's nose and said, "Rest assured. It doesn't need a lot of wheat flour. Moreover, we'll be able to get a little benefit from this." As she spoke, she soaked the dried sweet potato leaves in the water in order to soften them before putting them in the pot of noodles. Afterwards, she skillfully took out less than half a ladle of bean flour, and then she took out a large bowl of wheat flour from the basket hanging on the beam. There wasn't much wheat flour within the basket, so nearly half of it was gone after she took out this bowl of flour. Xiaolian's eyes widened and exclaimed in alarm, "How can we use so much flour for a bowl of noodles? If grandmother sees this, she'll start scolding us again. Just let her. No matter how well we do, she will always find ways to pick on us. If she wants to scold us, then just let her. We can just pretend to not hear her." Xiaoxiao poured some mystic stone water into the basin and mixed it with the bean flour and wheat flour. Yu Xiaolian looked at her younger sister skillfully kneading and rolling the dough. Her culinary skills were even better than their mother. After a while, Xiaoxiao had already rolled the dough into a large flattened circle, sprinkled some bean flour on it to prevent it from sticking together, and said without even lifting her head, "The noodles can't be too thin. If the noodles are too thin, then they will easily jumble together and turn into paste." She cut the dough into even strands of noodles. The bean noodles shouldn't be cut into strands that were too wide, but it should be a thickness that was suitable for eating. It would be better to cook the noodles until they had a soft and chewy texture. The only thing that didn't really matter was the length of the noodles. "Second sister, it looks really delicious." Little Shido excitedly looked at the noodles, which were all nearly the same thickness and had a pale yellow color. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked at each strand of bean noodles. Yu Xiaoxiao pinched the little fellow's cheeks, leaving white wheat flour stains on his face. She smiled lightly and bowed her head to cut the scallion and dried vegetables that had been soaked. She glanced at the basket, which held the wheat flour, and found a fat piece of bacon inside. Thus, she took it down on her own initiative and rubbed it on the hot iron pan. A layer of oil immediately formed in the pan. Xiaoxiao put the cured meat, which appeared unchanged, back in the basket and asked Xiaolian to hang it back on the beam. After that, she quickly stir-fried the chopped scallions and dried vegetables, and then added some salt in it. When the chopped scallions were cooked in lard, it exuded an alluring fragrance. Little Shido inhaled a deep breath of the aroma and smacked his lips. "It smells so good that I'm about to drool." Since the dumplings that they had eaten during the New Year, the Yu family's meals had only consisted of coarse grain. Not only were the meals unfulfilling, but there also wasn't even a trace of oil in them. For little Shido, who had secretly improved his meals from time to time before the new year, he was already very happy to be able to eat some noodles made from a mixture of bean flour and wheat flour. Madame Zhang, who was basking in the sun in the yard after breakfast, smelled the scent of lard and rushed into the kitchen. She swiftly took down the basket, carefully inspected the palm-sized bacon, and glanced in the pot. When she didn't find anything wrong, she purposely shouted, "Do you need to make so much noodles for a bowl of noodles? You bunch of spendthrifts are going to deplete all our family's resources." Xiao Xiao pointed at the bean noodles on the chopping board and said, "It's my first time making noodles, so I didn't get a good grasp of the quantity. But I made the noodles with half bean flour and half wheat flour. So, I didn't use a lot of the wheat flour." Madame Zhang picked up the small bag of flour and saw that there was still some wheat flour inside. Moreover, the noodles were yellow and smelled like beans, so she grumbled as she put the basket back and left. When the water in the pot boiled, Yu Xiaoxiao scattered the noodles into the pot and cracked 2 eggs inside. She covered the pot with the lid and simmered it on low heat for a while. It was ready to be served when the noodles became soft and sticky. Yu Xiaolian and little Shido looked at each other. Little Shido couldn't bear to look at the soggy noodles and asked in a low voice, "Is it slightly overcooked?" Xiao Xiao filled a bowl for the little guy, and then suggested with a smile, "Try it." "How's your sister's cooking?" Little Shido blew on the noodles and took in a mouthful. His dark eyes instantly lit up as he chewed it in his mouth. In spite of the heat, he swiftly ate another mouthful. While he ate, he also mumbled words of praise, "Delicious. It's really delicious. It's even tastier than the plain wheat noodles that I have eaten in the past." Xiao Xiao picked up another radish with good moisture level and cut it into thin strips to make a cold dish. Bean noodles didn't need to be served with rich side dishes. Cold shredded radish, 2, or spicy cold cabbage, 3, were the best compliments. Xiao Xiao added another spoonful of bean noodles to little Shitu's bowl, and then filled a bowl for herself and Xiaolian. They swiftly began devouring the noodles in the kitchen. The bean noodles and side dish were made with simple and incomplete ingredients. However, with Xiao Xiao's cooking skills and the enhancement of the mystic stone water, the 3 kids ate until they nearly swallowed their own tongues. When Madame Li smelled the aroma and came over with her son, the siblings had already eaten most of the bean noodles, leaving only a large bowl for their father. They had even finished washing the bowls already. "You two damned brats, you must be secretly eating in the kitchen. Is there any more? Take it out and give your brother Haitzi a bowl." Madame Li opened the pot and stared at the bowl of bean noodles with a covetous gaze. "No, there's a limited amount of flour at home. Grandfather told us to make a bowl for our father, so we won't dare to make more. Won't grandmother skin us if we did? Look, there's only one bowl." Shido was already salivating, but he still didn't dare to take a bite. Yu Xiaoxiao had an expression that said, "If you don't believe me, then see for yourself." Madame Li didn't believe her and looked everywhere in the kitchen. When she didn't find anything, she stared at the only bowl of bean noodles. "Your father just woke up after a serious injury. He won't have any appetite to eat so much. Divide it in half and give it to her brother Haitzi." As she spoke, she was about to pick up the bowl to divide the noodles. Yu Xiaoxiao quickly picked up the noodles and ran towards the entrance of the kitchen, while shouting, "My father hasn't eaten anything for 5 days. Eating more can help him recover faster. Grandfather, grandfather. Brother Haitzi wants to steal the noodles that we made for our father." Seeing that Haitzi wanted to grab the bowl in her hands, Yu Xiaoxiao ran and screamed towards the yard. Haitzi wasn't afraid of anyone, but he feared grandfather's glare the most. He was so afraid that he hastily withdrew his hands and allowed Xiaoxiao to slip away under his nose. Old Yu usually mended the fishing nets in the courtyard at this time. Yu Xiaoxiao, who ran out of the kitchen, knew that Madame Li and son didn't dare to brazenly take the noodles from her in the yard. She glanced back at him proudly, and then went back to her room with the bowl of noodles. Inside the room, Madame Lu was feeding Xiaoxiao's father water with a spoon. Yu Hai's face was flushed, and he clearly still had a high fever. He moved closer to Madame Lu's hand and slowly drank the mystic stone water. Madame Lu carefully wiped off the water that had seeped from the corner of his mouth. Her thin and pale face was full of tenderness. The two of them sat face to face silently and glanced at one another from time to time, as if they were the only ones left in the world. For a moment, Xiao Cao felt that interrupting them was an unforgivable sin. Madame Lu was the first one to notice her arrival. Her eyes were filled with shock when she saw the bowl of noodles in Xiao Cao's hands. In the past, if anyone in their second branch missed a meal, they would have had to starve until the next meal. There had never been a time in which they were allowed to cook again. This big bowl of oily and savory noodles obviously wasn't something they ate for breakfast. Xiaolian saw the doubt within her mother's eyes and laughed. Grandfather heard that father was awake, so he allowed us to make this. Xiao Cao had deliberately made more. Mother can also eat some. Although some bean flour was added into the bean noodles, it was still mostly made of wheat flour. Moreover, it also had a rare trace of oil in it. So, of course, Madame Lu was reluctant to eat it and wanted to give some to her children to eat. Xiao Cao and her siblings dodged her happily. We already ate in the kitchen. You can touch younger brother's tummy. It's as round as a bloated frog. Mother, you eat it. Madame Lu clearly didn't believe them. She was very familiar with her mother-in-law's stingy character. Her mother-in-law knew exactly how much of each ingredient was in the kitchen. It was all right for the coarse grain, but without her permission, they were strictly forbidden to use things such as wheat flour, rice, and eggs. Xiaolian and little Shido also patted their bellies to ensure her that they had really eaten. So Madame Lu slowly fed the noodles to her husband. Yu Hai's heart ached for his wife and refused to eat alone. He insisted that he would only eat after Madame Lu took a bite. In this way, the couple shared the bowl of noodles, taking a bite one after another. Under Yu Hai's insistence, the family of 5 enjoyed the 2 fried eggs that were found at the bottom of the bowl together. The small fried eggs were incomparably precious within Yu Xiaocao's heart because they contained strong familial affection and love. Father, mother, I think that we should take this opportunity to leave this family and live by ourselves. Yu Xiaocao had already reached the breaking point of her endurance for Madame Zhong's stingy and harsh character. In the past, when her father was still able to hunt and fish, Madame Zhong definitely wouldn't allow them to leave. But it might not be the same now. Splitting from the family. Your grandparents are still alive, so they won't agree to dividing the family. Madame Lu felt somewhat sad within her heart. They were still uncertain about whether her husband could keep his leg. Moreover, the condition of her health made it impossible for her to do heavy labor and their children were still too young. What would they rely on to feed the family if they separated from this family? Yu Xiaocao didn't agree with her. With the little divine stone as her special weapon, the injury on her father's leg would eventually recover. Although there was the possibility of him being crippled, he would still be able to do ordinary handcrafts. After being nourished for months with the mystic stone water and herbal medicine, her mother's health had almost completely recuperated. As long as they could separate from this family, with her expert skills in braised foods, they would definitely live in better conditions than right now. Grandmother and eldest aunt must be eagerly looking forward to us leaving this family. In their eyes, our second branch is just a major burden. As for grandfather, we will definitely have a chance to convince him. That's right, she had been waiting for an opportunity, a perfect opportunity to suggest splitting up the family. While Yu Xiaocao and her family were discussing the matter of dividing from the family, Madame Li was also speaking ill of the second branch in the main room. Mother, since second brother-in-law got injured, there isn't a single able-bodied worker in the second branch. Furthermore, second sister-in-law and Xiaocao are both medicine-guzzling fiends. Think about it, we have already spent dozens of taels in the past several days. Although second brother-in-law has woken up, Dr. Sun have also said that one of his legs was going to be useless even if he woke up. Second brother-in-law's family is filled with sick and weak people who are all relying on us to support them. Mother, our family's situation just got a little better off. We can't let them drag us down. Madame Zhong received an extra 300 taels as income, but when she saw the money in her hands gradually decreasing every day, it was as if someone was cutting her heart over and over again. When she heard her eldest daughter-in-law's words, she angrily pounded on the Kong bed several times and said, "What are we supposed to do then? Do you think we can just kick them out? Even if we disregard the fact that your father would definitely disagree, the villagers, gossip and criticism alone would be enough to drown us." But we can't just waste all our money on them without anything in return. Madame Li viciously wrung the rough cloth handkerchief within her chubby hands, feeling frustrated. Madame Zhang glanced at her and said, "What ideas do you have? Let me hear it." All the meat on Madame Li's face squished together as she smiled and said, "My maiden family knows a trafficking matron, one who does business with the wealthy families in town. She even has business with some of the rich people in the prefectural city. I heard that a wealthy merchant in town, the Zhou family, wants to buy a batch of young girls. That trafficking matron has offered the high price of 8 taels for the trade." Madame Zhang lifted her brows. "You mean, we should sell their eldest daughter?" She pointed towards the direction of the second branch's room. "Who would want that unhealthy wretch, Xiaosao? Xiaolian is competent and well-groomed, so we can definitely sell her for a good price." Madame Li replied with a crafty smile and narrowed her beady eyes, which had nearly disappeared into the wrinkles of fat in her face. If they sold one of the useless brats, not only would they earn a few extra taels, but there would also be one less person to feed. Moreover, Xiaolian had a stubborn personality and was also the most disobedient. Without her, it would be even easier to control the second branch. Madame Zhang became interested in the idea. In the early morning of the next day, Yu Xiaosao carried a bundle of firewood and followed behind Xiaolian. Her heart ached for the weak and small figure in front of her, who was nearly covered up by the mountain of firewood on her back. Thus, she would reach out her hand to help support the firewood on Xiaolian's back from time to time. Little Shito, who was also carrying a bundle of firewood, followed behind them. Originally, Xiaolian had planned to gather firewood by herself, but Xiaosao and little Shito both expressed that they wanted to share bliss and misfortune together. Thus, they went out to collect firewood together. It was currently the end of winter and the beginning of spring, so dried firewood could be readily found on the West Mountains at this time. Hence, the siblings had obtained a fruitful result this morning. Yu Xiaolian, who had known how to take care of her younger siblings from an early age, took on the task of carrying most of the firewood. She only allowed her frail younger sister and younger brother to carry some firewood as a token of helping out. In her previous life, Yu Xiaosao had always taken care of her younger siblings, so she felt somewhat weird being taken care of now. She had repeatedly expressed that her health was fine and that she could carry more, but Xiaolian rejected her every time she made the suggestion. "Eldest sister, second sister, there's a guest at home." As soon as little Shito looked up, he saw Madame Li eagerly invite a colorfully dressed middle-aged woman into the courtyard. Thus, he curiously ran over. Yu Xiaosao and Xiaolian looked at one another and saw the doubt within each other's eyes. The woman was dressed in a satin jacket and had a golden hairpin on her head. However, normal villagers wouldn't be able to afford these items. The Yu family also didn't have any relatives like this. So, who exactly was this person? Based on how eldest aunt fawns on her, could it be that she's here for brother Haitzi? Haitzi, whose real name was Yu Zhe, was already 13 years old. In ancient times, he should be approaching a marriageable age. Yu Xiaosao couldn't think of any other reasons for the snobby Madame Li to treat that woman as if she were her own mother. "Xiaolian, I'll go take a look." After father got injured, Yu Xiaosao had been worried and took care of him for 5 days straight without going out. It was seldom that they would have a guest, so this incident sparked her inner curiosity. She jogged into the yard with the firewood on her back while Madame Zhang and Madame Li were happily welcoming the woman into the main house. Hearing the movement, the woman stopped in her tracks and turned to look at her from head to toe. Her critical gaze, as if she was examining a piece of good that she had just received, made Yu Xiaosao feel extremely uncomfortable. Is she the one? She has a decent appearance, fair and clean. Just a little too thin. Trafficker Zhuang twitched her mouth in a picky manner. The Zhou family in town had just released a batch of maidservants, who had reached marriageable age. Thus, they needed to buy 20 to 30 young girls. For the past several days, Trafficker Zhuang had been extremely busy due to this matter. The Zhou family was a major client of hers, so she couldn't mess up this deal. Yesterday evening, someone came to inform her that there was a competent and honest young girl for sale at Dongshan village. So, she hired a carriage early in the morning and rushed over. She hadn't expected that the little girl would be so thin and small that she didn't even look the age of 8 or 9. Madame Li evasively moved away after she made contact with Yu Xiaoxiao's cautious gaze. She vaguely replied, "It's not her, but her older sister. She's very competent and can do most of the work at home. Her father suffered a serious injury and her mother is weak and sickly, so the family is in need of money. If not, we wouldn't have been willing to do this." Trafficker Zhuang looked around the 5-room residence, which was bright and spacious, and the fence in the yard, which was made of sun-dried mud bricks. She smirked inwardly as she thought, looking at this house, this family doesn't seem like they're so short of money for them to sell their children. But, she's only here to do business, so it was none of her concern. She never interfered with the dirty matters in other people's homes. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't an ignorant child. She could feel that something was wrong based on Trafficker Zhuang's examining gaze and Madame Li's guilty expression. Thus, she asked with alert, "What are you going to do with Xiaolian?" "Go, go, go. What is a child doing here when the adults are talking? Go somewhere else to play." Madame Zhang impatiently waved her hand, as if she were shooing away a little chick. After that, she turned to smile at Trafficker Zhuang and said, "Let's talk inside, in the room. How is it none of our business? If you guys are trying to scheme against our second branch, then of course it has something to do with me." Yu Xiaoxiao shouted as her suspicions increased. "Who talks to their elders like you? Is this how your mother teaches you? For the past 8 or 9 years, we've been raising you, feeding you, and even providing medication for you. Yet you grew up to be an unfilial child who dares to rudely contradict your own grandmother. We should have just let you die from your illness at that time." Seeing the impatient expression on Trafficker Zhuang's face, Madame Zhang grinded her teeth and screamed loudly. Madame Lu heard the screaming from the kitchen and swiftly walked out. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiao behind herself and apologized repeatedly, "Mother, she's still a young child who doesn't know anything. Please don't take a child's actions to heart." Madame Zhang continued to shout arrogantly, "You're the only one who thinks that this useless wretch is a treasure. You damned brat, go kneel in your room and reflect on yourself. You're not allowed to eat breakfast today." Yu Xiaolian came in with the heavy firewood on her back. When she heard Madame Zhang's words, she quickly threw the firewood down and rushed to her younger sister. She stood in front of Xiaoxiao and said, "My younger sister was seriously ill right before the new year. If she falls sick again, won't you have to spend money for the medicine? Grandmother, I'm willing to receive the punishment in place of my sister." Trafficker Zhuang had experienced and encountered numerous situations before, so she immediately knew that the child's grandmother and eldest aunt were planning on secretly selling the child without the parents' knowledge. Trafficker Zhuang had always had a good reputation in Tanggu town. Otherwise, she wouldn't have so many customers of high social status. Thus, she naturally wouldn't ruin her own reputation just for a young girl. Trafficker Zhuang smiled at Xiaolian and praised her, "Well, you're quite faithful and righteous. Although you're somewhat tanned and thin, you will look decent in 2 years after growing up a little." When noble families buy maid servants, a good character is the one important quality that they look for. These 2 girls, one is clever and sensible, while the other is honest and trustworthy. Moreover, they look exactly the same. "Old lady of the Yu family, if you sell both your granddaughters to me, I'll give you double the price." Earlier, Madame Zhang had already heard Trafficker Zhuang say that an 8 or 9-year-old girl would be worth 5 taels at most. If the price was doubled for 2 girls, then it would be 20 taels. Not only would she earn back the money that was spent for the second branch's medical fees recently, but there was also some surplus. If she added that to the money Hunter Zhao got from selling the bear, Madame Zhang suddenly got so happy that she smiled until her eyes disappeared. Madame Lu almost fainted when she heard that her mother-in-law and eldest sister-in-law wanted to sell her daughters. Were their family so poor that they needed to sell their own children? "Mother, Cowers Heath is already good enough to help out in the family. Leonor feeds the pigs, raises the chickens, and takes care of the garden. So, she's already one of the main laborers in the family. Please don't sell our children. Please, I'm begging." Madame Lu had a weak temperament, so despite being harshly bullied, she had never dared to rebut her mother-in-law in the past. However, since this concerned the future of her 2 daughters, she couldn't help but cry while begging piteously. Madame Zhang frowned and had an impatient expression on her face. "Think about it yourself. For second son's injury, we have already spent dozens of taels over the past few days. The weather isn't very good at the beginning of spring, so your father and eldest brother can't catch any fish. Thus, the family doesn't have any income right now. If we don't sell your daughters, did you want us to sell your eldest sister-in-law's son? Do you still want to treat your husband's injury? Madam Lee also insidiously agreed. That's right, that's right. Dr. Sun said that even if your husband woke up, his leg will still be crippled. Don't we need money in order to support that good-for-nothing? There's also you, who falls sick every now and then. Don't we need money for your medical fees? Third brother-in-law needs to take the district examination next year and youngest sister-in-law needs to get married. Which of these matters doesn't need money? If you people use up all our family's money, how are the rest of us supposed to live? Can we still survive? Besides, Madam Lee cleared her throat and continued, the Zhou family is one of the wealthiest families in town. Junshou Restaurant had even opened another store in the capital. The handmaids in their household eats and dresses even more elegantly than the young misses of most families. They not only receive a monthly wage of 1 tael, but the masters of the family will also give them rewards. If Shaolian and Xiaosao went, then they will be living a life of ease and comfort. Shaolian nervously supported her mother and furiously said, if it's so good, why don't you go? Hey auntie, doesn't the Zhou family also need to buy senior servants? Eldest aunt, you can also enjoy an easy and comfortable life. Madam Lee's expression instantly changed and scolded, damned brat, what are you saying? Yu Xiaosao coldly snorted and said, eldest aunt, Shaolian is right. Since you think that being a servant in the Zhou household is a blessing, why don't you go? After being sold into a noble household, you'll no longer be a free person. Whether you get beaten, killed, or sold again, it all depends on your master's moods. Eldest aunt only sees the bright side of being a handmaid, but within the red lacquered doors of wealthy households, are there any without a few dead maid servants? Eldest aunt is just trying to kill us. It was unknown whether she was angered or frightened, but Madame Lu trembled slightly when she heard this. However, her tone was usually firm when she spoke, even if I'm living in poor and harsh conditions, I still wouldn't sell my own daughters. Mother, this matter is not negotiable. Madame Zhang was immediately enraged when she heard this. Furthermore, it was about time when the old man came back from fishing. So, she had to send the girls away before he came back. Thus, she didn't allow any disagreements and said, it's not up to you whether they get sold or not. I'm not dead yet, so I still have the final say in this family. Trafficker Zhuang, you can take these 2 girls for 20 taels. Madame Zhang's daughter, Yu Katie, was already 16. She couldn't bear to see her 2 cute nieces being sold off, so she couldn't help but speak for them. Mother, our family hasn't reached the point of selling children. If the villagers find out, how are we supposed to raise our heads in the future? Madame Zhang pushed her gently and sullenly said, go back and sow your dowry. This has nothing to do with you. Yu Xiaosao saw her younger uncle, who seldom came home, holding a book and standing at the entrance with a frown, so she hastily said, grandmother, you need to think about younger uncle's future. He needs to take the county examination next year. If his classmates find out that he sold his 2 nieces in order to obtain this chance, how is he supposed to continue attending the academy? Originally, her younger uncle, Yu Bo, had disapproved of Madame Zhang's decision because, no matter what, his 2 nieces were also descendants of the Yu family. If this got spread out, there was no way he could continue living with such shame. Thus, he decided to speak up to persuade Madame Zhang to give up on his idea. Madame Zhang had placed all her hopes on her youngest son. Her greatest wish was for him to pass the imperial examinations to become a government official, earning a noble title for her. However, when she heard that this could potentially affect her son's future, she couldn't help but hesitate. Yu Xiaosao continued, grandmother, aren't you just afraid that our family will become a burden for you guys in the future? Let's just divide the family then. No matter what happens to our family in the future, even if our whole family starves to death, we won't take a single penny from any of you. Madame Zhang and Madame Li looked at each other with eyes that were twinkling with delight. Madame Zhang put on a stern expression and asked, splitting the family. You're just a little girl making empty promises. Can you even make the decision? She can't make the decision, but I can. The door of the west room slammed open. With an ashen complexion and bloodshot eyes, Yu Hai stood at the entrance. However, he couldn't support himself with just one leg and fell heavily by the doorsill. "Father!" Yu Shaolian and little Shito shouted in unison. They hurriedly rushed towards Yu Hai and tried to help him up, with a person on each side. "Husband, be careful. Nothing is as important as your body." Madame Lu's lips trembled as tears filled up her eyes. During the time when Yu Hai was unconscious, her heart always felt anxious, as if the sky might collapse at any time. As long as her husband was alive, even if he was disabled and they lived in harsher conditions, she would still willingly endure it. With Shaolian's help, Yu Hai stood up after such difficulty and sat on the tall wooden stool that little Shito brought over. His gaze turned gentle as he looked at Madame Lu. After they got married, his wife had never had a peaceful day. Not only did she work hard every day, but she also suffered mental torture. Her originally fit figure became so thin that she was left with nothing but bones. He had always felt deeply apologetic towards Madame Lu. In the past, for the sake of peace at home, he had always believed that it was also a blessing to be taken advantage of and that everything would be fine if he just took a step back. However, his stepmother, Madame Zhang, and eldest sister-in-law, Madame Li, became increasingly abusive because of his tolerance. Every year, he had earned over 10 taels from hunting alone. Moreover, without him, it was impossible for their fishing boat to catch so many fish every day. He painstakingly worked for this family, yet his wife and children never had enough to eat nor warm clothes to wear. Furthermore, they also had to suffer from verbal and physical abuse. While he was in a coma these past few days, he wasn't completely unconscious. He had heard clearly and remembered everything that happened at home. Before he was injured, Madame Zhang had sent his 10-year-old son to work as an apprentice at a carpentry shop under the pretext that they couldn't support so many people in the family. He hadn't expected that his stepmother and the first branch would scheme against his two cute and sensible daughters when he was still alive. Even if he had to risk his life, he would never allow his own children to be sold. Xiao Cao was correct. There was no place for them in this family. If they continued to stay here, his family would be broken apart sooner or later. Split from the family, no matter how harsh their living conditions were, their whole family still had to stay together. "Second son, you're the one who mentioned splitting from the family. We never forced you." Madame Zhang suppressed the elation within her heart and immediately exclaimed, afraid that Yu Hai would go back on his words. Yu Katie looked at her second brother's injured leg, pulled on Madame Zhang's sleeve, and whispered, "Second brother hasn't recovered from his injury yet. Isn't it inappropriate to divide the family right now? Father won't agree either." Madame Li interjected, "What's inappropriate about it? Second brother-in-law was the one who mentioned the separation. As long as he insists, father can't do anything about it either. Youngest sister-in-law, stop being so muddle-headed. With such a family dragging us down, you will also have less dowry in the future." Yu Hai looked at this stepmother and eldest sister-in-law disappointedly. They had long been eager to kick them out of the family. This was also good. In the future, his wife wouldn't be mistreated at home anymore. His children also didn't need to be worried all day long that they would be scolded or beaten. With his ability, even if one of his legs was crippled, he still wouldn't let his family suffer from hunger and coldness. Madame Zhang glared at her daughter and shouted, "It's decided then. When your father and eldest brother returns, we'll get the village head and the elders of the Yu family as witnesses, and then divide the family. Why are you guys quarreling in the morning? What do you mean, dividing the family? Who wants to leave?" Eldest son's family. Old Yu came in from outside, holding the fish that hadn't been sold. The eldest son, Yu Dashan, followed him inside with a fishing net in his hands. Madame Li hastily explained, "It's not me, father. Second brother-in-law was the one who mentioned it. Second son, it's impossible for second son to make this suggestion when he's injured. He still hasn't passed the critical period, so why would he suggest splitting from the family on his own initiative?" Although old Yu wasn't good at expressing his emotions, he wasn't foolish. He looked at all the strangers in the yard and furrowed his sparse brows. Madame Zhang quietly approached trafficker Zhuang, stuffed a handful of copper coins into her hands, and quietly asked her to leave. Trafficker Zhuang held contempt for her behavior, so she pushed the money back and left in the ox cart that she came in. Old Yu usually kept silent and didn't interfere with the matters at home. But he had the final say in all the important matters in the family. Madame Zhang was still somewhat afraid of him, so she awkwardly explained, "Second son volunteered to leave the family in fear that he will become a burden to the family. Look, our third son needs to take an important exam next year. I heard that the third part of the county examination will take place in the prefectural city. We need to prepare more money. Also, Haitzi is approaching marriage age, there isn't enough space at home." Old Yu frowned and glared at her, while saying, "What do you mean there isn't enough space at home? Katie will get married in a couple years, so won't we have a vacant room at that time? Second son's leg hasn't recovered yet, but you're already so anxious to force him out of the house. Aren't you afraid that people will curse at you behind your back? How did it become me forcing him out? Second son was the one who mentioned the separation. Even if they curse, it has nothing to do with me." Madame Zhang screeched, "All right. So it turns out that this is how you, Old Yu, really thinks of me in your heart. I worked so hard for this family, but in the end, I'm accused of forcing my stepson out of the family. My God, how am I supposed to live now? It's better for me to just die than be an eyesore." Madame Zhang sat on the ground, while smacking her thighs and lamenting to the heavens. However, she didn't even manage to squeeze a teardrop out of her eyes for half a day. Yu Xiaoxiao inwardly rolled her eyes. What a scumbag. Of course, she would go for the cliched routine of crying, screaming, and killing herself. Yu Hai shook his drowsy head and looked towards his wife and children. Their faces were wan and thin because of long-term malnutrition. They had been wearing tattered clothes that were covered in patches for who knew how long. After that, he turned to look at the new attires that his stepmother and eldest sister-in-law wore, which were made just before the new year. He became even more determined on leaving this family. Anyway, they would definitely have a better and more comfortable life than they did right now. "Father, separating from the main family and living apart was my idea. It has nothing to do with the situation involving mother and eldest sister-in-law." Yu Hai spoke again as he looked at Old Yu. Old Yu's frown deepened as he scolded, "What do you mean by separating from the family? Stop making a fuss. When your leg gets better, we can revisit this again." Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected, "If we don't split from the main family, then the whole second branch will be sold out. Grandfather, if father didn't come out to save us, Shaolian and I wouldn't be here anymore. We should separate from the family now so no one else gets any ideas to sell us." Again, selling people off. Old Yu's normally murky eyes suddenly revealed a coldness that sent shivers down people. He remembered that his wife had gone out earlier and then connected the dots. He glared furiously at Madame Zhang and Madame Li and snarled, "I'm not dead yet. Let's see who has the guts to sell you. The Yu family will not do something as disgraceful as selling our sons and daughters." Old Yu seldom had his temper roused, so Madame Li lowered her head in shock and hid behind her mother-in-law's back. Madame Zhang cowered down but still rebutted fiercely, "What's wrong with being a servant girl at the Zhou family? They won't have to worry about food or clothing and can even get paid 1 to 2 taels a month. Where else can you find such a good deal? We spend more than half of our money on treating second son's injuries. At that time, we didn't even know when he would wake up from his coma. His medication costs a few silver bits a day. Lately the family's income has also decreased. I was just trying to think of the future of our whole family. Ah. Well, isn't second son awake now? Don't ever bring up splitting the family up again." Old Yu was well aware of Madame Zhang's true personality. When his first wife passed away, how did he make such an error of judgment and decide to marry such a troublesome wretch? In the past, he had also fought with Madame Zhang when she treated second son poorly. However, she always threw a colossal temper tantrum and would bewail about the family's troubles and her own difficulties. Sometimes, she would agree to change at the time, but in a blink of an eye would always revert back to her old ways. Back when Yu Hai was 8 years old, he had almost drowned trying to catch fish in the river because he was so hungry. At that time, Old Yu had made a firm resolution to divorce her. However, he didn't expect for Madame Zhang to find out that she was pregnant with his unborn child. After fighting with her, he decided to keep her as his wife. Unexpectedly, After she gave birth to third son, Madame Zhang became even more harsh and severe. She was solely preoccupied with her own biological children and no longer took care of the son and daughter from old Yu's first marriage. As the years passed by, every time he rebuked her, she always made a scene and threw a temper tantrum. Gradually, the children grew up. For the sake of keeping the peace in the family, he could only turn a blind eye to her doings, only, it had made things difficult for second son's family. Old Yu always felt somewhat guilty inside regarding his kind-hearted and capable second son. Dr. Sun had said that his right leg would likely be unfit for use in the future, and if it was serious enough, he might even have to amputate it. Second son's family had both sick and weak members. If they didn't split the family, as long as he was there would always be some food for them to eat. However, if he passed away, and second son's children were older and could be of use. Contrary to his expectations, Yu Hai had made up his mind, and he sincerely said, "Father, if you truly love me as your son, then you would split my branch from the family. Your son is begging you." Seeing the earnest look in his son's eyes, old Yu felt a sharp pang to his heart. When his first wife was dying, she repeatedly requested that he take good care of their son and daughter. However, he wasn't able to fulfill his promise. His oldest daughter had married someone who lived far away. The journey back to visit took around 4 to 5 days of travel. Ever since his daughter birthed children of her own, she rarely came back to visit her parental home. As for his first wife's most beloved son, he was now a cripple. When he died, how could he face his first wife? Lost in his thoughts, old Yu thought he could once again see that beautiful young girl in the field of green vegetables smiling sweetly at him again. With Madame Zhang's poor personality and the fact that his second son would be staying at home like a parasite in the future, old Yu couldn't even imagine how cruel and harsh she would be. Forget it, if second son wanted to split from the main family, then he should leave. In the future, he would just privately help them a little and they should still be able to live out their days. Following that, old Yu told Dashan to invite his older brother and the village chief to come over to discuss the details of separating their families. Old Yu's eldest brother, Yu Lichun, was outraged on his nephew's behalf. "I say, third brother, Dahai is the most hard-working person in your family. Try to find your conscience and think a little. Isn't Dahai's hard work the reason why your whole family can live this way? He only just came out of his coma, and you want to push him out already. Can you face his dead mother now? Eldest brother-in-law, second son is the one who wants to split. What does that have to do with us?" Madame Zhang was unhappy. All of these irrelevant people were here criticizing and being opinionated when it was just their own family affair to split off a branch. It's all well to talk, but getting things done is another matter. If we don't separate, will one of you take care of second son's family? Yu Hai's second uncle, Yu Lixia, who lived outside the village and rarely visited, had a rather fiery personality. He glared at her and growled, "Men are talking here. How can a woman like you interject into official business?" Madame Zhang grumbled resentfully under her breath, "Our family is the one that's splitting off. How could it not be related to me?" Although on paper Dongshan village was a small fishing village, the village chief, Lu Jiashun, still had a lot of prestige. He glanced at Madame Zhang, and she became quiet immediately. Only then did he open his mouth for the first time to speak to old Yu. "Brother Likyu, what are your plans on splitting the family?" Old Yu puffed on his tobacco pipe, thought a bit, and said, "I've already have a plan. We'll split the family assets equally into 4. Dashan and his other brothers will all get a piece each, and then I and my wife will get a piece." "That's not okay. Katie hasn't married yet and should also get a share. Otherwise, who will give her a dowry?" The Zhan family offered 8 taels as a betrothal gift for her. Also, third son will be participating in the preliminary round of imperial examinations in the future. His expenses will be quite a lot. Are you saying that his brother who has left the family will be raising some money for him? As soon as she heard the proposal, Madame Zhang instantly became unhappy and blurted out her complaints to show her objections. Old Yu tapped his pipe under the table and said, "Then we'll split it into 5 equal parts and Katie will have a portion. After we split the family, your mother and I will live with one of you, and in the future our portion will go to that person's branch when we die. After we come to an agreement, it doesn't mean that splitting the family will lead to leaving the family." Second son's family can still live in the main residence with us, that way we can live in harmony and not drift apart. Dahai earned most of the money for the family's new boat, and his legs aren't good anymore, so the boat will go to him. In the future, renting it out could be a form of income. Before he could finish what he was saying, Madam Lee forcefully pulled on her husband's arm. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she promptly spoke, "Father, Dashan and Haitsi are the first son and first grandson of the family, so it is their duty to look after their parents and grandparents. Naturally, you two should live with us. However, my husband only knows how to go fishing to make an income. If the boat is given to second brother-in-law, are we supposed to eat and drink solely from the wind itself?" Madame Zhang had long been holding back her complaints, and this time they finally all came out. Eldest son's family is correct. As the head of the household, you are clearly being too biased. Without a fishing boat, how are we supposed to make a living? Do you still want third son to take his examinations? Do you still want Katie to get married in the future? What about Heitsi's future marriage? You really want all of our lives off? I don't agree, I absolutely don't agree. Don't we also have 3 plots of land? Eldest son and I can go into town and work some temporary jobs again. Didn't we also live life like that before? Old Yu stayed silent for a bit before he finally replied, as he was thinking about his studious and talented third son. Madame Zhang's loud, shrill voice pierced the ears of everyone in the room as she hollered, "The amount of crops produced by those 3 plots of sandy land in 1 year is only enough to feed our household for 6 months. In the past we had fewer children. I didn't dare to eat too much or get new clothing in an effort to save. We were only able to amass this much property with great difficulty. But you're giving it all to second son." "Yes, eldest son was from my first marriage. If you don't care about him, then whatever. But aren't third son and Katie both your flesh and blood? You old man, you're not giving us a living road. This is not okay. The fishing boat absolutely cannot be given to second son unless you want to strangle the rest of us to death." The slow of speech and honest eldest son, Yu Dashan, also timidly interjected after being pinched by his wife several times. "Father, other than fishing, I don't know how to do anything else. If I go into town, I won't be able to find any work. I also don't agree in giving the boat to second brother." That's right. Mother and father are living with us, while youngest sister-in-law hasn't gotten married yet. Third brother-in-law is still in school and still needs to be with the family. Thus, the fishing boat absolutely cannot be given away. Madam Lee hastily agreed and stared at old Yu pathetically. Both Yu Bo and Yu Katie stayed silent with their heads lowered. No one could tell what their thoughts were on any of this. Yu Hai calmly listened to everyone, and only now did he speak. "Father, the doctor told me that my leg will never get better. It's still up in the air whether I can stand on them in the future. Even if I had the fishing boat, I wouldn't be able to go out to sea and catch fish. I don't want the fishing boat. As for the 3 plots of land, there's a decent amount of harvest to be had from them in a year. So just give the land to us and we'll have my wife and children farm them." Yu Xiaosao didn't know how to catch fish, so she really didn't care much about that fishing boat. She was currently thinking about the future. If they were still living together, it still wouldn't be a clean break. If their branch suddenly started living well, with Madame Zhang's and Madame Li's temperaments, wouldn't they still cause trouble for them every couple of days? What did they have to do to live farther from this pack of wolves? Just as she was thinking, her father spoke again. "Eldest brother's child is about to grow up and third brother can only squeeze into the tiny west room when he visits. If our whole family still lived together, it would definitely be crowded. How about you give the Yu family's old residence to us? After cleaning it up a bit, it should be livable." The Yu family's old residence was at the foot of the West Mountains, and it was a 3-room house made of mud bricks. It also had a decently sized courtyard, and behind the rooms was a large pond. Back when Yu Hai's mother was still alive, the whole family had lived there. Later, as their circumstances got better, the whole family moved into the village, where it was closer to the sea. No one had lived in the old residence for the past 10 years. Although every year they would go back and do some small fixes, no one knew how much damage there was on the house. Madame Zhang thought for a bit, decided not to make a fuss, but wished she could still keep those 3 plots of sandy land. Even though the land didn't produce a lot, not having it meant that in the future they would need to spend money to eat grains and starches. It was not surprising Madame Zhang wanted to keep it. However, compared to the fishing boat, the 3 plots of land were really not as important. In the end, other than the shabby, old residence and those 3 plots of land, Xiao Xiao's family also got a cooking pot, a few bowls and plates, and some farming tools. When old Yu raised the issue of splitting the money into 5 parts, Madame Zhang's face turned so dark that someone might have thought her mother had died. However, with the village chief and the rest of the Yu family elders present, no one would believe her if she said that there wasn't any money. She reluctantly fished out a few strings of copper and a few silver bits from a jar and threw them onto the Kong bed. She huffily said, "When second son got injured, we spent almost all of our money. Look, this is what's left." Xiao Xiao eyeballed the money and estimated that the coins and bits together at most came out to be about 10 taels, and they needed to split them 5 ways. Her family could only get 2 taels at most. It wasn't even enough to fix their new home. Madame Zhang felt old Yu's complicated gaze coming over and felt her heart freeze. She was afraid that he might say something that shouldn't be said, so she took a deep breath and screamed at him, "There's no more. It's just this much. We don't have a mountain of money at home. After spending more than 10 taels on medication, how much money can be left over?" Xiao Xiao could tell that the old woman was using her loud voice to cover up her inner turmoil. She knew there had to be more money at home. However, as long as they could smoothly split their families apart, they didn't need to squabble too much over other things. But, she didn't want Madame Zhang to pull the wool over everyone else's eyes, so she said, "If there's nothing more, then there's nothing more. Why are you yelling? If I didn't know better, I'd think you're trying to hide something." "Hide something? What do I need to hide? You little brat, all you know how to do is talk back to your elders. This past morning I really should have sold you off." Madame Zhang's face twisted into a grim expression. If the village chief and the rest of the family elders weren't here, she would have long ran over and slapped the chit on the face. "Who are you to be able to say whether you can sell my Yu family's grandsons and granddaughters?" That morning an unfamiliar woman had stopped by old Yu house, and the rumors had said that she was a trafficker matron in town. There were no walls that didn't have cracks in the world. The whole village already knew that Madame Zhang and Madame Li had tried to sell the twins. As the eldest, Yu Lichun glared fiercely at her and looked dignified and imposing. However, everyone had underestimated Madame Zhang's shrewish fury. In the end, Yu Xiaoxiao's family had only received 2 taels, as Madame Zhang's temper tantrum ability. And spoiled whining had been turned on to her highest capacity. That night, old Yu sat at the head of the Kong bed and smoked his tobacco pipe, turning an indifferent eye towards Madame Zhang's small acts at currying favor with him. Madame Zhang let out a sigh and said, "I know you blame me for not taking out the 300 taels that Hunter Zhao sent to us to split between the branches. But I was doing it for the good of our family. In the past, you had always thought that second son was hard-working and capable, so the family revolved around him. But he's gotten injured, so now our entire family's hopes are all on third son's shoulders now. Didn't the teacher always praise third son's efforts? Next year, after the examination is over, if he passes it, then the teacher will recommend him to the academy of the famous scholar, Teacher Yuan. I had asked around and Scholar Yuan is a rare talent who had placed first in the provincial examination, the metropolitan examination, and the imperial palace examination in the past dynasty. His academy has turned out scholars who've placed second and third in the imperial palace examination, not to mention how many other scholars who have passed it too. Didn't they say that our third son has a glorious fate and has the possibility of passing the imperial examinations? We definitely can't let this opportunity go by." Seeing that old Yu's expression had improved perceptibly, Madame Zhang continued cajoling, "I know that these 300 taels were in exchange for second son's leg, but just think, if third son makes it, in the future when he has a scholar official's income, we'll just give second branch some more. Then it's fine." Old Yu held the tobacco pipe in his mouth but didn't inhale from it for a long time. In the end, he let out a deep sigh and said, "I failed Dahai's mother. I didn't take care of those 2 kids. I even stole the money that Dahai's risked his life to get." Madame Zhang felt a burst of jealousy rise in her heart when she saw that old Yu was still thinking of that dead ghost. However, for the sake of those 300 taels, she restrained herself and didn't start an argument with the old man. With the 300 taels firmly in her hands and the money-spending second son's entire family expelled, the taste of sweetness in her mouth was even more delicious than honey. With their long-standing wish to have the family separate finally fulfilled and their father also looking more energetic, the three siblings were happier than they had been during the New Year celebrations. They surrounded their parents and chattered and laughed endlessly. Madame Lu's heart was full of uncertainties towards their future. However, the obvious happiness of her children and the thought of no longer being under Madame Zhang's abuse and being in charge of her own household made her gently smile. It was this exact same, sweet smile that had captured Yu Hai's heart so many years ago. However, ever since she married into the Yu family, the smile that made his heart skip a beat was seen less and less often as the years went by. Despite the children being nearby, Yu Hai furtively linked his hand with his wife's and smiled at her winsomely. Madame Lu's face flushed a bright red and she made a token resistance before she stopped, leaving their hands together. Yu Xiaosao couldn't help but laugh, her eyes curving up in joy, when she saw the two of them being lovey-dovey. Yu Hai sensed that she was looking at them and spoke to his most beloved daughter, "Cower, were you terribly frightened these past few days?" "No, I always knew that father would wake up. Father could never bear to leave us all alone." Yu Xiaosao cleverly sat next to her father and lifted her head to look at him. "Of course, one is bound for good fortune after surviving a great disaster. In the future, our family will continue to do better and better." Yu Hai couldn't help but hug his daughter close to him when he thought about how he had almost died and would never see his beloved family and clever daughter again. Although he was her father, Yu Xiaosao was not used to being hugged by an adult man, so she slipped out of his hold and smiled. "Father, the poultice on your leg needs to change. I'll do it for you." Yu Hai's leg injury was extremely severe as almost all of the flesh on it had been torn into pieces by the black bear. If Yu Xiaosao hadn't been treating him every day with the little divine stone and washing the wound with mystic stone water, his leg likely would have rotted from the inside out. Xiaosao carefully removed the bandages and used the mystic stone water to wash off the old dressings. The scary-looking wound had already started growing new skin and flesh. Yesterday, Dr. Sun had come over to check up on him. The doctor was amazed at Yu Hai's healing abilities. Anyone else with such a wound would have had their leg amputated by this time. Yu Xiaosao refused her mother's offer of help and pounded the fever-reducing medication that Dr. Yu had left behind into a fine powder. She then mixed the powder with the mystic stone water to create a thick paste before she carefully applied the mixture to her father's wounds. Yu Hai sighed in relief as the cool and refreshing poultice covered and soothed the itchy wound. He looked at his second daughter with gratitude and said, "After Xiaosao hit her head, not only did her body get healthy, but she's also become a lot more deft and clever. She easily learned all of the dense and hard-to-learn medical knowledge." "Is this another transformation that the god of fortune did?" Yu Xiaosao carefully bandaged the dressing on the wound and raised her head to smile at him when she heard his words. She didn't agree or refute what her father had said. That night, when the whole family was asleep, Yu Xiaosao once again pushed the little divine stone to release its hard-earned spiritual energy to heal Yu Hai's ravaged and torn tendons. The water in this world was clear and pure. In addition, the little divine stone had also helped its master to save her father. All of these factors combined loosened its shackles, and its speed at absorbing spiritual energy had increased immensely. It was convinced that it would soon be able to materialize its physical form and openly appear in front of everyone. However, the energy that it painstakingly gathered every day was always used to treat Yu Hai's leg injury. This made the little stone feel gloomy and depressed. Luckily, it discovered that every time it used up all its spiritual energy, the shackles confining it would loosen a little more. It was especially prominent whenever it was healing people's injuries, like its master's head wound or its master's father's leg. The clever little divine stone couldn't help but grumble inwardly, "Don't tell me that every time I help my master is when the goddess of spirits' shackles will loosen on me." This was the complaint it had lodged within its heart, but this was also the reason why it continued to help Xiaosao heal her father's injury. The next day, Xiaosao's whole family was finally able to sleep until they woke up naturally. When Madame Zhang got up and saw that there was no one feeding the pigs, the chickens were clucking in hunger, there was no firewood gathered, no one was sweeping, and no one was washing the clothes, she couldn't help but rush towards the west room and holler, "How long are you all going to sleep like the dead? Do you know what time it is?" Yu Xiaoxiao opened the door and looked at Madame Zhang with a faint smile on her face. "Grandmother, it must have slipped your mind. We already split our family, so each branch is living independently. If you want us to feed the pigs and chickens, does that mean you want to give us a fifth of those animals?" Madame Zhang choked down the abuse she had wanted to hurl and glanced at the East Room's messily attired Madame Li, who was leaning against the doorframe watching the show. Her fury had found a new target, and she screamed, "Lazy woman, why don't you quickly start getting to work? If you can't finish, don't bother eating breakfast." The expression on Madame Li's face changed instantly. She realized that she would have to be like Madame Lu in the future, working endlessly from dawn to dusk. She silently grumbled inside. After more than 10 years of marriage, she had only been ordered around by Madame Zhang during the first year. Ever since Madame Lu married into the family, she had taken it easy and lived a leisurely life. Now that she suddenly had to do housework again, she really didn't know where she should start. For the whole morning, she muddled through the multitude of tasks while being criticized by her mother-in-law the whole time. Her youngest sister-in-law, Yu Katie, couldn't stand by idly and watch, so she helped to sweep the floor and feed the chickens. Like this, by the time it was time to make breakfast, they hadn't even gathered the necessary firewood. When old Yu came back home, the kitchen was still cold and silent. Up until noon, he had to endure his hunger pains, and only then did he get to eat a breakfast that was poorly made. Old Yu had an ugly expression on his face as he sighed. In the future, without Madame Lu and the others, it would be impossible to have the residence all tidied up and orderly like it was before. He put down his bowl and chopsticks to go to the old residence to see if there was anything he could help with. As for Xiaoxiao and company, after enjoying the melodramatic play in the courtyard, they had eaten their breakfast at the crack of dawn and left to go to the old residence at the foot of the West Mountains. Yu Hai was left at the main residence to recuperate. The old residence and the current Yu family residence was about a half-an-hour walk from each other. Although it was said to be at the foot of the mountains, it was really about 1 to 2 kilometers away. With the glorious scenery of mountains and water, Yu Xiaoxiao's good mood could not be ruined even if the old residence was about to fall apart. She had no doubt that they would be able to do well and even thrive in their new environment. Adapting to their new home was not a question. The shabby old residence was in such bad condition that it made people gasp. Even though every year they would go back and fix things, that was only enough to guarantee that the whole house wouldn't fall down. This year's snows were heavy, so one of the rooms had also been crushed by the weight of the snow. Although in the spring they had hastily fixed it a bit, that room was currently not fit for living inhabitants. The broken-down house had a courtyard with weeds growing everywhere. On the side was a bamboo fence that had mostly fallen over. Wild hares had nested in the courtyard and, when they heard there were people, they zipped out with a whoosh and scared them. Little Shido cheerfully chased after the wild hares. Madame Lu quietly let out a breath in relief and started to pull up the weeds from the courtyard with her 2 daughters. The old residence was located in a more remote area. In the vicinity, there were only a few neighbors. On the left, about 200 meters away was the Zhou family who raised chickens to make a living. Madame Fang had married into the Zhou family and had a good relationship with Madame Lu. When she saw them all stooped over fighting with the weeds, she also brought over her 2 daughters to help. The Zhou family had 1 son and 2 daughters. The oldest daughter, Zhou Linglong, was 14 years old and was already on the marriage market. The younger daughter, Zhou Shanhu, was only 9 and had an innocent and open personality. Her favorite thing to do was to play with the Xiaoxiao and Xiaolian together. Uncle Zhou, Zhou Danian, started out as a street peddler. His son, Zhou Wenhua, had gone to school for 2 years and then followed his father in buying and selling goods. When it wasn't busy at home, he would go to the village and walk up and down the streets selling household goods, such as needles and thread. They also had about 100 chickens at home. Due to that, they were among the small number of families in the village who could afford to eat wheat flour and white rice on the regular. Brother Han, little Shido, who was holding a small sickle and was using it to cut the weeds, raised his head and saw a familiar figure. He greeted the person cheerfully. Zhao Han rolled up his sleeves and also grabbed a sickle. He stooped over and started to work as he said, I heard you all are about to move here, so I came over. Is there anything I can help with? Madame Lu replied with embarrassment, Little Han, there's not much to do here. With your Auntie Joe here to help, you really don't need to help us. Auntie, your words wrongfully make me an outsider. I consider Xiaoxiao and Shido to be as close to me as true siblings are. We're all one family, so don't make it into separate ones. In the future if anything comes up, please speak up. Little Shido was gleefully happy and a large smile bloomed on his face. Brother Han, in the future our two families will live closer, so coming and going will be much more easy. I used to eat your family's food all the time, but from now on you should come over and taste my second sister's skills. My second sister is a really good cook. She even made bean flour noodles taste better than wheat flour noodles. All right, then in the future my stomach will be very fortunate. Zhao Han raised his head to look at Xiaoxiao's back for a second and then bent over again to cut the weeds. Perhaps it was because the family branch had split off, but little Shido finally revealed his lively side as a small boy. He chattered non-stop but it didn't delay his work. The small sickle in his hand flashed constantly in being swung around. The little roe deer next to him had seemingly also been infected by his excited mood. It leapt through the underbrush and would occasionally lower its head to snip a plant off and present it like a treasure to Xiaoxiao, as if it was trying to ask for compliments and rewards. On the other side, Madame Lu and Madame Fang also kept busy. The two of them worked as they talked. After looking at the shabby old house, Madame Fang couldn't help but say, the Yu family's matriarch really is something. Brother Dahai earned so much money for the family but they only gave 2 taels to you. What can you do with 2 taels? It's not even enough to fix the house. Younger sister Muyun, if you don't have enough money, feel free to tell me. We don't have a lot at home but we definitely can take out several taels worth. The weather is still cold now, so no matter what you guys should get that house fixed up. Lu Muyun was so moved by her words that tears came to her eyes. She threw herself into pulling up more weeds to hide her emotions and replied quietly, Thank you in advance, Danian's wife. What are you thanking me for? In the future, we'll be neighbors. A relative afar is less use than a close neighbor. If there's anything I can do to help, please tell me. Madame Fang swiftly swung the sickle across the ground to cut the weeds. At a glance, one could tell she was a hard-working woman. The family on the west side opened the gate in their rear courtyard and let a flock of ducks into the pond behind the residence. When the person saw that there was activity here, she came over to look things over and said, Hey, Dahai's wife, you guys are really moving over. Oh my, Uncle Yu and Auntie Yu are really heartless. How can anyone live in this shabby old house? Yu Xiaoxiao raised her head and saw a woman with high cheekbones and thin lips. How come the more she thought about it the more she felt that the woman's words seemed to be implying that she was taking delight in their poor circumstances. Don't give her any attention. If you take Madame Mao's words to heart, then you will really die of anger. Just pretend it's a sparrow chirping and you'll be fine. The Zhou family and Qian family were the only 2 neighbors within a 1-kilometer vicinity of the old residence. The Zhou family raised chickens, and the Qian family raised ducks. The market for chicken eggs and live chickens were obviously better than the demand for ducks. The Qian family's daughter-in-law, Madame Mao, also had a sharp tongue and a big mouth, and whenever she saw Madame Fang she only had prickly words to say. In the beginning, Madame Fang would also bicker a bit with her. Later on, after the 2 families had come to an understanding, she knew that Madame Mao didn't truly have any personality problems besides her ability to make someone hate her as soon as she opened her mouth. Most of the women and girls in the village had all shied away from her as a result of that. It was only Madame Fang who didn't let it bother her too much in an effort to keep the peace between neighbors. Madame Mao apparently also realized that what she said earlier didn't sound too good, so she hastily interjected, If you need someone to help you fix up the house, come to my house and ask. My husband may not have any other skills but he sure is strong. In the future we'll be neighbors, so it's right and proper that we help each other. Don't stop your work on account of me. I need to go to the docks to see if there are any fish for sale. I need to buy one for my son, Wenner, to nourish his body. Madame Fang quietly commented, Madame Mao's eldest son goes to school in town and it's said that he's doing quite well. She'll brag about him at any opportunity she can get. Like today, Wen is coming home today to take a break and she has to bring it up. I know. Brother Wen is really awesome, and he even placed first on the last exam. Little Shido interjected as he followed Zhao Han like a little tail, roving around happily. Madame Lu watched her noticeably more lively son and smiled gently. All parents treasure their children. In a mother's eyes, their own children are always the best. Madame Fang thought a bit then smiled. That's true. Even though my son, Huar, doesn't have scholarly talents, but since he was young he has helped his father peddle goods on the streets. He doesn't think it's hard work and instead takes great pleasure in it. We have about 100 or so chickens at home, but with my 2 daughters at home, I hardly have to ask and they'll take care of them. Madame Lu glanced at her 2 daughters who were both steadily clearing out the weeds. Her eyes revealed a faint glow of happiness and she said, our children are all sensible and hardworking. Yu Xiaosao turned her head around and grinned. Mother, Auntie Zhou, you should speak softer. If people overheard this conversation, they'll all think the 2 of you like to give false praise. Madame Lu and Madame Fang both laughed and looked at her. Madame Fang replied, splitting the family was a good thing. Xiaosao's personality has become more lively, she's even making fun of us. Madame Lu nodded her head and said, Cower's body has also gotten better, and she's become much more lively. As her mother, I now feel a lot more relieved. If only her father's leg would get better. It'll get better. Good things will happen to good people. Brother Dahai's leg will definitely be cured. Madame Fang had also heard of Yu Hai's wounded leg and hastily comforted Madame Lu. Second sister. Look, Brother Xiaowu and I found some wild pheasant eggs in the grove, there are 3 total. Later on, eldest sister can boil them, then father, mother, and second sister can each have 1 to eat. Just as everyone had almost finished clearing the weeds from the front and back courtyards, little Shido, who had gone out with the next-door neighbor, Qian Wu, came back. No one knew where they had gone, but little Shido still had leaves and grass in his hair as he held the pheasant eggs in his hands with a large grin on his face. The second daughter from the Zhou family, Shanhu, deliberately teased him. You want your eldest sister to help cook the eggs, but you're not giving her a share. Little Shido, are you not afraid of Xiaolian accusing you of being biased? Little Shido glanced at Xiaolian, and then gleefully replied, older sister wouldn't do that. Father is injured while mother and second sister's bodies are weak. If eldest sister had good food to eat, she would also give it to them first. Madame Fang rubbed the little guy's head and smiled. Younger sister Muyun, your son is so sensible. People like us, we don't need to envy other people, we just need to live our own lives to the fullest. No one wanted to monopolize the 3 pheasant eggs. Thus, Xiaosao proposed to use them to make egg drop soup. Every single member of the 5-person family happily drank a bowl of the soup. At around lunch, Xiaosao's maternal grandmother, 3 uncles, and aunts all came over with a borrowed ox cart. The cart was stuffed full with household goods meant to be used in this new home. The largest items were tables and stools, the smaller items were pots, bowls, ladles and basins. Some were new and some were items that were pre-owned. When Yu Hai first got injured, Grandmother Lu had come over to see them and even left behind 2 taels for her daughter to give to her grandson and granddaughters to buy food to eat. As soon as the Lu family left, the 2 taels were confiscated by Madame Zhang, who said that she needed to take them to pay for Yu Hai's medical fees. Xiaosao's maternal grandmother, Madame Yao, could tell that her daughter and grandchildren's complexion had all improved a lot, and felt the worries ease in her heart. She hugged Shido closely and spoke to Madame Lu with a slightly choked-up voice. It's good to split. At least in the future you won't have to be your mother-in-law's punching bag anymore. Madame Lu wiped the corners of her eyes and smiled. Yes, that's true. Although our future may be a little harder, it's good to be the one in charge of the household. I don't have to think about other people's moods or worry about my children being beaten and scolded. Living in hardship will still taste sweet. Madame Lu's maternal family lived on the other side of the mountain, and they only had 4 plots of dry land to farm. Thus, they also didn't have a very comfortable life. Madame Lu had 2 older brothers and 1 younger brother. The eldest one, Lu Pei, had a strong and muscular body. During the off-season, he often went out to take temporary jobs. His wife, Madame Han, usually went to the docks to sell things and could often earn a couple bits to subsidize the income at home. Eldest uncle's family only had 2 girls. The oldest one was named Lu Feiying and was 14 years old. She was already betrothed and was just waiting until she reached marriageable age, 15, before she married. Their second daughter, Lu Feiying, was around the age of Xiaoxiao's eldest brother, Yu Hang. The 2 families had even joked about having them marry each other in the future. Second uncle, Lu Han, was an honest and hard-working man. He was the expert in planting, and the few fields they had were managed by him and Kao's maternal grandfather. The output from these fields were somewhat better than other people's. Although second aunt, Madame Hu, was a little bit selfish, she didn't have any other glaring problems. She had birthed 2 sons and a daughter, so she felt that she was superior to eldest aunt, who didn't have a son. Third uncle, Lu Hao, was the youngest in the family, and it could be said that Madame Lu had done half of his upbringing. Therefore, he was the one closest to his older sister. The year before last, he had married Madame Bian, and they had a son who had not yet turned 1. Lu Hao had been apprenticed to a village carpenter and had learned woodworking. Thus, he often went out to find carpentry work to make money. Third aunt, Madame Bian, was skilled at embroidery and could often sell her work every month. The Lu family had not split its branches off, and the 3 sons were all filial and respectful. All the money they made was given to their mother, Madame Yao, to keep. However, Madame Yao was not like the stingy and parsimonious Madame Zhang. Other than spending the money on the family's food and clothing, from time to time, she would also give her daughters-in-law some spending money. The Lu family had few providers but a lot of mouths to feed, so they didn't have a lot of income. Thus, they weren't able to save a lot of money from year to year. The previous evening, Madame Yao had heard that her daughter and son-in-law had split off from the family. Madame Lu had a lot of young children and an injured husband. In addition, their branch was only given 3 plots of sandy land and an old, broken-down, 3-room house. With her daughter having such poor resources, Madame Yao couldn't idly sit by. This morning, at dawn, she had packed up household goods, such as bedding and utensils, and borrowed an ox cart to rush over there. The Lu family lived in Qishan village, and the West Mountain was in between Qishan village and Dongshan village. Traversing by foot through the forests of the mountain usually only took 1 hour. However, bringing an ox cart over required skirting around that area on a different road, which took twice as long as the mountainous trail. Before the sun rose, Madame Yao and her sons and daughters-in-law left home to go to her daughter's new home. They had only arrived at noon and even had to eat their breakfast of dried rations on the road. When she saw that the old house's roof had almost fallen off, Madame Yao felt angry and distressed. Their in-laws were really too excessive. They almost let her daughter and her son-in-law leave with barely any clothes on their backs. Having a stepmother really meant that one had a stepfather. Madame Yao was also very familiar with Madame Zhang's shrewish and crafty personality. Even if she confronted the old woman, it would be of no use. She fished out a bulging embroidered pouch from her pocket and stuffed it into Madame Lu's hands and said in a voice choked with emotion, "Yunzi, the pouch has 10 taels in it. Take it and use it to fix the house. The earlier you move out, the better it is, so you can avoid the enmity of others. As for those 3 plots of land, don't worry about them. This past year, we have more sweet potato seedlings than before, so during spring I can have your brothers come over and help you plant some." Madame Lu also knew that her maternal family's circumstances were not great. Saving a couple taels a year was considered good for them. Because she had a weak constitution, her mother would subsidize her from time to time. When her children's father had an accident, the family had already taken over 2 taels to help. To be able to give her 10 taels now, she didn't know where her mother had gone to borrow the money. She pushed the pouch back and said, "The mud bricks on the house are still usable. As long as we chop some trees down to fix the beams of the roof and then rethatch it with straw, it will be livable. Mother, you and the family also don't have an easy time at home. My older brothers and their wives all live frugally, and it's only with great difficulty does the family get to save some money. How could you continue to subsidize me, a daughter who has already gotten married?" Madame Lu's eldest sister-in-law, Madame Han, took the embroidered pouch from Madame Yao and stuffed it into her younger sister-in-law's hands and said, "You and your family will be living in this house, so it's important that it gets completely fixed. I already looked it over, the Kong beds in all of the rooms are unusable. Also this bamboo fence. Younger sister's family lives far away from the village and next to a large mountain. This fence is not safe enough. With all these expenses, 10 taels may not even be enough. Quickly take it, don't be polite to your own family members." The expression on her second sister-in-law's, Madame Hu, face continued to darken. The family had so little resources, but her mother-in-law had taken all of it and given it to her younger sister-in-law. A married daughter is like spilt water. How could the maternal family continue to subsidize her? She didn't have the guts to rebel against her mother-in-law's wishes, but when she heard her elder sister-in-law's words, a tiny sneer slowly grew on her face. She twisted her head around and lightly, "Tsked, a breath." Second son Lu Han heard her, and he frowned and gave her a glare in warning. The expression on his face seemed to say, "If you decide to be a shrewish woman and say something unpleasant, then you're in for it when we get home." Madame Hu had a cold-hearted, selfish personality, but Xiao Xiao's second uncle could keep her in check. She knew that her husband was very filial, and she usually only dared to bicker with her fellow sisters-in-law. However, in front of her mother-in-law, she never had the guts to say a word. After receiving a glare from her husband, Madame Hu immediately settled down and lowered her head. Not a peep could be heard from her. The third son, Lu Hao, unloaded a sack of sweet potatoes for the seller and grinned, "Older sister. Just take the money. If you don't, mother will be angry." Madame Lu wanted to persist in refusing, but Yu Xiaoxiao came up and took the pouch for her and said, "Mother, this money is the sum of grandmothers, uncles, and aunts' good heart and intentions for you. You should take it. That being said, we really do need this money. If you feel guilty about taking it, then think of it as a loan. Later on we'll return it after we earn some money." "That's right, Yunzi, you're not even as clever as your child. You must be Shaolian, right? After not seeing you for a few days, it looks like you've become a lot more pale." Madame Yao linked her hand with Xiao Xiao's and repeatedly complimented her. Yu Xiaoxiao gently giggled, "Grandmother, I'm Xiao Xiao." Shaolian took little Shido with her to pick up firewood. Yu Xiaoxiao and Shaolian were twins, so naturally, they looked very similar to each other. However, when Xiaoxiao was first born, she had a very weak body and was the thinner and paler of the two. On the flip side, Shaolian had grown up doing household chores with Madame Lu, so her skin was on the tanner side. When the two girls stood next to each other, it was very easy to tell them apart. However, after consistently drinking mystic stone water for half a year, Xiaoxiao's body had recovered immensely and Shaolian's skin had become more white. It was becoming more and more difficult for people to distinguish between the two. Madame Yao watched the energetic Xiaoxiao contently and spoke to Madame Lu, "With Xiaoxiao's health better, it must be a large weight off of your shoulders. From my point of view, it looks like your complexion has become more rosy too. Did your mother-in-law have a sliver of conscience and decide to invite the doctor over lately for you? How could she ever bear to spend money on me? Whenever I got ill in the past, she always accused me of faking it and refused to let Xiaoxiao's father to get the doctor, let alone now. I feel like my body has gotten healthier over the past half year. Also, Dahai had surreptitiously made me take medicine the whole winter without the rest of the family's knowledge. Although I felt more tired lately taking care of the children's father, I still think my body feels more limber and dexterous than before. The other day I had fallen asleep on the side of the bed inadvertently, but the next day I didn't get sick. I think my illness has finally healed. Mother, please don't worry about me anymore." Madame Lu felt baffled and joyful at the same time. If even she fell ill in the household, then their family really had nowhere to go. Yu Xiaoxiao rubbed the 5-colored stone on her wrist and sniggered inside. The Lu brothers first cleaned and organized the wooden rooms. After fixing them more or less, they started to move the items they brought inside. Madame Lu took her 2 daughters-in-law. Author's note: third daughter-in-law's child was still young, so she couldn't pull herself away to come and cleaned up the courtyard in another round. Before any of them could stop and take a break, they rushed home with the ox cart. Although Madame Yao wasn't entirely satisfied with leaving things as they were, but she knew that with her daughter's family of 5 all squeezed into one room, even if they stayed overnight there would be no place for them to sleep. They needed to get back to Chishan village before the sun set. Thus, they only said, "We'll see you again in 2 days," and left in a hurry. In contrast, the 3 Liu brothers stayed behind to help their younger sister and her husband to fix their house before planting season started. Yu Hai was an honest and kind-hearted man. If another family needed help, as long as they asked him, he would always help them enthusiastically. He had a good reputation in Dongshan village. When the villagers heard that he needed to fix up the old residence, many of them came one after another to help. The oldest son of Dahai's eldest uncle, Yu Lichun, knew how to lay bricks. Under the urging of his father, he stopped taking outside jobs and came over to help. For the next several days, Yu Lichun brought over his 3 sons and 2 grandsons, and they were always the first to arrive and last to leave. Although Dahai's second uncle, Yu Lixia, lived far away, he only sent over 1 son over as he himself wasn't feeling well. A bunch of Dahai's old friends who had played with him since they were tots had also come over to form dirt bricks, build a wall with the bricks, and cut down lumber. And they all did so enthusiastically. Hunter Zhao, who was good friends with him, also punctually came over every day with his son, Zhao Han, to deliver game and help them after they finished hunting. In addition, their new neighbors on their left and right also come over every day without anyone to ask. Generally speaking, when you had people over to help you with your house, you needed to be responsible for 2 meals. All of these people knew that Yu Hai had just split from the family and didn't have much food in storage, so all of them brought their own food over every day and refused to eat even a mouthful of theirs. The whole family felt incredibly grateful, and Xiaoxiao had finally experienced the simple and good-natured kindness of those who lived in the ancient times. Many hands make light work. The work on the 3-roomed house, courtyard, and wall had been finished in 10 days. Madame Lu shed tears of joy when she saw the brand new house with its large and spacious courtyard. The 3 siblings chattered in the courtyard with bright smiles on their faces. They were incredibly happy. All of them finally had a home of their own. The Liu brothers had chopped enough firewood to fill the whole storage area in the kitchen and also cleaned up the well before they left. After letting the house air out for 2 days, Yu Hai, whose leg has healed enough for him to walk on crutches, brought his family to move in. During the past 10 or so days, other than old Yu and Dashan coming over every afternoon to help, not even the shadow of the other family members were seen. With the house finished, Yu Hai invited the villagers and neighbors over to celebrate. Only then did Madame Li bring her son over to visit. Whenever anyone in the village constructed a new house or moved into one, it was necessary for them to celebrate with a party. The construction of this house was done entirely by the help of others. In addition, most of the materials used was from the local area. The muddy clay used for the bricks were dug from the side of the village levee. The beams and rafters came from lumber from felled trees in the mountains. Even the rice straw thatching came from the villagers gathering it up from all over the place. Originally, Xiaoxiao wanted to buy some ceramic tiles for the roof to create a house that was similar to the current Yu residence. However, when she remembered she only had 10 taels on hand, she discarded that idea. Once again, she regretted investing all of her money in third young Master Zhou's business venture. She looked on the bright side and consoled herself by thinking, a sod house is also good, warm in the winter and cool in the summer. Arg, this third young Master Zhou was so busy. At the start of spring, he was so busy that his feet barely touched the ground. Not only was he establishing the workshops, but he was also planning on opening a Junsho restaurant in the capital. He traveled constantly between the capital and Tanggu town, and no one ever knew exactly where he was. Xiaoxiao had actually wanted to ask him for help, but she could never find him. Luckily, the house had been restored and it didn't take more than a few taels to do it. Yu Hai felt deep gratitude in his heart for the villagers who had helped them. Thus, when they were preparing for the party, he made sure to get some good food to thank them. When Hunter Zhao heard that Yu Hai only received 2 taels after splitting from the family, he felt both angry and guilty at the same time. In order to save him, Yu Hai had almost died to the bear's fangs. After killing the bear and selling it, he gave the Yu family 300 taels and said it was for brother Yu Hai's medical fees. However, He had never thought that Yu Hai's callous father and ruthless stepmother would funnel the money Yu Hai had sacrificed life and limb for into their own pockets. In a rage, Hunter Zhao wanted to find old Yu and giving him a talking to. But Yu Hai stopped him. Yu Hai said the 300 taels were considered repayment for all of the years Madame Zhang spent raising and nurturing him. Zhao Bufan felt deeply guilty towards his brother Yu Hai and often gave them some game to strengthen Yu Hai's body. In addition, he and his son enthusiastically worked on their new house. For the upcoming banquet, he also especially entered the mountain and caught more than 10 pheasants and hares for them. Yu Hai didn't decline his gift and also bought 50 chicken eggs from their close neighbor, the Zhou family. At the town market, he bought about 10 catties of meat. At the end of winter and beginning of spring, there were not any green vegetables for sale. However, each and every family stored plenty of white radishes and cabbages in their cellars. Furthermore, most also had the dried vegetables from autumn. Families with a good relationship with them had also sent some, and Madame Lu also went to the market and bought some. Madame Yao had heard that her daughter was giving a party for the villages and was afraid she had more work than she could deal with alone. Thus, on that day, she brought over her eldest daughter-in-law to help. Her daughter's courtyard was large and spacious with tall, lofty walls surrounding it. The 3-room residence spanned from north to south, and the inside of the rooms were sparsely decorated and seemed empty and desolate. However, for a family of 6, the house did not seem overly crowded. Little Shido pulled on his grandmother's hand and enthusiastically toured the house for her, such as, which room was his parents' room, which room were for his sisters, and which room was for him and his oldest brother. He even brought her to the shed for firewood and kitchen. One by one, he dutifully showed them all for Madame Yao to see. Tonight grandmother and eldest aunt will be living in this room, which is usually for older brother and me. I'll be sleeping with mother and father. Little Shitu's eldest brother, Yu Hang, was still an apprentice at the carpentry shop and seldom came home. The owner of the carpentry shop was not a reasonable man. He had only let Yu Hang off for half a day when their father got injured, and he was only given a day to help with constructing their new house. At that time, it was obvious he had gotten much thinner. His older brother wasn't at home, so in order to save on firewood, little Shido slept on the same Kong bed as Yu Hai and Madame Lu. However, to show off that he also had his own room, he deliberately said it like this. On this day at dawn, Yu Xiaosao had followed Madame Lu in starting the work early. The previous 2 days, she had written the menu. The non-vegetarian dishes were braised rabbit meat, sautéed spicy chicken pieces, Chinese cabbage stir-fried with meat, stewed white radish with pork, and scrambled eggs. The vegetarian dishes were pan-fried turnip cake, stir-fried daikon, deep-fried radish balls, lightly pickled sweet and sour radish, spicy stir-fried Chinese cabbage, stewed tofu and cabbage, dry stir-fried Chinese cabbage, and sautéed assorted pickled vegetables. A dense and flavorful pork bone soup was made by gently simmering pork bones an entire night. The staple food for the banquet was steamed rolls made from a mix of wheat and millet flour. Every table had 8 vegetarian dishes, 4 meat dishes, and a tureen of the rich soup. Out of all the banquets that had occurred in the village, this feast was considered one of the best. In addition, some of the dishes had never been tasted by any of the villagers before. Although the raw ingredients were simple, they were prepared in a way that was exceptionally refreshing and delicious. Everyone who ate at the banquet praised the food endlessly. Some of the married women who had a good relationship with Madame Lu surreptitiously asked her how she managed to make so many different and delicious types of dishes using just radishes and cabbages. Madame Lu gazed fondly at her daughter and replied with pride, "Most of these dishes were thought up by Cower. She told me and eldest sister-in-law what to do." All of the villagers were familiar with the story of Madame Lu's second daughter, Yu Xiaosao. After getting knocked unconscious the past summer, she had forgotten a lot of things. However, none of them would have expected that she would become more clever and lively despite losing most of her memories. In addition, she had a natural gift and talent at cooking. They couldn't help but praise her over and over. Madame Li had appeared right when the food was ready to be set out. Jealousy surged into her as she inspected the completely new old residence and she remarked in a sour tone, "We're not as fortunate as second sister-in-law. Your whole family occupies an entire courtyard and gets to live in a giant house. The kitchen bustled with activity. Several of Madame Lu's friends from the village had come over earlier to help. Despite Madame Zhang's disapproval, Yu Katie had also come over to help wash the vegetables and set the tables, and was cheerfully busy. Madame Li, on the other hand, didn't even help them to bring out the food. Instead, she pulled her son to a table and sat heavily down. When they were eating, they gobbled down the food as if they had been starving for a long time. Madame Li's chopsticks flew at light speed and quickly snatched away prime mouthfuls of meat and vegetables into her and her son's bowls. Their tablemates could only watch her with disapproval and shake their heads. A total of 10 tables were at the banquet. Madame Lu had prepared more than enough food for it, and there were plenty of leftovers for each dish. After Madame Li ate and drank to her fill, she didn't leave immediately and lazed in the courtyard under the sun. Generally speaking, the leftovers were given to the people who had helped prepare the food, and everyone would get a share to go home. Madame Li balked the tradition and didn't help to either prepare or clean up the food. Instead, when it was time to dole out the leftovers, she brazenly squeezed in and said, "Ah, second sister-in-law, you guys can't possibly finish all of this leftover food. Give me some to bring home. Some mother and third brother-in-law can try your culinary talent. Dashan's wife, it's not like you haven't tried her food before you guys split off. Did you miss her cooking so much after just a few days?" The next-door neighbor to the Yu family, the wife of Hai Xing, was a quick-witted woman and had a relatively good relationship with Madame Lu. The two of them often gathered firewood and cut fishwork together. From time to time, she would also ask Madame Lu's advice on embroidery. At this time, she was obviously satirizing Madame Li. Madame Li pretended not to hear her and grabbed an already cleaned basin and started to fill it with food. She specifically chose the dishes that had meat, such as the rabbit meat and chicken pieces. In the end, almost half of the meat-containing dishes had gone to her. The amount of food in the basin was piled into a small mountain. She avariciously looked at the soup pot and reluctantly left, her fleshy waist swaying as she walked. When Haitzi heard his mother calling for him, he scuttled out from the rear courtyard. In his hands was a small pheasant whose wings were bound together. He shamelessly said, "Second aunt, your rear court still has 2 hares and a pheasant. Give one to me to bring home, okay? I haven't tasted meat for more than a month." Yu Xiaosao almost wanted to laugh out of fury. Who was the person who took almost half of the chicken dish? Also, did the hare and chicken meat disappear down some other person's stomach? Madame Lu was well familiar with this mother-son pair's temperaments and didn't want to bother with those two. She only wanted these 2 demons to leave faster. All of the other women who helped could only shake their heads in disbelief. Yu Hai had an injured leg, Madame Lu couldn't do heavy work, and their children were still small. As the eldest sister-in-law, Madame Li didn't even help them and only came to take things from them. Madame Lu was quite unlucky to have relatives like her. After sending off a couple people who had helped, Madame Yao could tell it was getting late by the color of the sky. She also left with her eldest daughter-in-law. That night, Yu Xiaosao and her 2 other siblings squeezed onto their parents' Kong bed. The 5 of them were counting their expenses together. Although the construction of the house didn't require us to spend much money for the labor, but when you add on the materials and furniture we bought, we spent around 5 taels. Building a house is tiring. Even though everyone brought their own food, Xiaosao had proposed we give each of them a steamed roll and a bowl of porridge at lunch. The steamed rolls were made with a combination of wheat flour and millet flour or sweet potato powder. Buying all of those grains cost another tael. When the house was getting built, Yu Hai's leg was still injured, so he spent his days recuperating at the main residence. Madame Lu was telling him their expenses right now. Yu Hai ruffled Xiaosao's hair and smiled. "Cower did the right thing. Although we don't have a lot of money, we can't let other people starve when they're helping us out. Most villagers don't get to eat much. In the morning they'll probably have some mixed grain flatbread, which is not enough to last until noon, so it is necessary we add a meal for them. I heard older brother Li complimenting our family for being sincere and honest, as our rolls all contained half-wheat flour. He said he always brought an extra flat cake made from bean flour as he couldn't bear to eat our steamed roll. Instead, he would bring the roll back for his children to eat to their heart's content." Dongshan village was a small fishing village next to the sea. Most of the villages relied on fishing to make a living. The surrounding land was mostly sandy and only a limited variety of crops could be grown there. The majority of families only ate bean flour, sweet potato starch, and millet flour as their source of carbohydrates. It was only during the New Year celebrations that they would be willing to buy some wheat flour to eat. Thus, even a steamed roll that was composed of half-wheat flour was considered something delicious to eat in the villagers' eyes. Madame Lu looked at her second daughter, who was becoming more and more clever and witty with every passing day. She smiled and continued, "Most of the ingredients for today's banquet was given to us by older brother Zhao. As for the pork, we spent about 300 copper coins. If we add the amount we spent on grain and vegetables, about 1 tael was spent in total. Originally we had 12 taels on hand and now we have around 5 taels left." Yu Hai thought for a bit and then said, "Your mother's family doesn't have an easy life and still gave us 10 taels after borrowing from others left and right. We definitely cannot let your parents carry debt for us. We should find someone tomorrow to bring the remaining 5 taels back to your mother. It's okay if our lives are a little harder, but we cannot be a dead weight on your whole maternal family." This was what being a family meant. When someone was in need, the others would spare no effort to help. Everyone worked together and was concerned about each other. Xiao Cao could feel the warmth of having a family. Although she lived in poverty, she wasn't alone in the struggle. She still had her father, mother, and all her other siblings. She smiled brilliantly and shifted to her father's side to lift up the quilt covering his leg and said, "It's time to massage your leg. Father, please receive your daughter's loving, filial care." The wound on his leg was healing very quickly, and the vast majority of the scabs that had formed had already fallen off. A few days ago, Yu Xiaocao went with him to town to the Tongren Medicine Hall for a checkup to see Dr. Sun, who had previously told them there was nothing he could do. An expression of awe was on the doctor's rosy face, and the old man was excited and exclaimed continuously over this phenomenon. Even if they were in the modern times, this would also be considered a medical miracle. His calf had been shattered, and there wasn't a single piece of flesh on his leg that wasn't torn into pieces. A huge hole had been clawed into his back such that one could almost see his internal organs peeking out. Yu Hai had fallen unconscious due to such a serious wound on his leg. The fact that he was still standing and alive without the help of modern medical equipment and medications was incredible. If this wasn't a miracle, then what was? At this time, Dr. Sun was amazed and could only say that his innate constitution was very good and that he must have had a very strong desire to live. He must have also had a god taking care of him. After inspecting his leg and back wound, he palpated Yu Hai's pulse again. After confirming he had no issues, Dr. Sun said, "You don't need to take medication anymore. The injuries to your tendons and veins on your leg are very serious. The leg should be massaged frequently. I can't say for sure, but he might be able to walk without crutches in the future." At that time, Yu Xiaocao had asked Dr. Sun for guidance on massage techniques and made sure to note them down carefully. Since then, she used the massage times as an opportunity to use the little divine stone to rub her father's leg injury. She made the stone use its spiritual energy to slowly heal the fractured, injured tendons and vessels. The multicolored stone on her wrist seemed to inadvertently slide on the dense scars that crisscrossed over the leg as she massaged the limb. Only Xiao Cao could see the faint golden streams of light slowly flowing into the leg's arteries and veins. All Yu Hai could sense was that wherever his daughter's little hands massaged his leg, a feeling of comforting warmth would follow. The aches and pains on his leg slowly disappeared and he drowsily closed his eyes. Under his daughter's massage, he comfortably fell asleep. "Cower, you must be tired. Teach mother how to massage and in the future I'll do it." Madame Lu saw her daughter shaking out her sore hands afterwards and felt bad. Xiao Cao shook her head and said, "Mother, this is my chance to show my respect and filial piety to father. Don't stop me. Shaolian had also asked me many times to teach her, but I refused. Father and mother treat me so well and took on a lot of burdens for me. It's right and proper that I help father massage his leg." After working hard for a whole day, the entire family fell asleep at an early time. Yu Xiaocao lay quietly on the toasty Kong bed. Under her was a layer of rice straw and the blanket covering her had hard cotton lumps with patches all interconnected to each other. Despite that, It was still more warm and comfortable than the shabby old Kong bed that the entire family had to squeeze onto in their old home. After she was sure Xiaolian, who was next to her, had fallen into a deep sleep, Xiao Xiao raised her left wrist and quietly spoke to the little divine stone, "Little glutinous dumpling, little glutinous dumpling. If you keep calling me by that name, I will stop responding to you." A faint golden light came up and slowly formed into a small golden kitten with a large head and pointy ears. The little fellow stared indignantly at Xiao Xiao with its large and round eyes. Xiao Xiao used a fingertip to poke at the little fellow's smooth and slippery head and grinned, "Okay, okay. I won't call you little glutinous dumpling then, but what should I call you by? How about I give you a new name then, like little Baldy, how's that?" The golden little ball beat its wings to Doge Xiao Xiao's finger and raged, "In the future when I materialize myself, I will be female. Little Baldy is seriously such a bad name. This divine stone already has a name that was given to me by the goddess Nuwa. It's called Circle. Now doesn't that sound nice? PFF'd. Circle. Then I'm a square. I still don't think it's as good as little glutinous dumpling. That name describes your round figure very well and sounds cute to boot. So we've decided on it. In the future, I'll call you little glutinous dumpling. Complaining about it will have no effect." Xiao Xiao forcefully gave the little divine stone a name. "Little glutinous dumpling, in your opinion, how much longer until my father's leg gets better? Do you think he can walk like normal then?" Xiao Xiao asked with a little bit of worry in her tone. For the past few days, although her father had always pasted a smile on his face when he was in front of them, but she could tell that there was a faint outline of loneliness in that smile. Her father had previously been a high-spirited and optimistic man. He was good at fishing, hunting, and could even make some simple bamboo tools. If he was doomed to using crutches for the rest of his life, she would bet that would make him extremely depressed. Little divine stone hadn't planned on paying attention to her, but when it felt her faint feelings of sadness, it proudly opened its mouth. "You actually don't trust me, this divine stone. Let me tell you, my powers have improved a lot recently. I can already turn into a physical form. As long as this celestial stone, help him clear his meridians and circulate his vital energy every day, he will definitely be able to walk within half a month. But he did suffer a serious injury after all, so he might walk with a limp." Xiao Xiao was completely relieved now. She excitedly hugged the little golden kitten and kissed it a few times, and then said, "You can turn into a physical form. Doesn't that mean that your powers have improved quite a lot? That's great, little glutinous dumpling. You're seriously my lucky star. Thank you so much." The little divine stone felt slightly shy and awkwardly exclaimed, "Go away, go away. I want to transform into a girl in the future. You lesbian, ha ha." Seeing the little kitten being shy, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Youngest sister, what's wrong?" Xiaolian, who was beside her, was startled awake. She rubbed her eyes and asked with sleepy eyes. "No, nothing." Xiao Xiao quickly put away the multicolored stone and stuffed the little golden kitten into her blanket. She pretended as if she had just woken up and said, "I had a dream and woke up laughing." "What kind of good dream did you have to be so happy?" Xiaolian flipped over and lay on the bed facing her. Xiao Xiao hastily closed her eyes as if she was very sleepy and replied, "I don't remember." She was afraid that Xiaolian would continue asking, so she deliberately slowed down her breathing and pretended to sleep. She didn't know when, but she really ended up falling asleep as she pretended. After they sent the 5 tails over, they didn't have much money left at home. They couldn't plant the 3 acres of sweet potatoes until May, and it would take over half a year until they could harvest them. How was their family going to survive during the half a year? Xiao Xiao carefully calculated their family's resources. In the kitchen, besides the 2 wild hares that were left over from the banquet, there were still 5 cabbages and a few radishes. They had about 2 caddies of wheat flour and 4 or 5 caddies of millet flour. Sweet potato flour was the thing that they had the most of, but there were only less than 10 caddies left. In the backyard cellar, they had a little over 100 caddies of sweet potatoes that her maternal grandmother gave them. If they lived frugally, they could last for a little over a month. They only had 40-something copper coins left at home. They were reluctant to eat the 2 hares, so they took them to the town market and sold them for more than 200 copper coins. The winter blizzard had become a disaster. Even though the government had stabilized prices, the common folks still lived a tight and frugal life. Yu Xiaoxiao had learned that the prices in early spring were much higher than when she first transmigrated here. The prices in the grain shop was a good example. Coarse grains, such as millet flour and sweet potato flour, used to be 2 copper coins a caddy, but it cost 3 or 4 copper coins now. Refined flour, which cost 5 copper coins per caddy last year, cost at least 8 copper coins now. Of course, the price for white rice was even higher. It had risen to 15 copper coins per caddy at its peak. It cost 30 copper coins a caddy for pork right now, while the price for eggs had also risen quite a lot. They only had 260 copper coins left. Their family would probably consume at least 100 caddies of grain per month, so after making a rough calculation, they didn't even have enough money to buy coarse grain. No wonder most of the villagers couldn't eat wheat flour throughout the year. In her opinion, being frugal wasn't enough. They needed to expand their sources of income. Madame Lu also understood the fact that they couldn't just sit idly while eating away all their resources, so she found a job in town to help people wash their clothes. She had to go once every 3 days. She went out early in the morning and returned at around 3 to 5 in the afternoon. She earned 15 copper coins each time she worked. In the early spring, the weather was still relatively cold in the northern regions. Madame Lu's hands were red and swollen due to prolonged exposure to the cold water. Yu Xiaoxiao's heart ached when she saw the bloody cuts on her mother's fingers. Every day when Madame Lu came back, Yu Xiaoxiao would help her mother warm her hands and feet with boiled water that the divine stone had soaked in. With the mystic stone water's nourishment, the frostbitten areas on Madame Lu's hands were healed in a few days. The calluses on her hands had also disappeared. Her hands had become so fair and delicate that she didn't need to worry about accidentally scraping the threads when she did embroidery anymore. When their mother went to work, Yu Xiaolian took on all housework at home. As if she was a little housekeeper, she gathered firewood, cooked, washed clothes, and also cleaned the yard. When she was free, she would sit under the warm sun and embroider purses and handkerchiefs to help support the family. Yu Xiaolian's embroidery skills were nearly on par with Madame Lu's. However, before they had split from the Yu family, she was too busy and didn't have any time to sew. Yu Xiaoxiao seriously admired this young 8-year-old girl. In her previous life, Xiaolian would have just been a second grader in elementary school. However, she had shouldered most of her family's burdens on her weak shoulders. In fact, Xiaoxiao should call her older sister. But even when the original host was still alive, she had never called her in that way. The reason was that, when Madame Lu gave birth, they hadn't expected that she would give birth to twins. During the confusion, the midwife had mixed them up and didn't know who the older and younger sister was. Later, due to Xiaoxiao's weak constitution, Xiaolian, who was more sensible, always took care of her and protected her. Thus, the family began calling Xiaolian the eldest daughter, and Xiaoxiao naturally became the younger one. However, Xiaoxiao had always felt that she was the older one and was unwilling to call Xiaolian older sister. Their family decided to just let her be and didn't correct her. The renovated old residence had a large courtyard with at least half an acre of land. There was a small entrance in the backyard that led to the pond behind the house. During the late winter and early spring, there was little rain and the water level of the pond was low. There were also plenty of fertile, empty land beside the pond. So, Xiaoxiao made plans to use the vacant space in front and behind their house. In modern times, there was greenhouse farming, so most vegetables weren't limited to certain seasons. People could buy whatever vegetables they wanted to eat in the supermarkets throughout the year. However, in ancient times, late winter and early spring was the time when the new crop of vegetables wasn't ripe yet. Even if people wanted to eat greens and had the money to buy them, it probably wasn't even available anywhere. If someone could grow fresh greens at this time, they could definitely sell them for a good price. Due to the restrictions of her living conditions, Xiaoxiao definitely wouldn't be able to make a big greenhouse and brooder, but she also didn't plan on doing so. She was almost certain that the emperor had also transmigrated here, just like her. So, She didn't want to do anything out of the ordinary. She had made up her mind to silently make a fortune. However, she could first use the indoor temperature to grow the vegetable seedlings, and then transfer them to the yard when the weather became warmer. In this way, they would certainly be able to sell the vegetables in the market earlier than if they planted them during early spring. Just as Xiao Xiao was enthusiastically considering the type of soil she should use to fertilize the seeds with, the little divine stone muttered beside her ears, "Why go through so much trouble? You can just soak the seeds in this divine stone's bathing water. Not only will they become resistant to the cold and pests, but it can also reduce the ripening time of vegetables." Yu Xiaoxiao felt elated inwardly when she heard its words. She held little glutinous dumpling's tiny body and kissed it fervently, which provoked the little divine stone to repeatedly protest against her action. Right now, the little divine stone had already transformed into the form of a little kitten and became a part of the family. As for the origin of the little fellow, Yu Xiaoxiao's explanation was that she had found it at the foot of the mountain when she went to gather firewood. Seeing that the little kitten was about to freeze to death, she kind-heartedly brought it back. The whole family readily accepted the proud golden kitten, and thus little divine stone became the second popular pet of the family after the little roe deer. But the little divine stone didn't care about anyone else except for its master, Yu Xiaoxiao. Its favorite thing to do every day was to lie down on its master's fluffy head and sleep. From afar, it looked as if Xiaoxiao was wearing a golden headdress. Yu Xiaoxiao was overjoyed when she found out that little divine stone could enhance the quality of the seeds. "Little glutinous dumpling, you're seriously my big lucky star. I'll go plow the field immediately." Under her father and Xiaolian's questioning gaze, Yu Xiaoxiao took a hoe and went to plow the land. Little glutinous dumpling paced leisurely around her feet and spoke in a voice that only Xiaoxiao could hear. "If it wasn't because of the fact that helping you can help me lift the shackles placed by the goddess of spirits, I wouldn't have bothered to help you. Not only do I have to help treat your father's leg at night, but also soak the seeds. I need to replenish my spiritual energy, so I strongly demand that you throw me into the water vat. Frequent contact with water would be helpful for the restoration of its powers." Xiaoxiao would usually just let it bathe inside a pot, but it had long been interested in the water vat in the yard. Yu Xiaoxiao eventually surrendered to its monk Xuanzang-like naggings. She took off the multicolored stone bracelet from her wrist and threw it into the water vat. The little golden kitten gracefully jumped onto the water vat and sat on the edge of the vat, wagging its tail. Little Shido couldn't help but worry that the little fellow would accidentally fall into the tank. Since then, all the water, even for washing vegetables and clothes, used by Xiaoxiao's family were mystic stone water. "What are you guys doing?" Madame Lu, who had returned from work with hands reddened from the cold, curiously asked when she saw Yu Hai and the three siblings kneeling in the yard and excitedly turning over the soil. Yu Hai could walk a few steps without his crutches now. He was in a good mood, so when his second daughter suggested that they plow the field and grow vegetables, he went to help without any hesitation. He pulled out the grass root from the plowed land and threw them aside. Then he lifted his head and said, "Kaur is planning on planting various vegetables in the front and backyard. In the future, our family won't have to worry about not having anything to eat. Our daughter is so competent." Madame Lu was annoyed and amused at the same time, so she replied, "Of course we need to grow vegetables, but it's only February. The water in the tank still freezes up in the evening. It's not like we're in a hurry to sow the seeds, so why are you guys rushing to plow the land? We have nothing to do anyways, so we might as well work on the field first." In terms of pampering children, no one would dare to take first place even if Yu Hai identified himself as second. He had always done his best to fulfill all the requests made by his children, let alone a proper matter like plowing the field and growing vegetables. Madame Lu couldn't win over them, so she also rolled up her sleeves and joined in. By evening, the front yard's half an acre of land had all been turned over, leaving only a small path to walk in the center. In the evening, Xiaoxiao asked Madame Lu for the seeds that her maternal grandmother had sent over. Madame Lu looked at her and asked, "Kaur, are you planning to grow the vegetables right now? It's not time yet. If you sow the seeds now, it won't sprout at all and the seeds will be wasted in vain." "Mother, the god of fortune came to enlighten me again last night. He taught me a method to keep the vegetable field warm. Think about it. When other people's vegetables have just sprouted, we can already sell ours. The town folks have already eaten radishes and cabbages for the entire winter, so they will definitely buy them despite the high price. Xiao Xiao, who was mentally a modern person, knew better than anyone else about the principle of hoarding a rare commodity and selling it at a high price. Yu Hai's eyes lit up and was the first to understand. Do you really know a way to grow vegetables at this time? Yu Xiaoxiao patted her chest and vouched for herself. I can guarantee that there's absolutely no problem. Father, mother, you can rest assured. On the next day, Xiaoxiao spent 20 copper coins to buy 2 ox carts of straw from a villager who came from a village with more farmlands. She personally taught Yu Hai and Madame Lu how to weave a straw thatch. Although Little Divine Stone had promised that the vegetable seeds that were soaked in the mystic stone water would definitely be able to overcome the severe cold of early spring, Yu Xiaoxiao was still worried. Straw thatches were widely used in greenhouse farming in her previous life to keep the vegetables warm. It was better to be prepared than to feel sorry later. With the help of the skeptical Madame Lu, Xiaoxiao scattered the seeds that she had soaked last night in the plowed field. In the half an acre of land in the front yard, they planted vegetables with relatively shorter growth periods, such as bok choy, spinach, and mustard greens. They strived to earn their first bucket of gold by taking advantage of the fact that other people hadn't planted their vegetables yet. After sowing the seeds, Madame Lu took Xiaolian to loosen the land in the backyard. Madame Mao, who was tending the ducks by the pond, saw them and reminded them, "You're turning up the soil so early. It's not suitable to grow crops beside the pond. The water level will rise during the rainy season of late spring, so they will drown in the flood." Madame Mao had a sharp tongue, but she didn't have bad intentions. Madame Lu smiled at her and said, "We're preparing to grow some bok choy and mustard greens, and then harvest them before the water level rises." Madame Mao nodded and said, "Then you should enclose the field with a fence. We usually breed our ducks in the pond, so if they ate your vegetables, I'm not going to compensate you." As expected, Madame Mao spoke in an unlikable manner. She was obviously reminding them out of kindness, but why did she have to say it in such an annoying manner? Madame Lu smiled good-naturedly and said, "Thank you for reminding us, Madame Mao. I'll set up the fence tomorrow." By evening, Xiaoxiao and her father had complied more than 10 straw thatches after working for the entire afternoon. Yu Hai had woven mats before. A straw thatch was easier to weave than a summer sleeping mat since he didn't need to be too meticulous. He learned very quickly and had even woven 2 more thatches than Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao and Madame Lu spread the straw thatches over the vegetable fields, as if they were covering the field with a blanket. Little Shito, who had also helped a lot, asked with slight concern, "Second sister, can we keep the vegetables warm like this?" Xiaoxiao caressed his little head and laughed. "Don't you feel warmer when you cover yourself with a blanket in the winter? It's the same logic. The ground absorbs the heat from the sun at noon, so when we cover it with the thatches, the heat won't dissipate during the evening. Thus, the vegetables won't be afraid of the cold now." The little fellow nodded in realization and exclaimed, "So we're covering the vegetable fields with blankets. But, won't the areas without the straw thatches be freezing?" "It's okay. The seeds were just scattered and haven't sprouted yet, so it won't be cold. We'll make more straw thatches tomorrow, and then cover all the fields with blankets so that the veggie will swiftly sprout and grow up." Xiaoxiao vaguely remembered her younger brother of her previous life when she looked at the 6-year-old little Shito. When her younger brother was the same age as little Shito, he wasn't as obedient and clever. Her parents were still alive at that time, so as the only son in the family, he would act like a spoiled child in their mother's arms. It took them 3 days to cultivate all the lands in the front and back yards. When the water level increased, a lot of black mud would accumulate on the land beside the pond. After cultivating the soil, it would be a good fertile field. Unfortunately, there was a lot of rainfall every year at the end of June. The water in the pond would also rise, so they couldn't grow crops that had a long growth period. With 4 months to go before the rise of the water level, Xiaoxiao planted crops with around 2 or 3 months of growth period on the land beside the pond, which had about 1 acre of land. So, winter melon, string beans, eggplant, and kidney beans were planted beside the pond. In the backyard, she planted chives, cucumbers, garlic, and chili pepper. There were also sponge gourds and pumpkins on the edge of the fence. The whole family worked overtime for exactly 3 days before they finished making all the straw thatches that they needed for the vegetable garden. Little Shido had also woven several smaller thatches. Although the density and thickness weren't as good, they were still usable. During these past few days, the meals at home were just coarse grain pancakes and bean paste soup. For vegetable, they only had cabbage, radishes, and pickled vegetables. They had to carefully chew the coarse grain pancakes because the pancakes might scrape their throats when swallowing. The bean paste soup also had a strong bean smell. If they weren't hungry, they seriously wouldn't be able to eat them at all. Boiled vegetables that lacked oil and seasonings really gave Xiaoxiao a headache during mealtime. With the current living conditions of Xiaoxiao's family, even with such meals, they still needed to carefully ration their meals for fear of using too much food. If their current food supply wasn't enough to support them until they could harvest the vegetables, their whole family might have to starve. Apart from washing clothes every 3 days, Madame Lu also got sewing jobs from an embroidery shop. So, she burned the midnight oil every day to work on her needlework. Yu Hai asked Hunter Zhao, who lived at the foot of the West Mountains, to help him cut down some bamboo and bring them back for him. He made bamboo baskets and hampers, and then put them up for sale in the general store in town. Xiaoxiao became idle after she finished planting the vegetables in early spring. Xiaolian had took on all the housework at home and didn't let her interfere. Little Shido followed the youngest son of the Qian family from next door, going up mountains and exploring the river. However, he wasn't just purely playing and would bring back some eggs at times. He would also tactfully bring back 2 bundles of firewood every day. Qian Wu, who was the youngest son of the Qian family's Madame Mao, was 8 years old. His personality was very different from his older brother, Qian Wen, who was interested in studying. He was very active and usually wouldn't go home until mealtime every day. The shouts of his mother, Madame Mao, calling him to come home to eat could be frequently heard. "Little Woozy, where are you horsing around again? Come home to eat." Madame Mao's 2 sons were quite different in character. One was quiet, while the other was active. The older son, Qian Wen, was a bookworm who carried a book wherever he went. Sometimes he would be so focused on reading that he would walk into a tree without even knowing. Xiaoxiao had once seen him reading while walking, and then accidentally falling into a ditch. Fortunately, there wasn't any water in the ditch at that time. Otherwise, that idiot would have been freezing. On this day, Xiaoxiao carried a basket and took a shovel to see if there were any wild herbs to dig up nearby. Based on her knowledge, wild shepherd's purse should be out during this time of the year. In her previous life, she really liked to dig shepherd's purse and make soup or steamed stuffed buns, which tasted very delicious. Along the path in front of the door and all the way to the West Mountains, little Shido cheerfully skipped behind her. He was very delighted inwardly. Second sister said she was going to make shepherd's purse stuffed buns for me. Everything second sister made was of high quality and bound to be delicious. Although it wasn't the season for digging wild herbs, it was good for second sister's health to come out for a walk. Little Shido had refused Qian Wu's tempting invitation to go dig out birds' eggs in the mountains and volunteered to serve as his second sister's bodyguard. As long as they didn't go deep into the West Mountains, it wouldn't be dangerous. He was just afraid that his second sister, who rarely left home, wouldn't be able to find the way home. Qian Wen, who was staying at home during his break from school, leisurely walked out of his house with a book in hand. Little Shido warmly greeted him. "Brother Xiao Wen, are you going to read in the mountains again?" The Qian family raised over 100 ducks and they were very noisy all the time. Whenever Qian Wen came back during a break, he liked to go up in the mountains with a book and pick a quiet place to read. They hadn't expected to meet him when going out today. The 11-year-old Qian Wen had a fair complexion and elegant features. He had refined manner and was a clean, handsome youth. Even though it was her second time seeing him, Xiaoxiao still felt that he was pleasing to the eyes. Hearing his voice, Qian Wen raised his head and looked at Xiaoxiao and her younger brother. He greeted them with a smile. "Yes, I want to find a quiet place to read." "What are you siblings doing?" Little Shido said. "Second sister wanted to see if there's any wild herbs. She wants to dig some up and make soup." Qian Wen glanced at Xiaoxiao, who he initially thought was Shaolian. He had long heard that Uncle Dahai's second daughter had a weak constitution and often ill. The doctor had said she wouldn't live a long life ever since she was born. He had originally thought that she was a sick and listless little girl who wouldn't even be able to get up from bed. However, seeing her today, she didn't appear like a sick person at all. Although she was a little thin, she had rosy cheeks and walked energetically. You probably have to wait until March in order to gather wild herbs. At this time, the ice in the river hasn't melted yet, so it's not the time to pick wild herbs. Qian Wen kindly reminded them. Yu Xiaoxiao had a faint smile as she said, "It's okay. I'm just looking for a chance to go out for a walk. You should get back to what you were doing. We don't want to delay your reading." Qian Wen had heard from his gossipy mother about Uncle Dahai's family splitting from the main family. If it hadn't been for the help from his in-laws and the villagers, their house would probably still be rundown and filled with cracks. For them to come out to find wild vegetables at this time, there must be a lack of food at home. Qian Wen touched the dry food that his mother gave him in case he got hungry while reading. It was a steamed bun that was made of wheat flour mixed with some millet flour. He began to speak, but ended up not saying anything. After all, it was only his second time meeting the young girl. If he suddenly gave her a steamed bun for no reason, she would probably feel that he gave her the food out of pity and contempt. Forget it, he should just find opportunities to help her out in the future when they became more acquainted. The weather was still quite cold during February. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shiver when a gust of northeast wind blew. Her jacket was already old and worn out. The old cotton inside were taken from her older brother's old clothing, and then stuffed into his younger siblings' jackets. Hence, the cotton was so stiff that they were almost packed together. It not only felt stiff and uncomfortable when worn, but it wasn't very warm either. Why didn't she think of buying some new cotton to stuff into their jackets when she had money? Xiaoxiao blew on her hands, which felt painful due to the cold, with her warm breath. She carefully searched for the familiar plant along the edge of the roadside ditch. Little Shido was full of energy as he skipped and ran the whole way. He saw his older sister shrink her neck as if she was very cold, so he held her hand with his warm little hand and said with a grin, "Second sister, I'm filled with heat, so let me warm your hands." Xiaoxiao was so moved that she took him into her embrace and kissed him on his tender face. The little fellow's face immediately turned red. Ancient people usually expressed their love in a more subtle way, so even his own parents hadn't kissed him before. Little Shido shyly shook off his second sister's hand and ran away quickly. Xiaoxiao ran behind him, but still couldn't catch up to him even when she was panting for breath. However, her body had finally warmed up now. "Wait a moment, youngest brother, I found the shepherd's purse." On the dry riverbank, there were small grayish-brown plants growing on the ground. The jagged leaves were exactly the wild shepherd's purse that she knew of. Little Shido turned around, went to take a look, and said, "Second sister, shepherd's purse doesn't look like that. Its leaf is green and long. It also has a white flower in the center."